Da-da-da-da. Come on, come through, come through, come through. Yeah. Bam. Dunk, 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 dunk. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Can you hear me now? Uh. Uh.
Boy, we ain't gonna play around.
All right.
The flyer from Philly.
Just wanted to make sure this thing was on, doggy. Mm.
Think. Okay, why y'all pop your balloon?
Honestly, it's the feline.
Okay. Why you popped yours?
That's pressure.
Pressure? What?
It's giving steroids.
Steroids. And then what about you?
I couldn't see a print.
Oh. Yeah, man. So how do you feel about
Bro, I don't even know what's going on right now.
that? This is a powder balloon.
You said you couldn't see my what?
Your print. I'm sorry. I said it. What is
the steroids?
Yes, the
Testosterone.
I'm not on no steroids. Bro, why are you doing this?
All right, sorry, brother, but you're being eliminated. You can get up out the side, man. Don't walk past my cameraman, though. You can walk the other way, maybe.
Fine, though. You scared? You can at least
All right, y'all. Ladies, what do y'all?
You are here listening to my voice because you were born to be a disruptor. And because you are a disruptor, you will be misunderstood. You will be maligned. You will be misquoted. You will be undermined, but you will make an impact. I don't know where you are, but somebody just got the confirmation you needed. They hate to see you coming. When you walk in the room, order has got to fall in place. You are a disruptor. You don't subscribe to the status quo. You believe you got to march to the beat of a different drum. You are a disruptor. You ain't gonna laugh with nothing funny. You ain't gonna scratch with nothing itching. You ain't gonna run with nobody chasing after you. You ain't no tap dancer. You ain't no sellout. You ain't gonna forfeit your inheritance. You are a disruptor. I am not intimidated by your title, by your background, by your pedigree. I don't care what you got in the bank. I am a disruptor. Wrong is wrong. Is wrong is wrong. I am a disruptor. You are here.
I want to get right into it. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. First, I guess it's because this is breaking story, and then we can get into everything else. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel for Offset, and listen to him say. I think in 2025, I just would prefer for everybody to be honest. Like we gotta sometimes I understand on social media, and I pay attention to the comment section. Y'all know I'm a little bit addicted to the comment section, but people gotta stop lying to this. So, bro, if that was my baby mom's, and I know that she out on Valentine's Day with Stephon Diggs, I'm gonna be sick to my stomach. I don't care what y'all say. However you try to dress it up and make it seem like it's cooler than whatever you need to be, bro. Nobody don't got that. Your nobody's stomach is built like that unless you The Rock and you on steroids. I'm not gonna hold you, dog. Like that one, I'm not just because that way she recorded that video, like you knew it was there. Like I get it, they try to make it seem like it was some TMZ joke. Bro, I've seen Cardi B literally not let nobody record her for that long. That video was like a minute and 30. That video was like a minute and 30 seconds. I'm telling you for a fact, if Cardi B did not want the people recording her for that long, I promise you there's no way on God's green earth that nobody would have recorded her that long. And it was not other people around. Like it's a difference. Like if you was on a busy New York street or somewhere at Paris Week or something, one of those things where it's a bunch of people, then I kind of can get somebody to kind of sneak and get the video. But you talking about it's literally just that car out there, nobody else around, no security, no nothing, and you just willy-nilly get a free video, bro. That don't hurt. I'm not gonna lie to you. That would hurt my stomach. I'm gonna be absolutely honest with y'all. That would kind of realistically honestly hurt my stomach. And then what I do want to kind of even tie that into you talking about getting your stomach hurt. Man, shout out my thoughts and prayers to Deiondra Sanders. And the reason why I say that is because of course, the album that everybody's going to talk about this weekend is, of course, going to be Drake and PARTYNEXTDOOR. But if I'm being absolutely honest with y'all, the Dej Loaf and Jacquees Jones is 100 times better. And the reason why it's a cheat, it's a cheat code, and the cheat code is because it sounds like they talking to each other. Like there's no way two men could make a better R&B album than a man and a woman that literally sound like they writing a love letter to each other every song. Like there's no way. Like if you sit here and get on the internet, you try to shame this girl and try to call her stupid or whatever the case may be, you're not being real with yourself. I don't want to have a conversation with people who just can't be honest with yourself, because there's no way in the world you listen to that album from, that's what I told y'all, you could just go listen to the first 5 songs. If you listen to the first 5 songs of that Dej Loaf and Jacquees Jones, there's no way no rational human being would not be ready to crash out. Then on top of that, to see the video that they made for that, what's the Joan friend? I think what's the name of the song? Backdoor, bro. There's no way as a human I could watch somebody I literally just had a kid with. Screw the fiance stuff. Man, I'm talking about, I literally just a couple of months ago gave birth to your kid, and you think you about to sit here and play in my face like this, bro? It's not happening. You ain't that great of a singer or a song. Your catalog ain't strong enough for you to tell me this ain't real. who you are as an artist. You could not sit here and look me dead straight in my eye and tell me that you and this girl are that good at making music. Because if neither, both of y'all ice cold, y'all both colder than the other side of the pillow. So obviously y'all ain't that good at making music. Did you sit here telling me right now with my own two eyes and ears, I'm listening to this and you telling me it's nothing there? Who you talking to then, dog?
Just gotta sit this one out.
Nah, it ain't no sitting this one out. I'm with her, bro. I'm crashing out.
But you crashing out for what though?
Man,
This,
I don't care
if that's his job though.
I don't care. Nigga, find another job there.
No, you can't tell him to find another job.
No
That's the reason why you with him in the first
no,
place.
No, it ain't why. Nigga, my father's Deiondra Sanders. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, your
Nigga, my
father's
brother about to be at least top 5 draft picks of the NFL this season. Like, come on, dog. We about to stop. We not about to. We live in the real world. We not about to keep making it like he was the prize. Like
I'm not saying he's the prize, but that's his job. What you gonna say? Stay home, be a stay-at-home dad? No, you can't. No, that's his job.
No, you're missing what I'm saying. It's his
job, but it's the chemistry between the two.
But that's just like telling Denzel Washington, no, you can't do this role.
Mark,
like,
did you listen to the album?
Yes, I did. That was great. Yes.
So you listen to that album and you telling me that was just this is just they get great penmanship.
But they've been done that. This is not their first time doing it.
That's that's my point.
Yeah, that's not their first time doing it. So why would I sit here and step on it?
Man,
you need him to do something.
No,
you ain't gonna tell him to just sit home and live off me.
I'm not listening to what I'm saying. I hear what you're saying. And I'm cool with listening to what I'm saying. The rollout was perfect. Even if this was just a rollout and this ain't real, listen to what I'm saying. It's worth it. Listen to what I'm saying. If we talking about just non-biased, if I stripped all 4 of the artist names away and I didn't tell you who was who and I gave you 2 CDs. One was this Drake and Party Next Door Joan, and the other one was Jacquees and Dej Loaf. Just talking about, we just say, here, I'm gonna give you 2 CDs on Valentine's Day. You tell me which one is better to actually have a Valentine's entire date to. Jacquees and Dej Loaf Joan is a million times better. And that's not even a hot take, and that's not even shading Drake, because that version of Drake, that's cool. Like that is, if you are a real Drake fan, I'm 100% positive that project filled your appetite. But if we talking about, I'm just as a man, if I'm trying to set the tone, it's Valentine's Day, I'm about to go out on a date, trying to have long late night sex. Yeah, I'm throwing on that Dej and Jacquees. But me listening to it because I'm not on the date and I'm really just listening to the words, I'm like, bro, who y'all playing with? There's no way, as me personally, I'm a man, and I can only imagine how a woman would feel just giving birth to a kid and have to listen to this. You can't sit here and tell me like, oh, it's just music. It's just
But he's an R&B artist,
man. Yeah, so
and
what?
He
it's
sings
a lot
about
of niggas that make R&B music, and it don't sound like that, dog.
Yeah, but that's his music, dog. How
you giving this nigga too much credit, dog? He don't make music that good, dog.
What do you mean? Did you listen to his last project? He makes sex music. What do you mean?
Come on. That's what I'm not. I could never be a woman to date you because I would beat the shit out you. Like, you're not about to play with me like that, dog. You're not about to tell me what I heard and making it seem like this nigga is the fucking R. Kelly.
You got to get out your feelings.
Like
you got to get out your feelings.
Kelly. Jacquees cannot write music that good, because if he did, his career wouldn't be cold.
But listen to his career. Listen to his album before that. It's about talking about sex. It's the same thing. That's why I'm talking. I don't understand what you listening to that's different.
It's the chemistry.
Man,
but that's the chemistry because it's another female. Yes, it is. But that's my thing. But that's what he does. If you listen to his last project, the bed making what's name, it's the same damn thing. You just added a female to it. That's why I don't understand what the hell you be doing.
Nigga, it's when the way they was talking, the way that, oh, you my favorite, and this, that, and the third. Like,
yeah, no, you gotta put your foot down there.
Yeah, that's crazy. Ain't no way in hell, though. It was just too perfect. Like that music and what he was talking about, sitting here saying, oh, you was my favorite. I hope you ain't give it out to nobody else. Like, it seemed like even when Dej Loaf verse came in, it seemed like she was like, all right, yeah, you should have never even showed people this girl and brought her around. Like, that's what she was saying in the song, dog. I'm listening to the words. I know what I'm talking about.
And that's how you paint a picture.
Man,
like, you got to do your job.
You listen to what I'm saying. Paint a picture to get your ass beat. You're absolutely right. Call 911. You painted a perfect picture. It's time to square up. You absolutely right.
And that's why I say single now. You can't damn controlling, man.
I don't care, nigga.
Take your foot off the gas, bro.
I shout out to Deiondra Sanders. She got my complete full. Did you watch the videos of that, Joe?
I ain't watched
man. Oh my God, dog. That backdoor Joan was too, like, come on, dog. They laying in the bed. She half naked. Like, come on, bro. Dej Loaf, though, that's not even her body. She don't even do half naked. Dej Loaf 90% of the time is dressed up like a dude. And she literally in this video, they damn in the bed the whole video.
But like you said, if she cold as ice, you got to sell it. You have to sell it. Like, you can't just sit here and just throw anything out. You got to sell it.
You know what you can sell it? You can sell it just like you said, what is it? Dirk and Dej, y'all had on t-shirts and a basketball short, and that song so perfectly well. You sold that what is that?
That's who missing right there.
You and Future, like, come on now, dog.
That would have took it to the moon.
Man, no.
If you would have got a verse from Dirk.
No. There's no way. Shout out to Deiondra Sanders. I'm not mad at you, dog. Like, there's no way as a human you could tell me to sit through this, dog. I'm listening. Like, it's just like, it was just too flirtatious. Like, it was too like, that was, to me, was just too good. Like, listening to that was like listening to like a rapper who really sold drugs before. You know the difference between somebody who just, all right, I'm just saying whatever, and you know the difference between somebody who really talking that talk.
They dated before, right?
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, I didn't know that, because remember, what was this, a couple months ago when we played his ex-manager, and we played a clip of her talking about saying his mom really wish that you would have had you would have got Dej Loaf pregnant. And when she said it, I kind of was just like, all right, maybe this is just a manager just saying whatever. I ain't really paid no attention because nobody knew that this was an actual fact. Like, unless you're a super, like, I guess, fan of either one of theirs. With most people, I'm not saying here keep trying to shade them, but a lot of people not. I didn't know that. Like a young lady that followed me on Instagram, she DM'd me a bunch of stuff to his, like, I don't know who his sister is, but her and his sister was going back and forth via social media. She telling him, oh yeah, you should have never said nothing to my mother. I'm gonna pull up you, whatever the case may be. You ain't gonna be able to hide forever. Like, I didn't know. Like, even having the back and forth with the mom, and then she come and Deiondra coming out saying, oh, the mom be stealing money from him. Again, but that's why that lady ain't a manager no more. So a lot of this stuff may have been true. So that's what I'm saying here, saying when you hearing it and it's all playing out, it kind of gets you like, all right, well, cool. It may be some validity to how the way she feel, because it's a difference. Like, yeah, if you sit here saying I think realistically, she has been around enough entertainers to understand the entertainment business. But if there's actual real chemistry and a real camaraderie and a real relationship behind this, it's a lot harder for you to tell me to just sit here and say, hey, this is just business. Because realistically, they did a good enough know that. Like that, if they had a fake relationship, or if they had a real relationship, her fake relationship with Lil Durk is more popular than her real relationship with Jacquees. So that's my whole point of what I'm saying is, like, yeah, I get it. It's just the business, but I don't think realistically nobody would be comfortable with if this was just if this is actually your ex and what y'all talking about in the music, because it sounds like two exes that miss each other. Like, literally listening to that project sound like reading a text message. How would you feel if you sit here, go through your partner, or you not even if you go through their phone, or you just stumble like, hey, it's just on the counter, you walk past and you see a long text thread between your new partner and their ex, because that's basically what this was. It was like, oh, I'm not looking for it, but it's here. I'm listening to it. I'm sure you end up making music and you may be playing it out loud or whatever the case may be. I don't know, but listening to that music sound like two exes that extremely miss each other.
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's just the way you sell it and how the time and places, because it's just like even with the Usher's Confession, everybody thought that Confessions album was about Chili.
Yeah, but
the whole time it was Jermaine Dupri.
But look how many, but the perfect example though. But look how many years it took for them to even come out and tell the truth.
Right, and but that's what I'm saying. It's just how you going to sell your art. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole thing. You got to sell the product. I got to make it believable, and that's why I'm saying if that's your job, you won't have to take the back burner to it. You can't sit here and say, I don't want you performing. That's your job.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but then if that's the case, and let's just sit here and me playing devil's advocate on what you're saying, then if that's your job, but you just say he just put out another album. He just put out an album right before the baby was had. So they were still in a relationship already. You ain't had to do all that for that last album.
It ain't sell, dude.
It didn't sell. That's what I'm saying. Do you have
to? But let's be real though. I don't necessarily know if this album would have sold, because Dej Loaf just put out an album not too long ago. I know we ain't had no deep dive like we haven't right now on it, but I mentioned it. But just the whole perfect example is, to be honest, she giving them the best promotion right now, because people, guess what people want to do? People always gonna want to interview somebody who got a bunch of mess around their name right now. So even I seen them going on their press run. People, as soon as people are not gonna be able to help themselves but sit here and ask them about it.
And that's why you have to play. That's why I said, if I'm her, you have to play the role and into it and sell it. If you want this success, you want everything to go well, I'm going to play into it. I'm going to sit here and be like, oh, well, you know, I can't go this, I can't do that. You got to play the role. Like, at the end of the day, he's still coming home. You got to play into it. Is this a team? Are we not a team?
I hear you, but dog, I ain't gonna lie to you. Listening to that and watching that video was just made me, I get, at first I was kind of like, I'm 50-50, I get it. It's a part of the music business, but actually listening
to just like,
and that's the reason why I said it's a cheat code between the Party and Drake jump. Because let's be clear, like Drake, if you are a Drake fan before the Meek Mill's beef, I feel like this should be the perfect Drake album for you. Like, and that's why that's why I always sit here and say, people on the internet, you kind of have to be careful, because you're not gonna be able to prove the point to everybody. Because like for somebody like me, I'm a late Drake fan. I came after the Meek beef. I wasn't there before, but I'm listening to it. I'm not making it like I never heard Drake music before the Meek beef, but I understood first listening to it. Like, I'm into it. I'm like, oh, this just sounds like regular Drake. Like, I don't understand how people, if you ever liked Drake before, there's no way in hell you could tell me you don't like this version of Drake, unless you are a newer Drake fan. So like, if you became a Drake fan via the 21 Savage or him and Future when he kind of started talking a little bit more tough, then yeah, I can imagine like, yeah, I don't like this. But if you actually a real Drake fan and you've been riding with him since his first mixtape, that I can't realistically sit here and say how you don't like that project. But what I'm sitting here saying is the benefit of the Jacquees and Dej Loaf joint, it sounds like you're actually talking about something and to someone. Where the Drake joint is just seem like you're just talking in an empty space. Like there's not no, I guess I feel like it's almost not no relatability to it. Yeah, if you get women and you dating, you could probably try to make yourself feel like that. But me listening to the Dej Loaf and Jacquees joint, that it triggers an emotion where it's like, it sounds
it's more
like
believable.
No, it's more believable. Exactly, it's more believable, and it sounds like two people who actually got love for each other.
But then that's the problem right there with the whole Drake and parties. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the sexy song, but it's like it's no female tendencies. Like it's just for a female getting dressed ready for whatever. And like this is more of it's a couple thing. So that's why
I think it's the difference is the difference is there is it sounds like again we talking about it sounds like a dude who may actually just be dating but I'm single. I'm dating but I'm single, comparing it to two people who actually have been in that relationship together and they miss each other. Like this literally like again I'll keep highlighting that it sounds like this Dej Loaf and Jacquees don't literally sound like I'm reading a text message between two people who really miss each other and tried to date other people. And one of them may have took it too far via having a kid. And the very first song number 1 on that project literally is heard basically sitting here saying like, you know, you out of pocket for having that kid and showing this girl off to the world, but I'm cool with that. Like, okay, cool. We can move past it, but don't let it happen again type of situation. Like that's song 1 off the gate. So it's kind of just like I said, again, just to kind of shoot Drake and Party some bail. I don't think neither one of them in a relationship. That's not what that's not what their music is made for. I can't say that's where they go wrong because endless people who not in relationships.
No,
and
but
not looking for that type of intimacy when they're listening to the music. Some people just kind of want to live in the toxic space where it's like I'm cool. I want to sing and I want to vibe out. I might not have no emotions attached. Like for the people who gonna sit on social media and lie and say they would if you were freshly having, and that's the crazy thing about, especially like with the Shade Room and stuff. I'm like, bro, they're so 90. I'm gonna go out on a limb, and ain't trying to be stereotypical, but I'm gonna be honest. I think 90% of the women who probably even follow the Shade Room are fucking baby moms. So for them to kind of have no type of remorse for this girl, to me, be like, bro, this is crazy. Like y'all can't be serious. Like how you trying to just but again, that's how people get to lie via social media and act like you don't have no human tendency. Again, like I said, for somebody, the fake people will sit here and be like, okay, perfect, even tying it back into the Cardi and Offset thing. The fake thing would be, hey, I'm gonna act like I'm Drake and Party. I don't have no feelings. I'm just out here living my best life and I'm having one up. Cool. If I'm Offset, I don't care to see my baby mom's a fresh kid. We got a kid that ain't even 1 yet. Out on Valentine's Day with an NFL wide receiver.
That's your fault. That's not her fault.
No, this is what I'm saying. I ain't saying who fault it is, but it's people out here who will act like there's no emotion to it. And that is the people who will be able to relate to a Party and Drake song. But the people who got actual real emotion and you seen that video and you was like, damn, dog, that's tough. You're going to feel like Jacquees and Dej. So it's just like I said, I think there is a space, especially for humans. I think everybody kind of date differently. And I think if you listening to the music and actually digesting what people are saying in the music, you can kind of tell, yeah, this group of people who made an R&B project are single and just out here just enjoying life, but they're still dating. And then there's these two people who were in a relationship and sound like they never got over each other and they were just filling the void with other people until they can kind of find a way to get back to each other. So, I mean, like I said, that's
great marketing.
I mean, it's great marketing, but it's that to everybody's expense. Like I said, it's great marketing, but I don't necessarily know if I would want to be the person to, and it's probably realistically a rollout, to be honest. Like, if I'm really
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I said I can't
putting
get you.
a lot of.
I'm not about to sit here and get upset.
They're putting a lot of sauce on it. I do want to real quick play the clip of Deiondra Sanders when he was talking to Deiondra. Where's that clip at?
Okay, my heart should not be that small too.
I seen that. I'm like, damn. Even like, how tall is Kenny Smith? Because I feel like Kenny Smith ain't even that tall for. So
look at him to Ernie. Shit.
Where does Deiondra? Did they delete it?
Nigga come to his belly button. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Like, as a grown man, like, you kind of had no choice but to be funny for real, for real. Damn, what does Deiondra Sanders show that?
And the sad part, like you see him standing next to Steph Curry, like, God damn, this nigga really fucking.
How you doing, baby?
Anyway, so I can't play it. I didn't know they had music in the back of the joint. It's cool. But anyway, like I said, I do think it's a little bit more of the marketing a little bit. I'm not going to sit here and be too delusional. Like I don't understand how the internet works because I'm sure her landing on extra heartbroken, realistically, it will send people to rush and be like, oh, let me see what the hype is on this album. Let me go talk about it. Because of course, realistically, it won't have the numbers compared to a Party and a Drake. And real quick, just to even kind of address, I guess, with the Drake situation, I do see a lot of people sitting here saying, I can't say a lot of people. I'm just gonna say and say academics. Academics is trying to post and say that a lot of Drake fans cannot find the project on. I don't know what platform they use. Again, I don't use Spotify. No disrespect to Spotify, but I mean I use Apple and it's there literally. If you go on the hip hop jump, it's right here. It's the very first jump. Like that's Drake and Party. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like it's literally right next to the West Side Gun jump. It's the very first jump. If you go down to their Rap Life jump, that's Drake and Party. If I go down to the R&B jump, R&B. Drake and Party. I don't necessarily I don't know what I don't use Spotify, so I don't know. I don't know what other people use. Get your money up, pay your $10 to use your Apple Music. It's right there. It's literally on the R&B side, and it's the very first joint on the R&B side, and it's the very first joint on the rap side. So I don't necessarily know what they talking about when they saying that they can't find the joint. You can find it. And again, like I said, I do think realistically. I mean, I know it's the internet, so you can't control everybody, but I think realistically, bro, the beef is over, dog. You take Drake's first project next, it was an R&B joint. Like, bro, I get it. He threw a little jabs here and there, but it's not that. To me, it's like, bro, get over it. Like, you don't have to sit here. Because I think those projects are for two different things. Like, perfect example, I'm in the gym listening to music 90% of the time. So that listen was a lot. I had to force myself to listen so I can have a honest opinion on, okay, what I like. But realistically, I still may go listen if we talking about just workout purposes. Today my max bench was 275. There's no way you expect for me to listen to an R&B album trying to bench 275. It's not going to happen, dog. I would throw that GNX one. I would throw Squabble up on because you got to feel some type of way to be able to bench press 275. So I do think realistically in the world we live in, I think people try too hard for people to all want to like the same thing. You don't have to like the same thing. Some people like Wendy's, some people like McDonald's, dog. And I think that's when those, and I get it. I understand it's the internet. Everybody kind of wants their opinion to be the best opinion and be the most lit opinion. But bro, it's cool. Like you can like both. Like music is made for that space. Like I can't imagine me sitting here like I'm never going to listen to GNX again unless you ain't never trying to get piped up. Like I don't know. It's hard for me to kind of explain that one. But like I said, I think that Drake and Party joint is made for something completely different. Like they shouldn't even be compared. Like me, what I compared them to Dej Loaf and Jacquees is what you should be comparing it to. Mm-hmm. But not sitting here still trying to compare it to GNX. Like that don't even make sense. Like they're not even made for the same thing. Like the name of that project is sexy. What is it? Sexy songs for you? Like that. Right? That to me is like that's where it kind of like get frustrating and it kind of make you be like, bro, I'm tired of even people even talking about Drake and Kendrick both. Like it's a million other rappers who put out projects this Friday. And like shout out to West Side Gun. I'm not sitting here saying I was there for him on his jump, but that Stove God Cook, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I understand a lot of people give Maul hell because from Rory and Maul podcast, they give him a lot of hell because of his love for Drake. But one of the greatest rappers that he put people onto off of some like really on some underground, real live hip hop, really talking that street shit is Stove God Cook. I don't live nowhere near Connecticut or nothing. So it's no way on God's green earth I would have ever known who Stove God Cook was if he ain't put people onto him during the pandemic, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have not heard a bad Stove God Cook verse, and I couldn't tell you when I ever heard a bad joke. Like, bro, he be rapping. His punchlines be all brick talk, all sports talk. Like he be going crazy. So again, like I said, it's plenty of new music out there. Shout out to Coyle Ray. Coyle Ray got a couple jokes. Like
and now her shit right there, like the shit that she like I didn't listen to all, but like the couple of songs that I didn't heard, like you could tell like she hurting right now. Like that's why I say I feel like sometimes you make your best music at the moment in time.
No, yeah, of course when you're going through, but that goes back to the conversation we was having last week. I think sometimes with so many rappers are so worried about the numbers, even that's the biggest conversation going back and forth between blogs on Twitter right now or hip hop blog pages between who got the number most views or listened to on Spotify, is it Kendrick or is it Drake? So when you have those conversations, it's easy for a lot of rappers to get scared and not just drop music and emotions. Because you're absolutely right with that Coyle Ray jump, bro. That very first song, like she sound hurt-ish. Like she really sound like she's like if Deiondra Sanders could rap her and Coi Leray could go put out a project together right now. Like if she could sing or rap, her and Coi Leray could get in the studio because both of them are kind of going through the same thing. So you're absolutely right. Coi Leray was like, all right, cool. I'm going to put all my emotions in on a project. It's a short EP, I believe. The John like 6 songs or something like that. It ain't nothing crazy. So it's like it's a quick listen. How many John she got on here? She got 5 songs on it. So it's just my whole point of it, but it's still got, like you said, it caught her emotions because guess what? And she put it out on Valentine's Day because I'm sure there's a lot of women going through exactly what I was about to say, going through those same exact emotions during Valentine's Day because everybody ain't gonna be peaches and cream. And that's why I said even with the Drake and Party joint, I'm not mad at what they put out because it's people out here who are just dating. There's people who out here. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm sure it's somebody listening right now who spent Valentine's Day with somebody they're never going to speak to again in the rest of their life. There's people out here. It's people. No, you got to think. One, it's a lot of desperate people out here, and then it's a lot of women who may flirt a little bit extra hard and trying to throw the box somebody away because you just want to feel loved on Valentine's Day. You really wasn't looking for nothing serious.
But that's kind of crazy.
How? What's the difference? Some people may just look at it just like it's another Friday. The only difference will be is now you got to pull up this Friday. You had to pull up with some flowers and some candy or a balloon or something. But what would be the difference of you going out on another Friday on a date with somebody you never going to speak to again? Like that's just people in general.
Because what you just said, the expectation is Valentine's Day, so you do have to. It's
but
not
more
like
people, but that's what I'm saying though. But yeah, it's the expectation to it. But that expectations make way more people more desperate. So you may just be so pressed to just because we live in that day and age where you don't want to feel lonely. I'm sure there's women out here who went on a date with somebody they normally wouldn't go out with a date with on a regular Friday because they just didn't want to feel lonely.
That's crazy.
So that's my point, and that's why I said that to me, and that's why when we talk about music, sometimes you got to sit here and can't just take it at face value. You got to actually listen to the words and digest what you're listening to, because I'm sure it's a lot of people who are just dating empty souls. It's just like it ain't no substance to their dating history, and that's why I ain't mad at Drake and Party, because I know for a fact there's people out there on the whole entire Valentine's Day weekend were dating empty souls. Ain't no face to it, ain't no emotion attached to it. I'm just going through the vibes because it's Valentine's Day weekend. So it's just like realistically, I don't necessarily know what to tell people. So it's just like I think if you listen to music and stop trying to listen to it to make your point the best point on social media, I think realistically you will enjoy music a lot more. And I think realistically, again, we can kind of even tie that into the conversation we was having about just the one-on-one situation. The NBA, why the players are scared, because everybody is like you trying to be too front-facing and trying to be too perfect. You don't have to be perfect. Like, bro, you can take your L. Put your music out. Like, why would I sit here and hold music and you can keep dropping? Because perfect example, imagine if you waited. Damn, I'm gonna wait because I don't want to drop when Drake dropping or whatever the case may be. Now you dropped on Valentine's Day, bro. I can't even count how many projects came out. Like, it's so many projects that came out on Friday, bro. I'm talking about, it's ridiculous. Even from songs, there's so much new stuff that came out. So if you don't really got a real big name, and imagine what's the little dude? I don't know if he's from Chicago. I think he might be from Chicago, but he got the little song. It's called Giannis, and he got Polo G on the remix. He just put his project out, but I'm sure realistically that project, it's not a Valentine's Day joint, so it's not no theme pointed to this. You could have put this joint out a week ago, but now you waited, you put it out on Valentine's Day. Your jump may get stepped on because nobody really gonna be talking about it because everybody's trying to talk about Party and Drake, or everybody sitting here, or the people who may be hip to the Jacquees. Is sometimes you could put out music around some of these bigger holidays where you miss out because the big dog's putting out. And I'm sure now I seen Drake about to do what he about to do, the Wireless Fest in the UK. He about to do 3 nights. I'm 100% positive, even from not even just him saying it on a stage a week or so ago, saying he gonna put out more projects, but even listening to this jump, excuse me, this sound like something that, hey, I'm going to put out something else again towards the summertime. Like, this is just to get the pod. This is the kind of feel, see how people feel about me, and I'm going to try to feel my feet out and really try to figure out what I got going on, and I'm coming right back. You can just tell by the pace of the music, even listening to that Give Me Hugs on. Of course, and that's why sometimes I sit here and say, some people just really understand marketing. And Drake is one of those people who really understand marketing. Like, I don't even, and let's be clear, I don't know how true this backstory is, but so it was over what was that, Friday on Valentine's Day, Drake and Party paid for all people's dinners at this restaurant. And they said the chef at the restaurant was supposed to be Sen Santana's new dude that she's talking to. I don't know if it's her baby father. I don't know her dating history. Right? I don't, because she don't never post nobody. She never posts, so I don't know.
I thought that's who it is.
It may be her baby father. I don't necessarily know, but he's a chef at a popular restaurant in New York. And Drake was sitting here. Him and Party were paying for the meals, and it was sending out the card. Like when people were trying to go pay for their bill, the waitress was bringing it back like, "Hey, your bill has been paid by Party and Drake. Happy Valentine's Day." Like, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. That level of marketing and petty where it's like one little piece of separation. Not saying people on the internet, oh, you think Joe Budden gonna care? It don't matter if he don't care.
But it's marketing.
It's just marketing. And you're still going to talk about it. People want to talk about it. People are so invested in the Drake and Kendrick situation. People Google. Like, I didn't know that when I first seen somebody pick it up. I didn't know. I just thought, oh, it's just a popular restaurant in New York. But guess what people do? People are so engaged and indulged into their back.
Because I was kind of lost. I'm like, oh, ain't this nigga in Australia? What the hell?
But it don't matter. I mean,
but that's what I'm just saying. But when you see the headline, it was like New York City. I'm like, well, damn, what the fuck ain't he in Australia?
Yeah, of course. But that's my whole point. Still, we talking about marketing. We talking about now you get people to talk about something else because now they get to be like, okay, yeah, if the music wasn't cool, well, let me still go and sit here and see. Damn, what made him sit here and pay for at this restaurant? Okay, now you find out it's Joe Budden baby mother her new boyfriend. Like, it just make it funny. Even if Joe don't care, it still makes it hilarious. Like, oh, this nigga Drake is a different level of petty. Even for him to shout out Melissa Ford, and then shout out to Melissa Ford for leaning into it. Like, okay, yeah, you a legend from the 6. She leaned into it. So guess what they do now? Now because she leaned into it and she's still Melissa Ford. Now the Shade Room pick it up. Oh, and all these other blogs pick it up. So it just realistically, it just helped the marketing. Sometimes it don't. Listen, what I'm telling you, everybody will. There's not one.
I think you got to strategize your marketing.
Album.
You got to strategize your marketing.
You have to make it different because if it's not different, it's gonna fall on deaf ears. Because again, like I said, bro, it's literally
because he could have went at this and kept throwing shots, and that could have went the wrong way and took away from the whole project. But you took it as, all right, well, let me do it another way where I'm a shout out Melissa, throw my little shots at Joe and whoever else might catch a little
No, of course, but then guess what it is? I'm still going. It's
because they're gonna talk about it.
Because guess who? Joe Budden has the biggest hip hop platform. So guess what? Realistically, even if they didn't want to talk about it, there's no way in hell that Drake is going to give Melissa Ford a shout out. And even if they didn't say nothing, Joe Budden has a bigger enough fan base. His fans was going to talk about it regardless. If he didn't say not one word about it, just because this lady is on this podcast every day and people know her. And listen, guess what? It's a lot of people who are young enough that only know her from this podcast. There's a lot, and that's why even when they do the Throwback Thursdays, or even on Twitter, if you in their community, or but they do the Throwback Thursdays of Melissa Ford, because I'm sure there is a large group of people. Let's say somebody that's 21. I'm 100% positive somebody who's 21, the first time they ever heard of Melissa Ford is on Joe Budden podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So now for you to sit here and get to see her throw up like old video, and even Drake is a different type of hilarious when it comes to this type of trolling. Because what's that little plot twist page? Yeah. All he's been doing is posting up old Melissa Ford King magazine covers.
Mm-hmm. And that's where she a legend at.
But guess what? Even for her though, that's great marketing and promotion. Mm-hmm. Because she, wow, hell, that nigga, who else gonna promote her right now? Ain't nobody else outside of the podcast community thinking about Melissa Ford, talking about Melissa Ford. But now, guess what? All week long, all weekend long, she done been on every blog now. Mm-hmm. People posting her bathing suit pictures and all that. So guess what that's going to do? It's going to help her stock go up. And guess what it's going to do? It's going to help people still go back and listen to the music, because now guess what she did? She sit here and went and promote that song. Young Thug sit here and talked about that song. Kanye West, bro. It's just marketing. And that sometimes I do feel bad for smaller artists, because a lot of smaller artists won't never get that look. And I can kind of tie that into Gelo Ball. He performed at the All-Star Jump, bro. He's horrible. I'm not, listen to what I'm saying. Leangelo Ball is the male version of Ice Spice. Y'all remember how everybody wanted to clown Ice Spice when she did her first Rolling Loud? At least at that time, Ice Spice was thick, and Ice Spice could turn around and shake her butt because she was horrible at performing. So her go-to move, okay, the crowd ain't really feeling me, I'm just gonna turn around and twerk the munch. Leangelo Ball is a man, he can't twerk, bro. He performs, I'm talking about, he is god awful trash. And it was this one girl I was on Threads, and she was sitting here trying to write me back, oh, you sitting here, why people always got to find something to hate. It's not hate. I love hip-hop probably more than I love sports. I don't like to sit here and see he got to skip the entire line for a song that realistically people probably don't even care about this week. Mm-hmm. And that is the gift and the curse about having a viral hit song, because like, cool, this song was hot for a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks strong, and then everybody done burnt it out, because guess what? By the same way, realistically, if you follow too many blog pages, I'm sure, or blog pages, listen to podcasts or listen to radio show, I'm sure you're tired of even hearing about Kendrick and Drake. But I listen to, and the crazy thing is probably realistically by Wednesday, Like, and that's how, again, that's why you can't never discredit Joe, because I'm sure he probably by Wednesday was the only person people cared about hearing his Super Bowl take on the halftime performance. But if you sit here saying somebody dropping a podcast on a Thursday or Friday, I don't want to hear about it by then. And that's just because certain topics just get tired, they get stale, and you be like, everybody already gave their opinion about it. But again, going back into LiAngelo Ball, I'm like, bro, that's how I feel about that song right now. It's just like a topic that everybody that kind of already done. If you was gonna do your viral video, dance to it, all the comedians did their old throwback 2000s videos.
Because I kind of feel bad,
it's like
even with the whole remix. I mean, that shit gone and went. But
yeah, because of the song is it's a gone and went type of song. Like, who really cared, to be honest? Like, and the sad thing is, but again, for him, when I'm sitting here comparing him to Ice Spice, you skip the step where you should realistically, back in the day. I ain't even say back in the day. Let's say mid 2000s, early 2000s. If you had a hit record, that meant you was going to get booked to do clubs during All-Star Weekend, not actually perform in the arena. Like that. Like that's what I'm sitting here saying. Skipping steps, you cannot skip that step because you're going to look crazy. And people, anybody with common sense will be like, no, this is not hate. This is just horrible, dog. His Detroit Lions jump was super horrible. This one was like a little bit worse because it was like, this kind of like your arena, or at least this is your family's arena. Like the football jump was just like, all right, people were just like, all right, cool. Maybe the song was hot at that time. This is the first time people get to see you perform. But you performing at the All-Star jump, like, nah, dog. That was a horrible look. Like, that's just my point. Like, anybody else could have performed. Well, they didn't have to have no performance. And I do think realistically, because where the NBA is right now, they don't have no room to have that type of bad performance. Because that's what make people want to turn the channel, because that's how bad it was, dog. Like, again, that's why I'm saying he's the male version of Ice Spice, but the difference is, at least when Ice Spice, before she learned how to perform, and I ain't even saying she's the greatest performer now, but at least before that, she knew how to just turn around, let me shake these cheeks. He ain't got no cheeks to shake, so he just like, we just got to listen to this nigga like, come on, dog. Like, I might have been a little bit more happy if he would have brought Wayne out with him.
But I think this even goes back to when a lot of people say that whole Kendrick shit was boring and all that type of stuff. But like, all right, you see LaMelo up there. This is a hot song for the moment. He get up there performing. That shit is 10 times worse than what you saw at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but again, that's why I said it's. I mean, like I said, I understand with the Kendrick thing. It's just he just one of those artists that people gonna do deep dives with. And then sometimes realistically, that's the gift and the curse. You need it, because if people don't do no deep dives on it, then people kind of don't care, and you could be putting out some of the best music of your life and then nobody talking about it. Like, and that's the sad thing, and that is the scary thing about how music, again, like I just said, bro, it's literally probably, if you go on Apple Music right now and go on the hip hop side, there's literally probably 20 brand new projects that dropped this weekend. I got through maybe 3. Because it's Friday. I mean, we recording on Sunday, but you talking about it's Friday. So I mean, like, that's just, again, like, man, like I said, real quick, I guess the last topic on, I do want to play this T-Pain jump real quick, because he gave his opinion of what he thought about the Drake album. I'm not saying I agree with him. I do just kind of want to play it just real quick.
These trash songs that I recorded, I listen to them all the time. So here's my thing. I feel like he recorded a bunch of shit. In order to keep Party around, you can take 10, 15 of these songs, put a verse on them, Party. That's our album, bro. The songs are already recorded. The songs are already recorded. These are all the songs that didn't make my previous albums. Go for it, bro. Put verses on these songs. Yeah, there's 5 to 7 solo Drake songs that didn't make other albums. It's not saying that they're bad. I'm not saying that they're bad. These are just songs that didn't make albums. Or Party, or the other way around. Or Party came in with the album and was like, hey, Drake, can you put verses on these particular songs?
And again, like I said, to me, again, kind of going back to my point from last week is, I think just realistically, if rappers put out more music, more consistent, not even just rappers. I mean, I don't know, it might be a little bit harder for singers, but let's just stay on rappers. If they put out music more often, I don't necessarily know if people even give people room to actually critique it the way they try to now. Because I think just realistically, it leaves like, because it's just so hard to digest a certain, just like that. It's almost like you kind of even just, because I compared it to Gucci last week, but I can kind of almost compare it with the NBA. Like, just think about how many, because it's 82 games, or even like baseball, because it's 160 games. They're so hard to digest and have a deep dive on. It's harder to have a deep dive on game 20 in the NBA season, and it's 62 more to go. It's hard to sit here and give you a hot take on a baseball game, and you could be weak. It could be game 40, but you still got 120 to go. So it's kind of, it makes it a lot harder. And I think that's the thing I think artists have to get back into is just keep dropping music, dog. People gonna like what they like, and you cannot, if you try to please everybody via social media and try to have everybody rooting and riding for you the way academics ride for Drake, bro, it's never gonna work. I'm sorry. Like, it's too hard because it's like, it's too much other stuff going on. Because perfect example, like, oh, people like, oh, look at the numbers is down. Because yeah, people may be watching the All-Star game right now. People may have watched the dunk contest last night. Like, yeah, of course, Valentine's Day, people are literally out trying to find a vibe and music to listen to. Did I expect for it to go down on Saturday? The number, of course, because guess what? Realistically, most humans, if you into just hip hop culture, whatever, you might be just watching the All-Star game, and you may have it on, and you want to hear what Kenny and them saying, or you want to hear Vince Carter and them talking on the dunk. Like, it makes it a lot harder to even listen to music, and I think that's why another reason why I don't think rappers, artists, whoever should sit here and pay attention to the numbers so much, because when you make love to the numbers, you're going to sit here and you're going to be scared to put music out. Because tying into what T-Pain said, what if this music was music they already had? Cool, then just keep releasing it. Again, that's why I said shout out to Coyle Ray for putting out music in real time.
But don't you think that, I think that's probably the problem right now, because they can't release, just keep releasing. And I think that's what we kind of missed. We missed the mixtape era where, you just put shit out and ain't no repercussion. You know what I'm saying? Like, you give it to a DJ, oh, drop this, this is
of course that's what we missed. Come perfect example. What's the fat white dude? Or I don't know if he white or he mixed. Whatever, the red haired nigga that say cheese always be posting them, but he be doing the freestyles. He sound like Jeezy. I think what's his name? Belly Gang something. Bro, all his good raps is on YouTube. I'm not going to YouTube to listen to somebody freestyle. Like, I wish they was on streaming platforms. I go all the time like, damn, I wish somebody would just put up his jokes. But I know realistically, because you got to get the beat cleared or whatever the case may be, it's a lot harder, so you can't do it. So now they got to stay on YouTube. I do think that is the worst thing for rappers. Like, that suck, because realistically, people who sit on all day and listen to music on YouTube probably are kids. It's not even somebody of a certain age, so it's kind of just like, bro, it kind of go on deaf ears a little bit. So like I said, that's it. I don't have too many more crazy takes on it. Like I said, you gonna like it or you don't like it. I do think I even seen Party, I want to say, before we came in here and started recording, I seen he posted up a Jonah's Instagram story like, bro, this album ain't for you to have hot takes and deep dives on. It's meant for you to go get some cheeks to. And that little, what's that Nokia song? The girl's gonna make that. And that's my last take about Drake before we change the topic. Bro, that he will always find a way to make songs hot because he actually got the baddies on his side. No, I seen so many. I seen Ruby Rose, I seen Lotto, and a bunch of other Instagram, the workout girls. So trust me, Monday, and the people are off on Monday. I'm 100% positive. If you are a man and you follow any of the workout girls Monday, because most people ain't got to go to work, or if they work for the government, they ain't got to work on Monday. I guarantee you, every girl that did workout will have a video working out to that Nokia song before Tuesday. Every workout girl, I promise, they can't wait to find a new song to sit here and help and give you a thirsty picture to. They gonna do it. And Lotto, not even a workout girl. She on the Stairmaster listening to the Nokia joint. I'm telling you, that song is going to go up because the baddies gonna make it go up. There ain't no man who gonna sit here and just not be lusting.
That's the one when they call it the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bro, if you sit here, you just imagine if you deep scrolling on social media and you just see 20 baddies come back to back playing that same song. Now you're like, damn, this song's stuck in my head. And then you're gonna hear just a and like, you go by the end of the week, I guarantee you, if you stay on social media long enough and you follow enough beautiful women, mark my word, I'm saying this on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, whenever you hear this, I guarantee you by next Sunday, you gonna catch yourself in the house and Brittany and you be like, why the fuck am I keep saying this stupid shit? Why do I got this dumb melody in my head? You know why? Because you're a horny nigga just like me, and you followed enough baddies, and now that song that got brainwashed in your head. Because the new radio is social media. If you follow enough baddies, I promise you, they're gonna make whatever song they like popular. The same way with the Viking joke. That Viking song got popular. Why? Because all the pretty girls got up against the wall and started doing the little dance to it. It's gonna happen, dog. There's certain things you cannot deny, and I think you are an idiot if you sit here on social media and try to argue with people. This just is common sense. It happened too many times, and you ain't about to tell me the biggest artist in the world can't make a song work. Like, come on, dog, stop. We gotta be serious at one point in time. I feel like let's get a little bit more real life, because this one, I ain't gonna lie to you, this was a crash. This deserved to crash out. Oh, matter of fact, we're dating. Here we go. This
see us in our natural state before they get in a real relationship with us. Whenever I've heard a man say, let me see what you look like with no makeup. Let me see what you look like without the hair. I feel that man is telling you that he does not have the money to finance your beauty upkeep. Don't come over here thinking that I'm going to go to Sephora, get you some makeup. So I need to see you without all that, because I want to strip you of all that because I ain't got it. When a man says that to you, he wants to strip you of everything. He doesn't want you to have the thought process of maintaining yourself.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I don't care what y'all say in 2025, bro. And I know that people love to sit here and say, take the podcast equipment away and try to always tie it into men, bro. I'm talking about the worst takes that you sometimes will ever hear come from a stupid woman mouth. And I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm a fan of Jessie Woo, but I see a lot of her clips and they be cool. Like I like her clips when she do TV reviews, but that was some of the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. No, I want to see what you look like without your makeup on because I'm watching you in this video and I can tell clear as day that you got your face is damn near two-tone. Like when it get closer to your eyes, it's super light and the rest of your skin is dark, bro. No, I want to see what you actually look like in real life. Like, what are we talking about? Like, that just to me was like the dumbest thing. I'm trying to strip you of your beauty. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, you're making it like makeup is fucking $1 million. Like, come on, dog, can we be serious at one? Like, be for real. Like, that'd be my point. Like, that'd be like women try to sometimes, especially on the podcast, you try to say something super outlandish and think that there's gonna be a bunch of people. Oh, girl, go eat them up. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. These broke dudes. Like, no, some stuff is just stupid, dog. Like, it's just dumb. I don't care what you're talking about. Like, I just want to see what do you look like without, because I know for a fact the same way a woman wants to see a man without that damn Beijing in his head, I want to see you without all this makeup on, bro. Because I know it's a different thing. And if I know my hairline in real life look like Stephen A, but the barber just sprayed me down and got me looking like one of Diddy's sons, like, come on, dog. She gonna want to know the difference. She know in real life. Perfect example. None of us don't know what Jalen Rose hairline look like in real life, bro. He might look like Stephen A. Smith, but we don't know. You know why? Because he always got 50 shades of spray on his head. Like, what are we talking about, dog? So you sit here and see it. So
somebody just said that on early on the thing. Talking about when you got the fro, it looked more crispy than I guess because he got the little haircut.
Yeah, he got the haircut. I'm like, bro, it just look crazy, but that's the same thing with the makeup, bro. Like certain Jones is like, I know this ain't what you look like in real life. I know your eyes ain't super chinky, girl. You too black for your eyes to be chinky, bro. I'm trying to see what you look like in real life, dog. Take them lashes off. When them lashes beat to the guy, like, bro, you look like a whole different person. Like, people got to stop lying to yourself, dog. I know for a fact.
Post your picture from 2010. You bet you won't do that.
No, I don't even care about that because people gain weight. I just want to see
no,
what you
but
look
not
like
even a gain weight.
But
That's but you wasn't wearing makeup back then. That's what I'm just saying. Like, yes, the makeup game is 10 times better now than it was back then. And that's what you said. He don't want to take care of your maintenance and all that. But what was you doing before when you didn't have it?
Yeah, I'm cool. I ain't gonna hold you. Like that to me is just different. Like, bro, just take the makeup off. Like, let's be serious. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, because we were talking about heartbreak and we talking about relationship stuff. I should have came right with this. Man, shout outs to my man. What's his name? Emmett on what's the name of that show? Oh, The Shy. Dog, I did not know that Emmett could sing like that, dog. Because I'm like I said, I'm not a huge R&B person. I'm looking at it on the Jasmine brand, but I didn't know, the girl that Joey Badass got pregnant, him and her used to date each other.
Yeah.
And again, going back into like we said with the Jacquees show, I wish I could play music on this show. He literally, and you see everybody in the comment section saying, you ain't even say her name, but we know what it is, and we feel for you. Like, it's endless women in the comment section. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, he smoked that. And that's my point of, I can respect somebody with that brutal level of honesty in your music. Because let's be clear, most people, especially over a certain age, you have had that feeling. If you don't have it, I'm not saying you gotta have it today, but you may have had that feeling before where you sit here and say, somebody you actually love and y'all break up, they move on, and then they end up going to go get pregnant by somebody else, bro, that's going to hurt your stomach. I don't care what you're talking about. So again, when we talk about with Coyle Ray, putting it in the music, putting your real feelings on wax in real time. So when people hear it, they can be emotionally attached to the music because they can feel it. Somebody, like I said, I don't have to necessarily be going through it today, but that don't mean I never went through it before. So me hearing it was like, damn, that's crazy. And then I'm looking at it like, I can only imagine, like, this is a beautiful girl. She a good actor, whatever the case may be. I can only imagine how that feel. And I don't necessarily, and I'm sure from when I listened to him, I would say he did his interview. It was on the Breakfast Club. His more recent interview was on the Breakfast Club, and it didn't sound like they had a messy breakup. It sounded like they just probably was like
Emmett was doing Emmett.
Nah, it just sounded like they might have just kept bumping heads because they both young. Or maybe I couldn't, like, he didn't really go into full detail because when they talked about it, he started to blush and Charlamagne made a joke or whatever the case may be. So it kind of like they kind of stirred away from the conversation. But it didn't sound like whatever reason why they broke up, he didn't try to make it seem like they left on bad terms. So I can imagine if you and somebody just to see and say, y'all wasn't on the same page at that time. Like, y'all just broke up because y'all couldn't get on the same page. So you just, like, it was a clean breakup. It wasn't no disrespect. Y'all never had bad terms. Y'all never talked about each other bad. And then that person moves on in the next relationship and get pregnant. Bro, that shit gonna hurt your soul. Like, what's that ether to make your soul burn? Like, dog, that's what's gonna happen. Like I don't care. And again, like I said, I know we live in a day and age where people don't want to be real and don't want to be honest about those feelings. Even while we stand on R&B again, shout out to LMA. She put out a joke. Everybody in their mother was like, Jason Taylor must be the greatest boyfriend of all time. Because she on the joke singing, talking about like she just put out a one like a I guess not an acapella joke because the music playing, but she just put out a cover joke on her TikTok page. And she's singing this joke and she talking about running his bath water and warming up his food for him. Though everybody in the comment section just losing their mind, like, oh, Jason Tatum is going crazy in the box. Like that's all you see on the comment section on her TikTok page. And I seen this joke on the R&B page on Twitter. That's all because guess what we talking about? We talking about raw emotions. People can, if you can really express yourself well on music when it hits other people emotionally or they can hear the emotions, it's just going to make people feel a different type of attachment to that song. So again, shout outs to LMA and shout outs to Emmett from the Shy. I feel them, dog, because that's a beautiful girl. I'm not going to lie to you. And I can imagine if him and her was in a nice time, decent relationship, like let's just say you got 5 years in with somebody, y'all young, and you may feel like in your mind, we may be able to spin a block again. Because I'm sure, like, let's be clear. If I'm him, I see her happy with Joey Badass in my mind. Okay, Joey Badass, a nice looking dude. His career going up. He'll probably end up cheating on her, and I can get her. I can try to shoot my shot again. But then when he locked the town down, now it's a dub. You know it's over. Now it's gonna hurt. You know for a fact there ain't no spinning that block. It's over. Because even if Joey Badass eventually end up being a trash dude and she come back or she becomes single again, now she's single again and she got a kid.
It don't matter. If you want her, you want her, right?
Yeah, but it's a difference between if she leave you without one and then come back with one.
That was your fault for not giving her one. Now you can come back and y'all can make it. Y'all can have your own child. That shouldn't stop you if that's who you really want to be with.
You know, Mikey ain't doing no shit like that.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt, though. I'm not saying I won't, but that's gonna hurt. Like
you gonna have to get over it. Either you want her or you don't. If you want,
because that's I think that's my only thing is just what would stop you, even if she comes back with yes, of course she had a child, but if you really love this person, why is it stopping you from? No,
because you're missing what I'm saying. Because now would have said if y'all still never get a chance to have a kid and you just sign up to be a stepdad. Now you're gonna make me sound like TK Kirkland.
But that's fine. If you really love her, that's who you want to be with, right?
Nah, I still would, but yeah, I might love her and I wanted to be with her, but in my mind of really loving her before y'all broke up was to have a kid and have a family together.
But maybe you didn't
want that though. I think because he redid the Chris Brown song, right? That's
that's what everybody doing that.
And he couldn't, maybe obviously from the song, that's not what he was. So at the time she wanted it, you didn't want it. Okay, so she moved on. They broke up, she got a baby. Now you had a time to make it right. Make it right.
Get that out your heart, man.
I don't know. I hear y'all. I don't know.
It's just a baby. You act like what?
Yeah, it's just a baby, but it's the thing that we thought about and we planned out. No,
but he didn't plan it because I think that's why they probably one of the reasons why they not together.
No, but let's say that is one of the reasons. But I'm sure because realistically, he probably put his career first. So cool. Like most people probably do sometimes, especially in the entertainment business. And that is a lot of the reasons why their relationships go left because one person ready to have a kid and the other person isn't. So I get it. I understand that. But still, we still had those conversations. In my mind, it was probably that you could wait a little bit longer or, hey, maybe we're going to have one in 3 years because financially we both wasn't ready yet. Like we both was sitting here trying to be aspiring actors. Because let's be clear. I mean, I'm not sitting here shitting on her career. I know she was on BMF, but I don't know what else she was on. So I don't know how big her acting career is compared to his. And his ain't the biggest. It's like he in some good, like his mainstay is okay. He Emmett from the Shy. Like I'm not saying he hasn't been on other stuff, but that's kind of his Tariq moment. His Tariq moment is Emmett from the Shy. I don't like he still be in other stuff, but it ain't as big as Emmett on the Shy. So I can kind of understand like some people just are a little bit more smart. And let's be clear. If y'all live in today's Trump world, y'all better be a little bit more smart about having kids as well. And we'll get into that in a minute when we talk about Anthony Edwards and Lil Baby's first baby mom. So I think sometimes with some people, it's kind of just like, I'm not saying that I didn't, because if you sit here saying, if I never wanted to have kids, then cool, I wouldn't care. You can come back with 10 kids and I probably wouldn't care if that was just where I was at. I didn't want to have kids anyway. You're absolutely right. But if one of our things that we constantly talked about in our 5-year relationship was, oh, damn, I can't wait for us to have kids and we planned on what type of we was going to name the kid. Oh, I wanted a little boy. I wanted a little girl.
How long am I supposed to wait? I'm supposed to wait for you to be ready to have kids. What if you?
No, I ain't telling you to wait for me to have kids, but you went and got in another relationship. And I didn't, and probably realistically, let's be clear. You know how some people, if you have a clean breakup, you feel like, we'll get back together one day. Like this is not forever. This is not the end of the world. We'll revisit this again one day.
You do?
You can't always bet on that.
Hell yeah, but if you don't have a bad breakup, bro, we listen to what I'm saying.
What's a good? But that's what I'm saying. If you broke up, but
it's just like you can just stop talking.
You don't just stop talking. You break up for a reason.
No, bro, it's the same way people ghost people.
But it's for a reason. You ain't just ghost just a ghost. You ghosted for a reason.
The relationship may have just got stale, and then we might have just kept running. We were running into a dead end.
Right, but so that means y'all wasn't on the same page. So it ended.
Yeah.
So it's no movement. It's nothing else further. Why am I spinning the block then? Because if it was still going, we would have kept going.
Because you may become a new person 5 years from now. I may see something completely different than you 5 years later. You may have grown as a person to a complete different level now.
But that's what I'm saying. But when you say, we ended up we broke up on a good term, and I could spin the block again, but we ended for a reason.
Yeah, because at that time let's just see and say, okay, let's just paint a picture. Let's just see and say 5 years ago, I financially wasn't ready to have a relationship to the point where I can go buy a ring and we can move on and we can now get engaged or work on getting a place together. Like maybe I just couldn't at that time. I couldn't afford it, so I felt like this relationship was going to go on a dead end. I didn't want to. As a man, I didn't know how to express myself that way, so I just kind of cut the relationship off. And I only cut it off because I knew for a fact I wanted to marry you, but I couldn't afford to get the ring, and I didn't know how to tell you that because I didn't want to sit here and feel like I was stringing you along because we already been together for 5 years and I haven't proposed to you yet. So that's a clean breakup. That's just me. That's not. It's not clean because I'm sure the woman probably would have like, damn, you could have just been honest with me. You could have told me that. I would have been okay with it, and I would have thugged it out with you because I really loved you. But most men don't know how to express themselves and got too much pride and ego, so you won't even allow yourself to say that. So cool. Now the relationship is over. Now that I done got myself together, if I'm just keeping it, if I'm Emmett. Now that I done been in this Shy, we on season 6. Shit, they already done renewed us for a season 7. So I'm good money now. Like I'm secure. I'm secure in my acting career. I'm at least secure in this show because now this show ain't even it's like a family type of show now. So I'm good money. I know I'm gonna be here for a break.
But then that's my question. Then how you still my type? That's why I'm saying when you say we stopped talking for a reason or whatever the case may be, what makes you say I can still spin the block and come back into your life and still be the same person that you like? Because I feel like that's what I'm saying. If we broke up for a reason. It ain't like, all right, I'm gonna just put it on hold and I can come back to the game later on. We broke up, we stopped talking for a reason. So I moved on, I experienced other things. So that's what I'm saying. So now she's with Joey Badass. Joey Badass was ready to have kids and do all this blah, blah, blah. Now what's to say, all right, how I know you really gonna commit to me? Because you said you ain't had money, you wasn't financial. What if you lose your job when we got back together? Then what? I'm stuck back at the square one we was at before.
No, of course, for sure. I ain't disagreeing with that. Real quick, just to the sidebar. Bro, shout out to Sweetie. And the reason why I want to say shout out to Sweetie because she is one of those artists where it's like, again, when we talk about sometimes where the numbers and stuff don't matter because Sweetie is not like a super crazy numbers type of person. But Sweetie, I don't know how she do it, bro. But she stays in commercials. She stayed with endorsements. She stayed at the right event. Yeah, she's very likable. She's very likable. She's very marketable. And she literally always there. And that's to me the only thing I can think of because it's not like, oh, Sweetie Sweetie ain't had a hit record in a minute. But she literally has always at the right places at the right time. She's always at the big events and she's like there like, and these companies highlight when she's at the big events.
She's a commercial darling.
And she's like, so again, like I said, just shout out to Sweetie. And shout out to I remember one thing I can say, I do think a little bit, I can see the NBA is kind of overdoing the social media part a little bit because even like having Mr. Beast there, but I get it because they're still trying to tie in a younger age group because realistically, they probably have just done a horrible job at marketing their younger players. Like I do think realistically that's probably the worst thing that the NBA did is they put too much emphasis on trying to promote Giannis and the Joker, and they just don't have what it takes to market American sport. I understand like you're trying to brand and market to people in Europe. You want the game to be more more worldly game. But I think realistically, just we talking about what the NBA is known for. I think they just did a horrible job at like you fumbled the ball with the giant Ant thing. And I get it. They still trying to figure out how to make Ant work. But I just think realistically, you kind of just, you fumbled that ball though. Like I
can't say you fumbled the ball. I mean, you got to go with hot.
They not hot though. And that's the point. Like,
who's not hot?
None of them.
John and
no. I'm not saying no. John and Ant is, but I'm talking about like even just perfect example. And I think even we can kind of tie this into just like even with Nike. I just thought about even with Nike, like it's like they got too much on their plate sometimes. Like, and that's why even with Nike, they still kind of lean into the LeBron James thing. Like to me, and LeBron James being, you talking about this? What's this? His 20, his year. What's the year 22? So this is his 20. His what? 21 or 22? LeBron. Like, bro, it shouldn't be. That shouldn't still feel like that's your biggest shoe. Like it's still like anytime you look at any of the shoe pages, like it seems like they still put so much emphasis on promoting LeBron James, where it's like he should. Like, even when I sit here and say like I thought it was corny that he sit here and waited the last minute to sit here and say he wasn't gonna play in the All-Star game. Like, bro, that to me was corny. Like you sit here and rob one of these other younger players, and you could allow Ja to be in the All-Star game. Like, because people want to see it. Like, look, even with Mac McClung winning the dunk contest, shout outs to White Mac. He is holding the NBA whole entire Saturday weekend in the palm of his hands. The 3-point shooting contest is mid. Like, I know y'all try to gas in the sites and like, oh, this the next thing is taking over the dunk. No, it's not, dog. It's not. Because that is just like, it could be hit or miss. Like, fucking, what's my man name? Buddy Hill, he had an amazing round 1, and in the round 2, he stuck the joint up. That 3-point contest was boring as hell, bro. Dame Lillard ain't even make it to the jump. Like, no, dog. It's cool. Like I said, again, shout outs to Mac McClung. Mac McClung is literally Mr. Saturday. They don't just keep trying to sit here and say, oh, he's saving the dunk contest. No, Mac McClung is holding down the whole entire Saturday, dog. Like, people is watching for Mac McClung. He literally is next level when it comes to his dunks. I don't necessarily know.
I don't know if he's next level. It's still like the same, but he's so small. He's creative and he's small. And small. Because if you're looking at it, he's doing the same. No, he's doing the same dunk, but because he's so small and he's creative with it, it always looked tight. And like he's taking the same book out of Jason Richardson. Jason Richardson kept doing the between the legs, but he kept doing it different ways, and that's how he won them dunk contests. But that's my whole point, though. Because even with the NBA, I think realistically, and I don't want, because y'all know I'm super pro black, so I don't want to make it seem like I don't want the athletes to get paid. But you can tell the difference between when athletes need the money. Perfect example. Just pay attention. If you pay attention to the WNBA, the way they playing right now, like, bro, realistically, they had the biggest. They going into the All-Star break right after. Think about literally right after the Super Bowl. Going into All-Star weekend, everybody talking about the one-on-ones at Unrivaled. That's not even the WNBA, but these is just the women from the WNBA. That was the most talked about thing via sports. Every All-Star, every time they interviewing somebody in the All-Star, one of the men from the All-Star game, like, hey, what you think about the one-on-ones? Would you do it? Would you be up for it? So my whole point of with that being said is because they need the money. They want the money. So 200 bands to them seem like a lot. Like, that's nothing. Bro, Anthony Edwards this season already got fined over 200 grand. Like, Adidas is even using that in their promotion for his new shoe. They showing all his fines. But that's just my point where he don't need the money. So now he don't have no emphasis on, hey, go be in a dunk contest. Oh, you didn't gauge Ja this back. Like, the only thing, and Ja might want to sit here, he don't need the money, but it may be a little bit more intriguing to him because Ja didn't find him. We're not find him. You sit here and messed up his joint where he couldn't get the max because he missed too many games because of the suspension. So it's just a little bit different where you can kind of just tell the difference between when athletes are hungry. Oh, we gonna compete. Yeah, listen to what I'm saying. If you actually are a basketball fan, if you got HBO Max, go on HBO Max and just go watch them ones. Like them 1v1s, bro. It's so exciting. And again, I told y'all this a million times, even when we was talking about female rappers. Just when I just even talked about Sweetie, women are always going to be more marketable because they are allowed to be their natural self, emotion-wise, swag-wise, whatever. How they show up, it's easier for people to buy into that. So it's easier for you to fall in love to a storyline with the women. I'm kind of mad. I'm like, damn, like both of the young Mystic stars was hooping in this Unrivaled jump.
They
made to the finals, right?
Yeah, shout out to Aaliyah Edwards. Aaliyah Edwards made it to the finals. But even Sha'Carri Austin, she from the DMV. Shout out to Sha'Carri Austin, and she played for the Mystics as well. But she kind of haven't really got to play like that because she been dealing with injuries. But just still, my whole point of that, I'm kind of mad. Like the way both of them been balling, I'm like, damn, I wish the Mystics ain't playing Southeast. That's one thing I do wish the Mystics would realistically what it did is. You could have brung that arena. If you could have brung that arena somewhere in PG County, one, I do think those games will sell out 100 times more because you got like, bro, y'all literally in the heart of the hood, dog. I ain't that geeking to go see no WNBA game to go pull up in the trenches. Like, I don't understand who came up with that idea. I'm sure it probably had something to do with some government funding or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, because that was name right there too.
Yeah, dog. But I ain't coming up in that shit's in the hood. And you talking about in the heart of the hood during the summertime? Yeah, I'm cool, dog. I'm cool. But again, like I said, shout out to the women with the Unrivaled joint. Again, I told y'all when we talk about sometimes we talk about basketball. That's why I said when me and Mark was talking about it last week, cool. I love Angel Reese, but we talking about pure skill, Nafisa Collier. And that one-legged fadeaway, I was like, bro, she just proved me so right. Oh, that one-legged fadeaway is the coldest shit I've seen since Dirk Nowitzki. Bro, that just like that first game, Aaliyah Edwards beat her the first game. The final game was the first to win out of 3. It was a 3. So whoever the first one to win 2 games. The first game, the best out of 3. Aaliyah Edwards beat her the first game. Bro, that second game, she was like, all right, cool. She waited a little bit. Third game, nigga, she went to that fadeaway literally every time for them 11 points. That one-legged fadeaway, I was like, bro, this is literally the female version of Dirk Nowitzki. That one-legged fadeaway is dope. Oh my god, that one-legged fadeaway the real deal. But like I said, I hope the men bite on it. I'm sure they probably won't because a lot of them even said it. I even played the clip of Kyrie, him even talking about it. It just don't sound like they like you scared. That ego and that pride gonna hold them back from actually wanting to do it.
I think it all depends on how you do it.
The Unrivaled League, the women,
yes,
they got down with that one-on-one tournament.
Yep.
What do you think about doing one of those here at the All-Star game?
I'm open to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when there's smoke, there's fire, and that's that fire on one-on-one.
We actually get it happen though. Everyone's so embarrassed to like be embarrassed.
I don't think anybody's embarrassed. I just think that there has to be an appreciation there first of what you do, because you got to commentate it a little bit differently than you do 5-on-5. There's an appreciation for seeing a 1v1 matchup that I think goes beyond just what the traditional space is now. So maybe if we create that, I'm with that.
And if you saw,
and a matter of fact, I do, and that's why I wanted to play that clip because what he said is true. It's absolutely true because you can't. The way you commentate on that game on a 1v1 is completely different between the way you would commentate on just a regular 5-on-5 game, and even just the space for that. Like I do feel like realistically, that space on just how women kind of even talk about basketball, like that space, even just like even for me now, like when I create videos talking about women basketball, I only post it on Threads or Twitter. I don't even do nothing else because that community of people who talk about basketball talk about it completely different compared to the way the NBA Twitter is, or the way Charles Barkley and Shaq and them call games. It's completely different. Even if you compare it, like Lisa Leslie compared to Shaq, like the way they speak about players is completely different. So you're going to get a different speaking point. And I think that is realistically what Kyrie's saying. His hand, like if you go back and listen to the way they were commentating and announcing those games is completely different from the way they do the 5-on-5. So it's kind of just a completely different feel of it. So it's like, yeah, it's different though. I ain't gonna lie to you. I appreciate it though. Yeah. That one-on-one, like I would love to see Kyrie go one-on-one. Like him and Steph play one-on-one, but I get it.
But you gotta do it. I think for the men,
they got too much ego.
No, I mean,
yeah, the ego down, and you're gonna be so pressed to run it back. Like it's a different for women because it's like.
But that's why I say I think if they do it like the Kings of the Court, where you got to do a 3 dribble max. You only can take 3 dribbles. So that kind of you got to get to your move quick, fast, and you know what I'm saying. Like because I feel like even with the unrivaled, yes, they can do their little, you know what I'm saying. But I feel like once you give it that limitation, it ain't too much you can do.
Yeah, but then they take away from the people who like if I'm somebody who can get to I'm going to try to go to the basket, and you kind of take away from my game.
No, you're not. 3 dribbles, that's your game.
How I'm gonna get if Giannis checking me? How I'm gonna get to 3 dribbles into the rack on Giannis? How?
That's how they play it. Bad people who play basketball, that's what they play. 3 dribbles. You dribbling all damn day, that ain't gonna get you.
But no, they got a shot clock on it.
No, but that's how when you watch the USA, when that USA basketball do their little what's name, they playing 3 dribbles. Anybody who plays basketball, they play 3 dribbles when you playing 1-on-1. Because that's instead of you just dribbling the ball all goddamn day out there on the key, you got 3 dribbles. You got to make your move.
I don't know about the 3 dribble thing, but
yeah, you got to make your move.
Shot clock, do a shorter shot clock like they do on the unrival. I ain't the 3 dribble shit. I'm cool on that because now I feel like that's too much of a jump shooting thing. Like you just gonna be literally just shooting jumpers the whole time. Niggas don't want to see that. And we had this conversation all the time. That's why I keep telling y'all. So again, I'm gonna be always the lone wolf on that. Bro, nobody wants to see a bunch of people shooting threes all day. Niggas want to see people, like, niggas miss the dunk contest. Like that, look how, a perfect example, even for the NBA, how they sit here and say, this was the most viewed dunk contest. Bro, people like dunks. I don't know who tried to sit here and tell y'all that lie, that dunks ain't fire. Niggas want to see niggas get crossed up, and niggas want to see people get dunked on. Nobody wants to see somebody pull up and just shoot threes all day. And that's what make the games boring. Like, even this jump right now, like, every time I glance up, somebody shooting a three, like, bro, nobody want to see that. I want to see somebody get dunked on. Like, that's what made the All-Star game. Like, niggas getting dunked on. Niggas doing Tracy McGrady doing the alley-oop to himself. Like, Steve Frank, like, man, I'm cool, bro. I'm cool. I'm old, so I ain't going to argue about it.
Again, discussing mass layoffs, the median home price in Washington, D.C. has fallen by around $139,000. In 30 days, nearly 4,000 homes have been listed for sale in and around Washington, D.C. In November 2024, the median house in Washington, D.C. was worth around $699,000, according to Redfin. Today, the median home is worth $560,000, marking around a 20% drop in around 3 months. There are almost 8,000 homes for sale in the Washington, D.C. metro area. Nearly half of these homes have been listed over the last 30 days. Just a reminder, the link to my newsletter on Substack is in my bio. We still don't know if TikTok is eventually going to be banned or not, so I hope to see you there.
So, of course, playing that clip is kind of, again, when I sit here and said it tongue-in-cheek maybe a few minutes ago when talking about dating and living in a Trump society. I do think realistically, and I said this before, and me and a homegirl of mine was talking about this earlier today when we was talking about this clip, and I was sitting here saying, like, yeah, I may have been saying it too crazily and jokingly, like it's going to take back for the world to get close to slavery. Yeah, that may be the extreme, but I do think realistically, the world, it seemed like the way it's going, bro, it's going to be like a lot of people are going to be losing a lot of jobs and properties and cars and things, that materialistic stuff that people kind of lead, especially in the DMV area, because that's one of, oh, well, hey, what do you do for work? And this, that, and the third. Like them favorite go-to lines on, hey, I work for the government, or this, that, and the third. Like that government job right now don't seem as secure as it used to. And that is even when Trump first got in office, he offered them people those severance pays and sit here, like, I think they want to say that, I said like 60,000 people took him up on that offer. Like, I do think a lot of that job security that people normally thought was secure, I don't necessarily know how secure they're going to be going forward in the next year or two. And I don't even think it's going to take 2 years. I think realistically by this time next year, I don't necessarily know how everybody's going to survive. And I see everybody complaining about the eggs. Like, and I'm sure that's something that people can kind of, it's almost like gas. It's something like where people, you were doing it on the regular, you was eating the eggs on the regular. It's kind of easy to sit here and watch the price go from $2 to $12. It do seem kind of, matter of fact, I got a clip that homegirl sending me talking about eggs. I don't know if it was, hope ain't no music on this.
Large Irish eggs at €2.75.
Oh, here in Panama, this is what a dozen jumbo eggs.
Hi, my name is Amber. I live in Paris. A dozen eggs that are free range and plein air. It's $2.88, which is about $3 US.
I'm in Bangkok, Thailand. 10 eggs. It is 83 baht, which is $2.60. We definitely do not have an egg shortage.
It's Kelly in Albania. 10 eggs. It's 129 lek, which is about $1.34 American dollars. Large standard eggs are €2.48 or $2.60.
43 pesos for 15.
Eggs in Nayarit, which is just outside PV, are 60 pesos.
I'm going to share with you a little bit about what I purchased here in Turkey. The price just went up to 160 lira, which makes it about $1.82 a dozen.
This is Hawaii. We have a dozen eggs for about $8.49. It's cheaper if you buy a plat of 60 eggs at $36.99, which comes out to about $7.30 a dozen.
A dozen.
So it's on TikTok, it's an egg challenge. So basically people in all different countries and telling you how much they pay for eggs. And of course, because in America, I believe eggs have got up to almost $14 now. And a lot of people do try to supplement for people who are trying to become vegan or vegetarian or whatever. They kind of stop eating, red meat or whatever case may be, and start eating the eggs, which I feel like I feel like that's still kind of not that's not. What's the word I'm trying? That's not being that's not being vegan, because to me, eggs is still a chicken, but whatever the case may be, it's $14 now. And I do think realistically, we're going to keep getting into the time where it's only going to get worse. It's not going to you got to think about it's not going to go from $14 back to $1. There's no way in hell they're going to do that, especially if they see y'all still buying it. Like if I could sit here and say, I took something up from $1, because literally think about it, the highest joint I've heard was probably $3. So you see here saying they took something damn near and took the price up damn near $11 from whatever the highest ever price you heard on any of those videos was $3. So the high, you talking about 11 extra bucks on that joint. I'm not going to never go back down. Why would I? If I know for a fact all you're gonna do is sit on Twitter and sit on Instagram and complain about the price of it, but you still gonna pay for it, why would I ever take the price back down? And they not, and it's only gonna get worse. I'm telling you, those layoffs with them jobs, they only gonna get worse. The better the jobs people normally would think is a great job, people gonna be losing them. And then you're going to sit here and see how people's mentality completely change. People gonna get you'll be more of a human. You will have more humility in yourself and as a person when you start to figure out things that you thought were guaranteed, the careers that you thought were guaranteed, that you'll be able to sit here and get old and just retire from. You're gonna see that a lot of them shits is just gonna be, they're gonna be gone. And you ain't gonna have them. And you're gonna try to be figuring out like, damn, I should have finally found somebody who was willing. Like, remember, guess what? You know what's so crazy? By the time 2026 come around, you're gonna be like, damn, y'all remember them topics when we used to be like going 50-50 on jumps and the homeless rate gonna continuously be going up. You're gonna be like, damn, I wish I'd have had somebody I would have went going 50-50 on. Like that's gonna be the reality of how the world gonna continuously kind of play out. I do want to play this other clip about all these businesses that's not made in America or not owned by American companies no more.
Brands now owned by other countries. 7-Eleven is technically a Japanese company since 2005, which makes sense since the US just has 9,000 stores, while Japan has 21,500. Canada owns Popeyes, Burger King, and ironically, American Apparel. The Texas-based oil company Citgo is actually owned by the Venezuelan government. And Budweiser from Missouri is now owned by Anheuser-Busch in Belgium. Dr. Pepper, Trader Joe's, Panera, and Krispy Kreme are all owned by German companies, one of them being Aldi, which owns Trader Joe's. Dutch car company Stellantis owns Chrysler, Jeep, and Dodge, brands that many people would consider very American. And speaking of Chrysler, the Chrysler building in New York is owned by an Austrian company. Now, this one's tragic, but Ben & Jerry's, Vaseline, Popsicle, and Hellmann's Mayo are all owned by Unilever, making them British. Yeah, I know. And just to name a few, Chinese companies own IBM PCs, General Electric appliances, Hoover vacuums, Forbes magazine, and Milwaukee tools. These are American brands.
Yeah, all of that, they ain't had nothing to do with nothing. I guess in other news, real quick, there's stuff that people care about in the hip-hop space. Big Meech's Welcome Home concert officially did get canceled. And, of course, it was in the air where 50 Cent was trolling everybody, saying, I hope y'all not about to perform at this concert for this rat and this, that, and the third. So I do kind of realistically, I want to, of course, play a couple of clips leading into the Big Meech conversation where people were just sitting here talking about it. And then I do think realistically, I honestly don't necessarily know. I don't necessarily know if this really do anything for Big Meech's legacy, where I'm not about to sit here and make it seem like it's tarnished. I'm sure he probably needed the money. I'm sure he wanted to do the concert because now you got to return all this money. So I'm 100% positive he needed the money. He probably wanted the money realistically. So I do kind of wonder, like, damn, that kind of puts you in a hard place. So you're trying to figure out how your next dollar going to come just from reading that text message that Lil Meech sent.
But did he have to return? I mean, it would be on the promoters, right? It don't have nothing to be with him, right? I don't think he loses.
I'm sure he probably was in on it. I'm sure he probably 9 times out of 10 he probably was in on the show, because even with Boosie said he was doing it for free. So I'm sure Boosie wouldn't do no show for a promoter for free.
Oh, okay.
So I'm 100% positive that he probably had some type of tie into it. And real quick, because we talking about promoters and stuff, shout outs to CIAA is in Baltimore this upcoming. Is it this? It's not this week. It's next week. It's the week of February 25th. So yeah, that's next week. CIAA will be in Baltimore. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do.
You gotta get out of there.
Yeah, you got to get out of Baltimore. You got to go back to Charlotte. I ain't going to hold you, because it's just like, and it's just so crazy because it's like so many people in the DMV area used to ride down to Charlotte to go to CIAA, and it felt like when it came to Baltimore, you didn't hear people talking about it no more. Like that kind of make it like for it to go from a 4-hour drive to now it's a 30-minute drive and less people talk about it. It's kind of crazy. Like that just is. I do think sometimes just the city and place of things where it's at, it just kind of just realistically, it matters. Like that CIAA just had that country feel to it, and it was just like you get to see all your favorite mixtape rappers from the South. You get to see, of course, Young Dolph got one of his classic mixtapes when from the whole situation that happened at CIAA in Charlotte. So like I said, I do think the CIAA got to figure out a way to get back to Charlotte, because it just don't have that same appeal to it. It honestly
I
just
only
don't.
had it for 5 years, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
So
I don't think it was permanent.
Yeah, so it'll probably about to be up in a minute, because I mean, this like the third year. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, like I said, let me play these clips real quick.
It's public records. There is no proof that Big Meech said, "Hey, bust him." Now the situation with the lady Tammy, the female that he cool with or whatever, mess with whatever. I was having an argument with somebody about this last night. Now, if we go by prison rules and standards, Big Meech didn't sit down with the agents and say, "Hey, my bro gonna go ahead and settle boy up for me, so make sure y'all give me the credit." So we couldn't make a move on him because his name not in the paperwork for saying authorizing this. Now, what she did, what would happen? The killers, the homies will be like, "Well, listen, bro, she your people. She did that with your name on it, so you gotta have her hit. You gotta either have her killed, or you gotta bring a move to her because she implicated your name or the people got your name, your BMF, whatever, in this situation. You got to handle this. So I was telling him, I said, bro, this is one of them situations where he had a ride or die. She jumped on like, I'm gonna get him out here by any means. And you know, I say now we can't just open and say this. You know, people be like, common sense. Well, man, did they have that talk? I don't know. So I don't think, you know, I got my own situation. So I don't really think that far into nobody else's situation anyway, but I do my little content. Yeah. But if you see, you know, it's selective politics and it's selective who they gonna call a rat or who they not gonna call a rat in this industry. So we've been saying that since I've been home. But at the end of the day, Big Meech's name out of that stuff, his company name in it, the BMF, or you know, whatever Tammy was supposed to do to this. But the thing about it is she was doing this for him, which the name says that, but the thing was she started allegedly having sex with this guy that messed everything up. So now he got out the right way, but by they having that stigma right there, so now people looking at that now. So, and I warned him before he got out, I said, Big Meech, when you get out, everybody not gonna like you. Everybody not gonna agree with you. That's just how it's gonna be. So now it's on how you gonna handle this.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, realistically, I just don't think Big Meech is one of those people made for the internet. I do think some people, and for people who don't know who that was Birdman's brother who was talking to Terrence Gangster Williams. So, and he had his own situation, and he had his back and forth where he was going back and forth with Boosie. Was it Boosie he was going back and forth with? I believe it was him and Boosie was going back and forth, and they were trying to say he snitched because he realistically he did, but the people he snitched on was dead already. So it was just like, bro, they can't do no time. They can't do nothing. They're dead. Like these are not literally living people. But he ended up getting out because sometimes, I mean, of course, if you watch any of his interviews, it's a lot of, especially if you're in a city where the crime rate is high and they have open cases, they want to close some of them cases. It don't matter how old some of them cases is. So he was getting out of jail for snitching on people who was already dead, but he was helping the city of New Orleans close open cases that they had. So like I said, I mean, some people, I mean, he still got his motion going on, I guess, via in the YouTube world. But I mean, there's some people who don't bang with him. Birdman don't bang with him because of that. And that's his actual blood brother. And Birdman don't mess with him just because of that little snitching allegation on his name. I think everybody kind of just deal with it a little bit differently. I'm not gonna lie to you though. Somebody that's super corny, bro, is Rollo. And it's so, and because like, bro, Rollo was such a poser, be quote unquote a stand-up dude. Before he got locked up, in the way, you know, people in Atlanta was kind of like bigging him up, but bro, he is just one of the corniest niggas. Like, everybody just don't do the internet right, bro. And he just one of the people just. What is this? Strictly Traps and Trunks? Here we go. He is corny though. I gotta like. Where's this nigga clip at? Here's a cornball.
To go do that show, y'all wasn't gonna hear the last third out of me. I go on now, lie to the feds and get called a rat, but yet y'all got a nigga saying he did 20-something years for a dude. I don't have a Tammy Collins. I don't have a Cuffy. I don't have a alleged person saying that Rollo got him locked up. Never have, won't ever be. But however, I couldn't even get a nigga to tell Rollo happy birthday. But these niggas was ready, dying to go get on that stage. And let's get it clear. If 50 would have never went up on Sheldon, y'all would have been right on that stage. Y'all would have been.
And I guess my only, again, my thing and my I guess just this thing for Rollo with that one is, bro, you're not Big Meech. And that again, when we talk about people compare and contrast on the internet all the time, everybody is, you would never in life outside of Atlanta thought you was gonna come home and people was gonna give you that same type of love people was gonna get from Big Meech. And again, that's why I sit here and tell when people sit here and acting like Big Meech owe 50 Cent something, bro, just look at how these is different YouTube channels, these is different Instagram posts. People are going to talk about Big Meech because Big Meech was worth talking about before he went to jail. And that's just my point. Like, cool, but after this storm kind of figure out or whatever the case may be, and let's just sit here and say that, okay, this is the last season of BMF. I'm 100% positive. If Big Meech is smart, take time, slow down, really get his thoughts together, take this L. It is what it is. They canceled BMF. The show is over. Then you can come out and do your own story. You can come out and do your own documentary. You can come out and do your own movie. I understand. I don't know what that woman, however, you got to work it out because she got, and even for 50, like, it's crazy that you're a clown Big Meech. But okay, if you the one, if the Tammy lady owns the entertainment section of BMF on giving people a license to be able to use the BMF name is, well, 50 Cent, that you still in bed with a snitch. She the one who, her name is all through the paperwork. She was the real snitch. But you do business with her, and that's my point of when people just what Terrence said, it's the difference between they got selective politicking. People pick and choose who's a rat, who not a rat. And this is, bro, like I said, you find a cooler way to entertain people. People don't care. Perfect example is Gunna. Gunna has proved that whole little rat stuff. Even Boston Richie, shit, they got a whole video like lit, and they go every time Boston Richie get a new hit, they bring back and resurface that same old video of him in an interrogation junk, sitting here telling his whole goddamn best R&B album. But my point of it is people don't care. The song had enough. Yeah, Boston Richie may not get a song from a bunch of the cool street rappers no more, but shit, he'll still get a jump from Glorilla. Glorilla still taking more tour with her. And guess what? You know why? Because it's a bunch of women who love Boston Richie. And if you listen to Boston Richie music now, after the whole snitching thing, he has started to pander and cater just to women. So it's just sometimes it's just like, bro, you got to understand is the world is a big place and everybody's life experience is completely different. And I do think that everybody deal with stuff differently, hear stuff differently, they care about certain stuff differently. But I do want to play this clip of Gilly the Kid because I'm not going to lie to you. Gilly is a different, my respect level for Gilly is like I'm talking about at 1,000. So I'm going to play this clip of Gilly when he went on Shannon Sharp's Club Shay Shay. And I'm not going to lie to you, me and my younger brother, we was kind of talking about this one because I felt like when you watch this clip and you hear the way Shannon respond to Gilly sitting here telling him that was his son who got killed by the 17-year-old, it's no way that you couldn't tell me they kind of didn't rehearse or they knew that they was going to bring it up. Because there's no way I could be in conversation with somebody and I bring up somebody and I be like, oh, that's the person who killed my son. And my conversation is, really, Gilly? Like, what the, like, come on, are we serious, dog? And again, and that is real quick. I do want to sit here and say shout outs to, because a lot of people sit here and we'll trash the Neighborhood Talk and we'll trash the Shade Room and all the other blogs like that. I do want to give everybody in this space credit for not picking up that story. Because when that story originally came out about the 17-year-old, I literally, even when I talked about it, I said, I seen something on social media, but I don't believe it's true. I don't know how true it is because it was a smaller blog that picked it up. And they said that this little boy had something to do with Gilly's son getting killed. But again, like I said, just out of respect, one, because this boy is 17 years old. He's still a kid. He got killed right next to his mother. So it's still a little bit different on even how you want to talk about it because, bro, somebody's mom witnessed them get killed. So even if he deserved whatever happened to him, you still have, as a human, you still have some decency to how you want to talk about it. And even for Gilly, when I play this clip, and that's what I say, I got so much respect for him because he even still talked about it with some form of with grace. And to be honest, when somebody took my kid life, I don't necessarily know if I would have had that much grace as he gave to this young man when he was even describing this. So again, like I said, my respect level for Gilly as a man and as a father is like at an all-time high because even the way he talked about this and handled this conversation was literally like, man, this was top tier man shit.
And I saw about the 17-year-old basketball player, straight A student. Am I wrong, Gilly? It used to be like the athletes, they got protected. Right. Nobody touched them. Hey, he good now. He gonna be what they're gonna be talking about the block. He from the block, he got out. They protected those guys. What happened?
That's who killed my son.
The 17?
Yeah. The 17-year-old basketball player that just got shot 17 times?
Yes.
That's who killed my son.
Really?
Yes.
What was that about?
Well, it wasn't for my son.
Your son happened to be there?
Yes.
Oh.
Them blocks is beefing. They going through it. My son just so happened to pull up out there 5 minutes. They come to shoot the block up. My son's not from that block. He don't, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He just so happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
What the?
That's how deep it is.
Bro, he has the potential to get out.
Right.
And he living that life?
No. But see, you don't understand. He got videos out where he got a Joker mask on.
Right.
Bunch of guns in his hand. So these kids is influenced by all the wrong things.
Right.
To shit that don't matter. You know what I mean?
Right.
To shit that once upon a time when I was growing up in the ghetto, I was influenced by.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you experience things, when you go places, when a vacation to you is not going through a toll booth. See, you gotta understand, if you from Philly right now, go to Atlantic City and you call them and they say they out of town. Yo, I'm OT, I hit you, nigga, you 45 minutes away, nigga, you went through a toll booth. The f*** are you talking about? That's how poor the city is.
Right.
Motherfucker go to Atlantic City and they tell you, yo, I'm OT, I'll call you when I get back.
Right.
You 39 minutes away in a car, nigga. What are you talking about, you OT? So you gotta understand,
right?
That's what we grow up in. These kids don't know no better.
Right.
These kids actually think that you can't make it as a rapper unless you killed somebody. Unless you did something out here in these streets. This is the mindset.
Yeah. Why is the rap, why is that glamorized? Why is going to jail, or I pull that iron out, I put that stick on something? Why is that glamorized?
I have no idea. I told you when I was young, we glamorized the person that was getting money, the hustler. That's why rap names was like Gotti. Rap games, it was always somebody that was getting some money. Now, it don't be about no money or nothing. They'll kill you about an Instagram post.
Right.
You said you was gonna slide, you ain't slide yet.
Right.
Now I slid. Are you serious?
Right.
So it don't make no sense. And it's no answer for it. It's just flat out plain stupidity. The only reason why I know is because the police called me and told me once he was murdered. Once he got, because the kid had just got shot 17 times. He was walking with his mom.
Oh.
And he got murdered. And then the police notified me and let me know that he was one of the kids that was pretty much about to get locked up for the murder, but he got murdered first. So, and then, when you do something in the streets know. So, they all on Instagram and they talk, and then, apparently this kid name was the Joker, and, that's what he did. So, but he had to deal with God, that's how I look at it.
Like I said, again, shout out to Gilly, because that to me, like I said, that level of restraint and even just,
but even with him, the way he just explained that right there, I don't think it's most like you can't be, because basically what he said is your son was at the wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, of course, but that don't necessarily mean that you couldn't. Because listen, what I'm saying, Gilly could have stepped on that whole little story of, hey, this is a good kid, blah blah blah. He could have stepped on that first date, and people wouldn't have think about for how like. That was I'm not gonna sit here and say a hot story, but it was a popular story moving around social media
because they put
the story out like, hey, it's a straight A student, whatever the case may be, basketball, and he got killed in front of his mom. If Gilly if he didn't have already some type of
remorse or healed,
or so if he wasn't already healed yet as a man, as a human, or his religious beliefs, I promise you, he could have literally stepped on it. Because, like I said, when we came, I don't remember what day of the week that happened on, but when we came in here, it was already on some of the smaller blogs. This boy was attached to it. So if Gilly wanted to, he could have came out and said, man, this ain't no good kid. This is who killed my son. But again, like I said, you talking about this almost was this happened a month ago. So for you to wait literally a month later and then nobody else didn't know that. Like I say, it was just a rumor. If you don't live in Philly, you didn't know that this was a story. Because I seen what's the dude Oskino, what was he used to be in State Property, and I seen him sit here and try to sit here and say he ain't like the Shannon Sharp, asked him that question, and he knew the Shannon Sharp knew the whatever the case may be, already knew the answer. Now, like I said, to me personally, yeah, it might have been something that Gilly and Shannon talked about beforehand, and that's why Shannon's response wasn't. But nobody out that don't live in Philly did not know that was what really happened behind. Nobody didn't know that. Like this was not a known thing to the rest of the world, because if it was a known thing to the rest of the world, it wouldn't have been a big story when he just said it on Shannon Sharp podcast. Like if this was already a known fact, this wouldn't have moved around the way it moved around after he said it, because nobody else didn't know.
Because I want to say when Gilly Kid did son get shot, a lot of people were saying, "Oh damn, you couldn't get him out the street." Like a lot of people was putting that on him.
He got to hold on. He got a clip addressing that, and I play that too. Again, that's why I said I respect him as a man, because he just the way he even.
Coach, shit, I was struggling with my son, trying to get him out the streets. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to sugarcoat none of that shit. We didn't even have the best relationship when he passed because he wanted to be a street. And I didn't believe in that shit. I didn't subscribe to that shit. But other than that, it ain't about cheese no more. Cheese ain't here. It's about me saving somebody else's life and letting them know that you can die out here. Somebody will blow your brains out playing out here and thinking this shit is not serious when it is. So what do you want to do? Do you want to live life? You want to be here for your parents, or you want to subscribe to this fake ass street shit and get the melon knocked out, get the seeds knocked out your watermelon? Because that's all that's going to happen. Because it ain't no successful drug dealers out here. It's not no successful criminals out here. No, they die and they go to jail. So if you want to be in jail for the rest of your life, that's cool. If you want to get the seeds knocked out your melon, that's cool. But I'm here to tell you that's what's going to happen.
How did your son get involved? How did Cheese get involved in that life? Because at this point in time, Gilly, you made a name for yourself. You got bread.
And you got to understand. And I can only tell the truth. Being a follower. Plain and simple. Being a follower. Wanting to subscribe to some shit that's not really you. And that's most of the kids out here.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the kids in the suburbs subscribe to shit that is not even really them. And then they got to prove themselves. Well, I don't believe you. You grew up in the suburbs. I don't believe you tough. So what you going to do? You going to prove yourself? And then a lot of them end up trying to prove themselves. And a lot of them end up in a sad situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, now I can't say that my son was just a totally suburban. He hung out in North Philly. He hung out in the ghettos. He had family down there. So, but what he was trying to be wasn't him.
He chose a life that he didn't have to be.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You, on the other hand, you grew up in that. That's
so again, like I said, my respect for Gilly is just at a whole different level, because that just takes a different life of life, bro. That's a different level of vulnerability. Like, we throw the word vulnerability around a lot. A lot of people like to say that they're vulnerable and they are in tune with their emotions. But that's different, dog, because it's not too many people who can have that type of, like, this is still new. His son only been gone for almost like maybe a year and some change now. Like, hasn't been that long. So that's still a very fresh death that you still kind of deal with. And that's your kid. Like, that one to me is like, I'm sure that's a hard pill to swallow. And even him sitting here saying, like, hey, we didn't have the best relationship. Like, I don't necessarily, like, before he passed. And I'm sure that's something hard to deal with. And realistically, he's right. That's the kind of time that we live in. And I think that even when we're talking about music, that is kind of sometimes the music that feel like it breaks through the easiest, because there's so many people who can sit here and make good music, or let's put them in a box and say like the Drake lane of music, where you can I can sing and I can rap, but that don't get, or even the Lil Uzi, that don't get as much credit or don't get as talked about as much as the NBA YoungBoys or the Dirks, the King Vons. Like, it's just certain rappers that get more emphasis on it. Like, it's just so crazy. Like, even when I be in Baltimore and I listen to some of the music of some of the youngins that's just popular in that area. And let's be clear, one thing I will give them a little bit different I'm gonna sound very hypocritical, that I like that they do better even than the DMV thing is, like, they all may talk about sliding or whatever their street thing is, but it don't all sound the same. It don't sound like, hey, I'm just trying to copy what Tyrone around the corner did. I may be talking about the subject matter may be the same, but I'm not being repetitive with that same tone of voice. I'm not being repetitive with using the same exact words. I got my own slang. I got my own whatever. You can tell, like, their tone, you can tell they all from Baltimore, but you can tell they from different parts of Baltimore by the slang that they use. You can tell, or like just different neighborhoods that they shouting out. So it's just when you hear that, and I understand where a kid in the suburbs probably can't relate to what they saying, but you want to sit here and make it seem like, hey, I'm down. So now my kid, so I can sit here and be relatable to people on social media. So I'm listening to these music. I'm putting on these shiesties. It's a video. It's a father and son, and they going viral, and their videos been kind of like moving around a lot on TikTok and Instagram. And the father, he keep putting on the shiesty in every video.
Mm-hmm. He said, I'm gonna take it off when you take it off.
So it's just but that's just my whole point of it, just because they live in a big house.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why do you got this fucking ski mask on? And that's his dad point. Every time he making,
they be going to the teachers conference. You got it on. Why can't I wear mine?
Exactly, but that's my point. That's the perfect example. That and that's man. Shout out, I don't know the joke off the top of my head, but shout out to that father and son. I'm sure if you're on social media enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I seen
the one where he got he's like, you got a purse? Well, I can't get a purse.
Yeah, it just be it's just one of your kids are very easily influenced, and the social media kind of realistically make it 100 times worse because you're gonna look and say, oh, who get more likes, who get the comments, this, that, and the third, and it's just so hard because adults do it just as much as the kids do it. It's hard to kind of turn that down when you kind of see everybody else getting glorified for something because you want a bit of that glorification, especially if you don't have no motion. Matter of fact, I got a clip right here.
There you go.
Why you got that on?
What you mean? Why I got this on? Ain't this what we doing?
No.
Well, I told you don't wear yours, and you keep putting it on, so I'm gonna throw me one on too. Twin.
It don't look good when I do it. It don't look right when you do it.
It don't look good when you do it. You're not going skiing. Why do you even have that on?
Cause what about the ops?
Boy, you live in the suburbs. You a straight A student. Who are the ops? D's and F's? You ain't got no ops. You can't have an op and you on an honor roll. Where are you getting this from? I don't know. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. We about to go to your parent-teacher conference just like this.
We finna go to a parent-teacher conference?
Yeah, so I wanted to show them, that I want to go in there in case they try to give you a bad grade, that they the ops, and I don't want to have to get on that with them. You know what I mean? Twin.
I don't think you should do that.
Come on, bleed. What you talking about? Bleed? Gang? Potty train?
Nah.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. If you don't take yours off, I'm gonna keep wearing mine. So you gonna go take it off?
Yeah.
All right, well, go in the room. Go take it off. Gang, and them.
Yeah. And that's why you gotta appreciate when that type of content you gotta appreciate, and you gotta appreciate when parents meet their kids where they are, and you allow them to just see how stupid certain stuff look. And I think realistically, a lot of times we talk about parenting all the time on here, but I do think a lot of time, I don't blame parents because I understand they got bills and you get screw your life and mom you want to date or daddy still want them. I'm talking about actual. I understand how some parents just work a lot of hours, so they just can't be as tapped in as some people who got the luxury where you can be a little bit more hands-on with your kids because your work schedule may be a little bit different. I do understand that, but I just sometimes it's like, damn, it just get rough. And again, like I said, shout out to Gilly the Kid because I just don't think realistically, I don't think it's too many people out here who could have handled that conversation with that type of grace and that type of still just tonality and really it still be Gilly. Like he still be Gilly. He still had his moments where it kind of made you laugh a little bit, but you still got to understand the depth and the seriousness of what he was talking about. So like I said, shout outs to Gilly. And then like I said, man, for parents, I guess you got to kind of really figure out different ways to kind of really tap in with your kids. In LiAngelo Ball, I'm not going because I should have brought this up when I talked about your all-star performance, but you be playing with fire, dog. And that listen to what I'm saying. I get it. You want to move, and we can talk about Anthony Edwards right after this one. I understand when people want to move on and whatever the case may be, but bro, just the overdoing it with celebrating your new girl and knowing that your baby mom in the house feeling some type of way with 2 brand new kids, bro. I'm not a fan of that. I'm sorry, like I get it, and I'm not sitting here saying people shouldn't be able to move on and do whatever they want, but I just like sometimes, bro, just have some type of decency and some type of common courtesy. Because I'm telling you, the way you betray yourself via social media, it may not come to bite you on your ass today. It may not come and bite you on your ass tomorrow. Just ask Diddy. Diddy had his run for years, decades. But it's the way you made people feel, and it's them what ifs and those thoughts that put in the back of people's mind and make it seem like when somebody turn that light switch on and they ready to take you out of here, they gonna get you out of here. And I just think the way LiAngelo Ball is behaving with the baby mom situation is just corny to me. Like, it's cool. You could have bought your new baby mother or your new girlfriend, whatever you wanted for Valentine's Day. I'm not saying you shouldn't have treated her no way, but it shouldn't have got on social media, dog. Like, cool. Like, even if she wanted to post it, nah, bro, don't do it. Just because it just make it worse. And that's why you had to get on. So like he just got on the Shade Room and wrote up under one of the comment section. And he was making it seem like, yeah, we may not be on the same page, but I won't never abandon my kids or whatever the case may be. And then his baby moms wrote back a long 2-paragraph type of post. Like, bro, that's a lot to be writing back in the comment section. And then you got to proofread it because you don't want it to be no misspellings because you want people to really feel what you're saying. Like, that's a lot, though. But still, my point of it is you can avoid all of that by just, bro, you don't have to put it on social media. Like, you don't have to be a dickhead about shit. Like, that to me is just like you sitting here posting what you bought this girl for social media. You are just being a dickhead. And to me, you being a dickhead knowing for a fact just a couple of months ago or a year ago, you wasn't him, dog. And that's the part where it's kind of like, that's why it throw me off, because I know for a fact Last year, you wasn't him. I know you. Just a couple months ago, you wasn't him. November, you was not him, dog. And like I said here, saying if you play this music shit the wrong way, you won't be him by the summertime. So that's again, like, that's just why I'm cool on that one, dog. Like I think you should have some type of you should have some type of decency, especially when somebody that brought 2 kids in this world for you. Like, bro, it's like, come on, dog. Like, let that girl, like, that's just nasty. I'm cool on that one. But while we talking about having some type of decency and we talking about parents and talking about basketball players turning into parents or not wanting to turn into parents, I'm sure by now everybody has seen the Anthony Edwards story. And Anthony Edwards is just one of them. Anthony Edwards is just one of them young dudes where he kind of just really all over the place, and he still like, and I think that's why people just love him, because he just sometimes he a little too cool for his own good. And I'll even and they even asked him about, hey, do you want to become the face of the league? And he kind of even just had him play his response when they was sitting here asking him, did he want to be the face of the league? And he kind of just was like, yeah, and nah, like I'm cool. Like I want them. I'm cool. I like that they promote me, trying to get me to become the face of the league. But I really, realistically, I just want to come and hoop. I just want to be the one to kind of embarrass the face of the league. Like, and that's just Anthony Edwards' demeanor. So like I said, with all that being said, it was I believe because Lil Baby's first baby mother, I believe, what is her name? Aisha Howard. I believe, or Anissa Howard, however you say her name, I apologize if I'm saying it wrong. She basically taken Anthony Edwards to court, and I guess in the court documents, she had to submit these text messages. And through the text messages, it was kind of her and Anthony Edwards having a back and forth. Because I believe these messages came out before, or it may be Anthony Edwards and another young lady. When he was telling her he was going to pay her some bread, let him see her take the plan B or whatever the case may be. So we kind of see that Anthony Edwards is one of these people out here who just like the raw box. He does not believe in condoms, and he just doing anything. And let's be clear, of course, people, and can I say something real quick to kind of throw me off and it just blow me? And I get it, some blogs are just messy, but I hate when the blogs keep posting people age. Like they do it with Drea. Every time they show a video or a picture of Drea and Jalen Green, it's 40, whatever, such and such year old, Drea Michelle buying her birthday, spending like, who, bro, we know how old she is already. This story is old. This is cool, bro. They got kids together. Every time they in a video together, they happy as hell. They both smiling. Like, bro, you don't have to keep saying this woman age. Like, we know how old she is. Like with the Amber Rose thing, it was a little bit funny because Amber Rose do look old as hell now. Like I don't know what happened to Amber Rose, but Amber Rose was at a Travis Scott HBCU baseball game, and there was a picture of her like she looked extremely old. And they was like, "Oh, Amber Rose is 41," and Amber Rose did kind of look like she was pushing 50 in that picture. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know what the hell happened to Amber Rose, or she didn't get some Botox or something ran out. She looked extremely old. But they doing it with the young lady. Again, Lil Baby's first baby mom, and I believe she is 38 years old. Was she 38 or 36? I can't. 38. So she's 38 years old, and Anthony Edwards is 22 going on 23. And basically, she was in the text message. She was telling, "Hey, I'm pregnant," whatever the case may be. And Anthony Edwards was like, "All right, yeah, cool, but I don't want to have it. So like, yeah, can we get rid of it?" And she's like, "Maybe this could be a learning lesson, whatever the case may be." And he was like, yeah, it don't need to be a learning lesson this way. We can figure out another type of way. And he basically, and she was, so that first message kind of went dry, and she texted him again, like, "Anthony, do you hate me?" or whatever the case may be. And then I can't remember exactly what he said in that very next text. She said, "Anthony, do you hate me?" Because it seemed like somebody else started to text for him a little bit, and then it was just went completely left. And he was just like, man, whatever. I'll see you later. And he said, "Man, bye, man, whatever." He's like, "Man, get the abortion, bye." And she was like, "No, not bye. I'll see you later." Like, and it was just a point of basically, and people kind of was dragging it because they was like, "Dog, why you want to bring a kid into this world with somebody who don't want to have a kid by you?" And let's be clear, and she did kind of defend herself, and she was like, "Bro, it's this worked two ways. You could have wore rubber." And let's be clear, I think wearing a rubber worked two ways, because I'm sure most of us have. Especially men, you sometimes you'll try your hand and you'll try to go raw, and if the woman don't tell you to put on a rubber, you won't. And then it'd be some women who not even going to play that type of game off the grit. As soon as you start taking your pants down, hey, where your condom at? So I do think that realistically, if you are a certain age or you had sex enough, you understand how this works. You understand the communication. So I do, let's be clear, not sitting here trying to put all the blame on her, but not sitting here saying it's all on Anthony Edwards neither. But let's be clear, Anthony Edwards got a crazy payday. Anthony Edwards probably realistically, if we being honest, if his trajectory stay the same way, God willing, he don't get hurt or nothing, or the NBA don't have some type of crazy strike, Anthony Edwards probably got at least 3 more max contracts in him. He just got one after the rookie joint. He literally probably got 3 more.
2.
What you mean 2?
Too. I think because the contract, you got to think about because they're going to the way the contract.
Like they 5 years. So you say he's 22. So let's see and say, okay, the next one is going to be up and he's going to be what 27. Boom. Okay, the another one go run him till like he's 30. So I mean, okay, so you might be right, maybe 2. It don't matter. Listen to what I'm saying. The next one, if he's still playing the same way he playing now, and if he can get them to another deep playoff run, that next one is going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's why I said I give it 2. I get two more contracts. 2 more contracts. I don't see 3. I see 2, especially at a max. Because after a while, like I said, that's when they start playing their role. Like just like with Luka and all them, you can't get a supermax no more because I traded you.
Yeah, but even for Anthony Edwards, though, I think just now, like how his endorsement did, and that's again the difference when we was talking a few seconds ago about the difference between Luka and the Joker and all of them is like Anthony Edwards is just marketable, and that's again why I was seeing his, and that was one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to I'm paying attention the way even like look at the effort that Adidas puts into Anthony Edwards commercials, where it's like Nike had to do that joint with even for the women and the women, it's like 5 of them in a commercial, dog. Who want to do that?
Yeah, but I think everybody, especially with the women, I think that's more of a women want to stick together. But I think even with Anthony Edwards, he is let's be honest, the new face of Adidas. No, you got everything. You still have that stint of Kanye on your what's name?
But go ahead. Listen to what I'm saying. For a perfect example, what you're saying. I totally agree with what you're saying. But the difference is, look at Nike. Just why I said, look at Nike. We could be honest. Nike ain't gay Ja Morant. Ja Morant should have the same quality commercial that Anthony Edwards got. Ja Morant has not got that from Nike yet. Shit, Devin Booker ain't even got that from Nike yet.
I don't think nobody's getting it from Nike. Nike's not that type of brand. We're more of a company than an individual.
Is I don't necessarily, if I was an athlete or if my kid was about to be an athlete, I don't know if I'm running to put my kid in a night and to go sign with Nike no more.
But I think that's what are you really looking for? Are you looking for, all right, long term wise, this might pan out? Like it's you taking it on a hope and a prayer. Just like even when they keep saying about how the whole Steph Curry Nike fumble with Steph Curry, how you presented this, Steph Curry was coming off of those 2 ankle surgeries and all that. You didn't think Steph Curry was going to be Steph Curry
for sure.
Because like they said, even in that promo, it still had Kevin Durant in the promo. It didn't like, oh, we're gonna make a whole new promo for him. So you're not taking that chance, and then come looking at it. Who was a bigger, he went to Under Armour, got a bigger deal.
So you're proving my point. That's my point of why I'm sitting here saying I wouldn't go to Nike because all of these shoe companies have proven I can at least get it right with whoever my hottest athlete
but like you said, like you say, even with the Anthony Edwards, you have to be marketable. Everybody's not marketable. Look how many other players on that Adidas deal don't have a commercial. We have Dame, we got James Harden.
I think the thing about James Harden is James Harden don't need the commercial because he's a walking advertisement himself. But James Harden probably got the best fucking shoe right now. I don't necessarily I haven't played in them, but them Jones kind of hard. I seen them in person, seen niggas in the LA Fitness playing in them Jones the other day. Them Jones job like fire.
That's the last year ones, but he got the newer ones out coming out. But that's what I'm saying. Like they always, even before, like the James Harden, I got a pair of James Harden. So, but I feel like just some people how you market it and how you brand. Because remember when Adidas was trying to get James Harden, remember they pulled up. Well, that's when they had the truck with all them Adidas in there with the Yeezy. You know what I'm saying? Like I just feel like some companies kind of look at it because we don't never see no damn Pumbaa commercials for LaMelo Ball, but he got the shoot.
But look at that rollout though. So I'm glad you just said it because I want to play that clip the jump that our younger brother sent in the group chat the other day when the dude was breaking down the LaMelos. That's my only thing is I think just to kind of before I play that clip is to kind of tie it up is I do think if my kid was an athlete and he was trying to figure out a shoe company to go with, I understand realistically, especially in the black community, we all grew up on Nike. Nike would be probably for most people their bucket list, but I'm just looking at it like right now where it's like I understand, of course, like I said, even for the women right now, Asia, like the women is kind of hotter. So I understand them putting a lot of emphasis on, all right, let's help get Asia's shoe out there. So when the new WNBA season come around, we can kind of really push it to the forefront. But I'm just still looking at it like, all right, cool, you pushing her, but damn, what about Devin Booker? Like, Kevin Durant ain't got, like, I'm just looking at all the other Nike athletes that really ain't got no push before. Shit, even for Giannis, for the way NBA try to push Giannis so much, Giannis don't got no, like, what's his standout Nike commercial?
I see, and that's why I'm saying I think just some people, how you look at them and their performance wise, I don't need to have the commercial. I just you out here performing.
Yeah, I think you could get away with that for Kevin Durant, and that may be Kevin Durant only, dog. I don't know about that for everybody else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody else is not. That's why I say
I think John Morant needs him an Anthony Edwards type of commercial. He deserves an Anthony Edwards type of commercial.
But he messed this commercial up. He messed it up. That's what I'm saying. Just certain shit you can't do.
Yeah, but man, I get it. I mean,
because that was his shoe. That was his first shoe. He only on number 2 right now. So that was his first shoe. You messed your branding up then. That was your first shoe.
I mean, I get it, but ain't nobody perfect. Me personally, if I'm
right,
Nike,
ain't
you
nobody
gotta get it. Only reason why I'm saying you eventually got to get it right, because then Anthony Edwards will bypass all of them, and then it's gonna be like you got 10 Nike, you got 10 dudes who should be able to be at Anthony Edwards' level of selling sneakers, but Anthony Edwards is gonna continue to be like years ahead of them because Adidas is only focused on Anthony Edwards. And then you can even tie it into just perfect example when Angel Reese is ready for her push on her 2026 Joan with Reebok. Watch how Reebok gonna go out of the limb for her to separate her from all the Nike girls, because they're going to sit here and prove it. That even who else, like we said with Steph Curry with Under Armour. Under Armour is Under Armour because of Steph Curry and because they put so much emphasis in just promoting Steph Curry. I don't got a bunch of other people. Now Steph is getting into the older side. Now we can kind of sprinkle it in where it's like, okay, now we get what's my man, De'Aaron Fox. Yeah, you got the young ladies that play for the South Carolina Gamecocks. Both of their point guards got their own little Under Armour situation. So like I said, I get it, but just to me personally, if I'm looking at how some of these other brands are building up, like even perfect example. And again,
because if you like say Alexandra, I don't see him getting a commercial, but he is fashionable wise where he don't need a commercial.
He don't need no
you
commercial.
just see him with the shoes on. You like, damn, what are those?
But that's my point though. Just perfect example. Even just, I'm glad you brought him up because I almost was about to forget about him. But look, even how he did his rollout. He don't need a commercial. You're absolutely right. Shea is enough of a fashionista himself. He doesn't need a commercial. But perfect example. But look at how Converse know how fly he gonna get. You roll out your shoe during All-Star Weekend. And perfect example, everybody been talking about his shoe all-Star Weekend.
And that's why, but see, that's why I think it's just how the branding comes. Because even like, I don't know if you saw, but I posted the one of them old KG in them commercials, the little Fun Police shit. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what shoe they was branding. It was just a Nike commercial at that time.
But Nike don't even have it no more.
But that's just think that's because that's not their selling point no more. Them commercials not making them the money. You spending probably more money on the commercials than you are the product.
I mean, you might be right. And why we talking about shoes anyway? shout out to Wale, because Wale I think this is this a new style phone posit that they coming out with?
I think it's just a mixture of the
Hyperflights and the phone posits.
I don't want to say it's the phone posits. I think it's just the Hyperflights and something else. Because that's what it looked like the last hype.
Yeah, that's the only thing that blow me about Wale, because I'm not gonna sit here and say I just think he too laid back where he could be way bigger in those spaces if he wasn't just so laid back, or if he just had.
I think he's
he's like Sweetie almost. He's just somebody with the brands that he's in pocket with, or the stuff that people know him for. They really know him for. But I think if he was a little bit more voiceless, if he had I ain't saying he might not want to do his own podcast, but I think he should just do like. I would think he should go to like the Joe Budden or Rory and Maul joint like once a month, like how Vince Staples do, because he's just one of those people where I think he needs to kind of brand in his personality and his style a little bit more, where I don't have to be. I feel like those brands help him more than he helping them, to be honest. Like, yeah, we all know he loves sneakers, so that's how he get in bed with Nike. We know he loves wrestling, so that's how he get the Wale mania. But imagine if him personally did a better job at speaking and showing his personality and promoting himself. I think these endorsements that he get will be 100 times bigger. Like, yeah, I kept seeing the Wale this orange sneaker because I follow all the sneaker pages, but not because of Wale. He ain't even posted on his own page, I don't think. Even with the Wale mania, Joe, he don't really talk about that shit. That's a big deal
in the wrestling community. But that's what I say. I mean, everybody got their own branding. That's what I said. Everybody got their own branding. But I think everybody is not, I guess, not marketable either. Because, like you said, with the Wale mania, it's still a hell of a turnout when he do it. Whether he promoted or not, it's still a hell of a turnout. I think and that's why I say sometimes I think your attachment or how you put yourself out there, you kind of like, I don't have to. I'm more so of everybody else talking about it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I just think I think that's bad. Because I just look at somebody like Tyler, the Creator, like, I feel like Wale should be in those spaces just allowed. I'm not saying he's not in those spaces, but I feel like he should be louder in those spaces. Because I feel like he got that same type of swag. Like, the nigga really know how to dress, and he really been into the sneakers forever. I just feel like he just played too safe for me. He a little too quiet. But speaking on that, we can get on to another topic because we were kind of all, like I said, the Anthony Edwards joint is just, like I said, again, just, man, strap up. That's all I can really say. I ain't got no crazy deep dive on it, but I do want to play this LaMelo joint.
This is the craziest sneaker package I've ever seen. Check it out. This gnarly titanium trunk comes straight from MB Labs and is packed with 5 totally tubular special edition Puma MB sneakers inspired by the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Let's crack it open and see what's inside. 5 sick tubes, each rocking cowabunga colorways straight out of the TMNT universe. And listen up, there's a super rare shredder pair that you can't buy anywhere. Keep watching to find out how to snag them. First up, we got the Puma MB01 inspired by that buzzing, brainy, half man, half fly mad scientist Baxter Stockman. These are already up for grabs online. Next, the MB04 repping 2 of the fiercest shellbacks in town, Raphael, the hothead with the tude, and Donatello, the tech genius. These just dropped and are available now. Third, we got the other half of the squad, Leonardo, the fearless leader, and Michelangelo, the party dude. This pair is dropping on February 14th, a totally bodacious Valentine's gift if you ask me. And finally, the MB03, straight from Dimension X and inspired by the wicked alien warlord Krang. These bad boys released on February 22nd. Now let's talk shredder. This stealthy, sinister pair is ultra rare with only 444 pairs in existence. And guess what? You can't buy them, you gotta earn them. So here's how. Cop all 4 TMNT inspired Puma MB styles when they drop, scan the QR code inside each shoebox, follow the steps and enter your deets, log each of your new TMNT kicks into the system, complete this process for all 4 pairs, and boom, you unlock the MB04 Shredder Edition. So after seeing this epic sneaker stash, the real question is, are you gonna go for all 5 pairs? Let me know, dudes. Turtle power.
Like, that to me is fire, dog. Like, that to me is tight. Like, you can't, it ain't too much else you can kind of, I don't know what else to say about it. Like, shout outs to Puma and shout outs to LaMelo for that one. That, I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. That's hard. I can't, I honestly don't necessarily know how else you could kind of realistically describe that besides that's tight. And that's just a different way of just marketing and promoting yourself. So shout outs to LaMelo Ball. Who got the MVP to the All-Star game?
Steph Curry.
Steph Curry. What else is going on? Oh, yeah, I guess we got to get into a more serious topic that it was going on. Matter of fact, before I get to that one, let me go Jada Waiter.
Y'all keep saying why the lip kit is $70, but the lip kit is $70 because it comes with 3 items. 3 items are considered $20, $20, and $20. Y'all don't gotta buy it. Oh God, you don't. Oh, that shit's selling. That shit's selling, twin. It's good shit. Once you get it, you're gonna buy more. But if you don't want to buy it, go stick to y'all Knicks and y'all other stuff. I don't care. I ain't forcing y'all to buy it, but when you do get your hands on it, you're gonna like it. You're gonna love it. You're getting 3 products, 3 good quality products for the cost of one thing. So of course I couldn't make 3 products $20. You ain't gotta buy it though, respectfully. Hey.
And you know what's so crazy? And this is something that I seen on social media, and I was kind of like, damn, do black people only do that to each other? Because I guess she is selling a lip kit, and people were complaining because the lip kit was $70. I don't necessarily even know what a lip kit is, but I'm sure I'm gonna guess I can try to use my common sense in my brain. It sounds like something that probably enhances women's lips. It make their lips, I'm sure it's probably like giving them some form of that lip injection type of look, what they may be going for. But my thing of it is like, bro, if it's cost too much, just don't buy it. But why you feel like you got to go on the internet and sit here and try to sit here and shame her to drop her price? Or like, why is it $70? Why are you trying to get a luxury look for cheap?
Look what you talking about.
Like, that's crazy to me. Like, nigga, I'm not even $70 still sound like it's too cheap to even be playing with your lips, but I don't necessarily know what the real situation is or how it works. So I can't really, it's hard for me to be a judge of it, to be honest, but it's still kind of just like, I don't know, dog. Oh man, did y'all see the dude that he was driving a white truck? He almost like an Amazon truck, but it was just like a plain white truck, and he was in Atlanta. He got pulled over by the police, man, and this nigga was high as shit. And he had what he have in this joint? He had a brick of coke in there. What he had? A brick of coke, 35 pounds of weed, and 70,000 in cash. Man, I gotta play this clip though. This nigga's an idiot. Oh my God, he an idiot.
Boss, Officer Nuts for Atlanta Police Department. Reason for the stop: you can't be on that cell phone when you're driving. You can roll that window down for me.
Absolutely.
I was on my GPS. I'm just trying to. You got your license? I have a picture of it. You all right? Yes, sir. All right. When's the last time you smoked, boss? It's about yesterday. I smoked yesterday, but I ain't been smoking. Yeah, man. You all right? No. Yo. Now look. Just turn around for me. There you go. Boss, stop moving. Stop moving. Boss, stop moving. That's my last time telling you stop. 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 We're gonna teach you, boss. Stop. Stop. You got nowhere to go now. Stop. Stop. We're gonna tase you. Stop. Get on the ground. You got nowhere to go. Get on the fucking ground. Get on the ground.
Wait till you taste it. Damn, you went out like taking like this.
He's reaching. He's reaching. Stop. Yeah, roll over. Roll the fuck over. Stop. You're gonna get tased again. Stop. Stop. I'm about to fucking tase you again. All right, give me the other arm. Give me the other arm. Stop.
So anyway,
They saying stop, nigga. What's taking so long to put the goddamn handcuffs on? I think that's probably what the whole goddamn hassle.
Nah, nigga, that's because it was a big nigga.
That's what I'm saying. But when you first told him to step out the car, you took forever to put the goddamn handcuffs
No,
on.
he wasn't trying to let him put the handcuffs on. But anyway, they went into the truck and they found. Hold on, let me play that last part when they got in the truck.
Stop. Because I thought I'm like, is he fighting? Or
Charlie Victor 2373. 1678 1678
Oh shit. It's nuts. Bro, you see, bro, it's weed. Yeah.
If you can give the rest of them like that, that
Bro, you know how you see that thing about how stupid that is. Like, no, you literally sit here, you got all of that work on you, and you smoking with it in the car, like in the junk with you, where they can smell it if they pull you over, and then you got the name to be on your phone. Like, who in the world will text and drive with all them drugs in it, though? Like, it's just certain shit that just don't make sense. Like, I'd be like, bro, come, like some stuff, and I see people, oh my god, why they didn't have to be so, bro? He lucky that he got shot with a taser and not a real gun. The way he was trying, and I ain't mad at him for trying to still break away, because I mean, realistically, he probably looking at it like, nigga, he know for a fact you going away for a long time, dog. Like, you are caught red-handed drug trafficking endless pounds of multiple different types of drugs, and you got bread. Like, bro, they gonna fry you. So I ain't mad at him for trying to, like, I mean, the worst thing you could try to do is try to get away, but it's like, bro, you lucky they shot you with that taser and ain't hit you with a real gun. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, that one at that point it kind of almost felt like he should have got hit with a real jump. Oh yeah, I want to play this clip. And this is another reason why I argue with y'all about that pop the balloon jump, because now it's like I started to see so many miscellaneous jumps that kind of started to catch a little bit more steam on it. So I want to play this clip from this other jump now that's kind of like their signature jump is like at the top of the screen. The screen is like pink.
What's the most amount of money you've ever spent on a man that you were involved with?
On a man that I'm involved with, there is no limit. If I love you, I love you. And I'm going above and beyond.
Okay. In the past, like just off the top of your head,
A
ballpark.
figure, $2,000 on a watch.
Why?
My reason for asking that question is because I'm very unselfish. The women that I've dealt with that I know, like me, have a unselfish and just a very giving nature. So that number, not I don't know the relationship, the extent of the relationship, but I know women have spent money on and what they've spent money on and how much when they really, really care about somebody.
Yeah,
So,
it can go higher than that. It's not. That's what I said. I don't really put a price on it because it can go higher. However, that particular guy, we were dating for like not even a year yet. So it was just kind of like, I'm gonna get you something because yes, we're dating.
Okay.
Yes, we're continuing. We're trying to figure out where we're going, and so I don't want to go too far if we're not too far.
Right. So that
Sometimes that can intimidate a guy. Like if you give him something too much, too fast, too soon, it's an intimidation. Well, it can't be.
So let me ask you this: would you say you haven't had many relationships in the past? If
No,
that
I
would be
haven't.
okay.
You want your balloon back? Okay.
What's the
Okay, so just real quick, just for me, this is the shit that blow me about people. Just like, and this is where I hate the world that we live in right now, dog. Listen to me again, and I don't ever say this is bragging. I'm just saying this is a man who has slept with hundreds of women, bro. Do you know how rare it is to even get a woman to pay for a meal? And he had the audacity to pop a fucking balloon because she said she spent $2 bands. Like, you sound like a whore right now. Like, you sit here, you acting like a woman. Like, bro, what realistically? Let's be real. What type of gift? Could a woman honestly buy you this cost you more than $2,000? So for her to sit here and say the most she ever spent at one time was $2,000, because I can look at it like, damn, all right, she spent $2,000 on some sports tickets, but it ain't too much stuff. Like, you're not a woman. You're like $2,000. That's not a $2,000 bag. Like, what can realistically a woman really buy you for more than 2 bands besides some tickets to go to somewhere? Like, oh, I bought you some floor seats to a Knicks game or something, to a lake. Like, it ain't too many places. Like, what are we talking about, dog? And you pop the balloon. Like, bro, if I was her, I was like, nah, nigga, keep your balloon pop. Like, no, like, what? And look at this nigga. Like, bro, he got on one of them, what's the
Behave.
Man, he got a fucking fraternity jersey on, dog. A fraternity jersey on with some fucking camos and some goddamn, I don't even know if they the Balenciaga, but the shoe, in my Cardi B voice, the shoes that look like socks. Like, man, stop, dog. Are we being serious?
This got to be scripted. That's crazy. What's wrong with $2,000?
What's $2,000? You know how much $2,000 is for a man. For a woman to spend on a man is a lot of bread, dog. Again, we're not talking about a man spending on a woman, because you can spend that on a bag. You can go, that's a Louis bag. Cool, I understand it, but you smoke for a man. There ain't too many gifts that as a man that you could be looking at and be like, hey, could you get me? And it's gonna be 2 bands. And he had like, bro, come on, dog. Like, stop. Like, this is, man.
That's a lot of things, though.
What?
You can spend $2,000 on?
No, that's my point. So he was making it seem like, oh, that's nothing. Like, that's not enough.
Yeah, no,
trying to call her cheap because she spent 2 racks. Like, man, stop, dog. Like, and shout out to Devon Franklin, because I mean, I feel like this story kind of course, ain't gonna get as much hype on it as the Jonathan Majors and Megan Good moving on from each other. But can I be honest with y'all? I kind of do think it's a little too soon. Listen, I'm gonna call it my preference on dating and how breakups should go ain't gonna be just because it's the woman moving on or it's the man. And I understand that Megan Good has moved on. She's publicly humiliated herself, still holding it down for Jonathan Majors. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I forgot to say about it when this thing I think came out like 2 weeks ago. That clip of that steroids movie that Jonathan Majors looked like he about to be in, or whenever that joke, oh my God, I ain't gonna lie to you, that joke looked fire. That movie looked old. Oh, that movie looked fire. I think it's like something about The Strongest Man in the World. I think he's supposed to be playing. I wonder if this is the same dude as the guy that got his joint on Netflix and them steroids made him paralyzed because it messed up his kidneys and stuff. But I don't know. I don't necessarily. I just seen the clip of Jonathan Majors. He smoked that clip of that one. But anyway, going back into Devon Franklin, I be kind of wondering, do people who like super religious, do they move super fast just because they really be horny? Because it be just like, bro, he was just single just like a year ago. Because I remember like when
they've been divorced.
They've been divorced for a minute, but he still ain't been in this relationship for that long. I know that.
Well, we don't. How do we know that?
Because I listened to him preach a year ago. And when TD Jakes first originally was saying, oh, Sarah was about to come and start to preach at the bigger church, he started to take over her smaller church, and he was preaching there a lot. And one of his biggest series that he had was about what's it called, grieving while single or something like that. But he was basically like about grieving a relationship, not grieving somebody who passed, but grieving a relationship. I forgot what it was, but this was recent. This was just literally just last year. He had a series at the Potter's house, and he was preaching about just being single and how he was dealing with healing and all, the cool relationship terms and words that people be using. Me personally, it's just like, damn, you getting engaged already? How long? I don't think they couldn't have been separated more than 4 years. You Googling it? Yeah, just look it up. I don't necessarily know. If it's been
2022?
3 years?
2012 to 2022.
So they divorced. Their divorce was final in 2022.
Yeah.
It's 2025.
Nigga, how long is that nigga? Goddamn.
So listen to what y'all saying. So you've been divorced.
Hey, my nigga, you don't get no younger, dog. What are you waiting on?
Listen to what I'm saying. I hear you, but you telling me you've been divorced for 3 years, and now you telling me you've been divorced for 3 years, and in that 3-year process, you done found somebody else you want to get engaged with?
It's possible.
What are you waiting on? The hell freeze over?
Listen, that's fast, dog. I don't care what y'all say. That's fast. No, you cause listen. So that means listen to what I'm saying. So when do you get your chance to grieve about the divorce?
You've been grieving,
but you don't know how long they were like him and
going
were
separated.
Okay,
yeah.
So it could have been a little longer than 3 years. We just heard about it when they wanted us to, but it's not to say how long they had been separated. So even if you can give it 5 years, okay, it's 5 years.
No, but let's give it what it is. It's 3 years. When did you really get time to sit here and be like, okay, cool, my divorce is over? Because even still, because it's
but how much time do you? But how much time do you need?
Because it's still a public breakup. So y'all will be okay with knowing for a fact somebody just had a clue. Like let's not even make a celebrity. Let's just see and say it's somebody you follow on social media. They have a big breakup with whoever they was in love with or they was married to. They have a big breakup via social media, and now you see them a couple months later because you sit here saying, hopefully they've been dating for at least 2 years before you propose. But even if it's not, even let's just say if it was a year, no, how fast would you be like, damn, you already know you want to marry me and you was just married 2 years ago?
But sometimes, how long do it supposed to take? Okay, so man, let me ask you this question. Hold up. So then let me ask you this question. So you rather me just string you along for 5 years and don't marry you?
No, I just want to know, how do you know that you're ready to get married again?
I've been married before. It ain't like it's not my first time.
Married for 10 years.
But it's not my first time. This not my first time at the rodeo. I know what I want. If you're who I want and I want to spend the rest of my life with you, why not do it? What am I waiting for? So what if I sit here and wait and then later on I'm like, oh, I don't really want to do it no more. I got to change the heart.
Yeah. So I'd rather you have a change of heart before we sit here and you get married and now you divorce for the second time. That just seems super fast to me, dog. I'm not gonna hold you. Like that just seems extremely fast. Did you sit here telling me you was married for somebody for 10 years, y'all been divorced for 3, and in that process of that 3 years, you done found somebody else. It ain't even it's not even a whole 3 years because we just got into 2025.
But it ain't no telling when you checked out. Just because y'all was married for 10 years don't mean you was fully in it for those 10 years. You could have checked out way before that. So it's a little easier for you to move on. Like I said, it's no telling how long they had been separated before the world knew about it.
And say she could have been in it that whole time.
But just sit here and say you were still out of that. You would be okay with moving, even if the scene say he tell you he been out. You were okay knowing that somebody just been divorced. You would be okay with being there. Not saying you're their new girlfriend, but you would be ready to marry them, knowing that they was literally just married 2 years ago.
Well, you said some people thirsty. Some people see,
So you wouldn't marry Megan if she asked you if she wanted to get married now? You would say no. I'm waiting.
If I'm who?
If you her boyfriend right now, would you say no to?
If I'm Jonathan Majors, would I marry Megan Good right now?
Yes.
It probably would look good for his career where he at right now. Yeah.
Because they are engaged, but that's what I'm saying. Like how long?
Oh damn, they
are engaged.
They engaged.
Yeah.
It is too much. They some messy motherfucker. That's too much, dog. Yeah, I see. I am. Now that make you really question was y'all marriage? Yeah. I mean, y'all might be right. They might have already been checked out. They might have been checked out maybe year 7 or something. I don't necessarily know, but it's just crazy to me, dog. Like that one just seemed like a lot. Like damn.
You see how time is flying? Like nobody got time to just be.
No, I get that time be flying, but it's still
no,
just
Mikey.
like,
now here's but here's my thing. Now if you was saying if this was Lauren London, right? Like, okay, your husband passed away, and you know what I'm saying, like that. Now you moved on, you about to get married again. Now that's something I would.
No, listen to what I'm saying. So that's I'm glad you brought up Lauren London. High five to you. That was a great person to bring up. That's my point. That's somebody I respect how they really love somebody, because guess what, this girl still, even if none of us don't know, but she still publicly, even if she is dating somebody or even flirting with somebody, she publicly is not allowing people to know that. You know why? Because it would look crazy. Like, and it's been a minute now. This 7 years. I just seen that I seen a bunch of hip hop pages just posted. He been gone for 7 years now.
And that's what, but
and she still ain't moved on. But y'all telling me it's okay for these motherfuckers?
Because you're still married to that. That's my thing. They people separate. They're divorced.
No, but
that's the difference between somebody that's trying to work on themselves and want to be better. Like, she's done interviews on it, basically saying that she's already found true love, so she doesn't care if she ever does that again in life because she's already experienced it. So that's not what she's looking for. But for him or whomever, it's different.
Yeah, I don't know though.
I hear y'all. Some motherfuckers want that damn tax break.
They crazy. All right, I hear y'all, but I don't. That one kind of. I don't know about that one, dog. That one always gonna kind of just. I don't know.
So what's the time frame then? 5 years.
I think 5 years. I think 5 years is. To me, 5 years is comfortable. Like, if you've been divorced, I say give yourself a 5-year break to really kind of figure yourself out.
How many times? Okay, let me ask you this: how many times can you get married?
I don't think you should. Nigga, to me, I'm trying to be one and done. I don't think more than 2 is ridiculous. Like, people would be like, I've been divorced 3 times. Like, what, nigga? You are the problem.
Might be.
You ain't giving yourself if you've been divorced 3 times, that means you did not give yourself the proper time to heal. Probably realistically after the first one. The second one was probably you just doing something. Then the third one, the same thing. That's why I think people should get it. To me, though, after a traumatic breakup, I think you should at least give yourself a 5-year space, especially if you're talking about divorce. If you're talking about just out of a relationship, okay, realistically, probably 3 years.
What?
But in reality, who
waiting for fucking 3 years?
No, I'm not sitting here saying you got to be celibate the whole 3 years, but to get into another serious relationship, bro, I don't think y'all ever just really been in love before. That should take a minute to really get over, dog. And especially if you felt like you was done wrong in that relationship, it take a minute to get over that, bro. And that's why so many people move. It's so easy for people to move on to new relationships, and that's why so many people bring up so much baggage and got so much bitterness when they get into relationships, and that's why they be so strict on, oh, I ain't messing with nobody who don't come already healed, because you ain't allowed yourself to really refresh because you got so much trauma from your last relationship. I don't never want to build nobody up again. But I guarantee you, if you dealt with that trauma from what you felt, then you would sit here, wouldn't mind building somebody up because you did it genuinely out of love.
But then my question is, are you really healed? If you saying you haven't moved on in 3 years, are you really healed? Because you're still thinking about it. Moving on, you seeing somebody else, you're dealing with somebody else. That's moving on, right?
No, but it's not, because you're just trying to deal with somebody else because you're trying to trick your feelings. You're trying to say I'm over them, also I'm just going to deal with somebody else. You didn't allow yourself to actually deal with your emotions, so that's why you move on so quickly. That's why as soon as you get out of a breakup, now you into a whole new relationship. Even perfect example, even with the LiAngelo Ball situation, it's just like, yeah, you just literally had a kid. Like, bro, this is still, she got a newborn, a toddler, and you sitting here got a whole new girl. Like, bro, you was never into this girl, and you can't tell her nothing else, because if you actually cared about her, if you actually cared about her, you wouldn't be on social media posting what you buying another girl. That to me is corny. But that's my point of how many people be so quick to just move on because you're lying to yourself. You ain't really over that girl for real. Because if you was, what you're doing right now is being just spiteful. You're trying to hurt somebody's feelings, and that's how most people be when they get out of relationships. You're just trying to hurry up and prove that I'm cool. I'm on the bigger and better things. No, you're not, dog. You're lying to yourself, and you're just dealing with this shit, and you screaming for fucking help. Like, let's just call a spade, and shout out to all the women. Matter of fact, February 14th is Lingerie 14th Day. I'm naming this episode Lingerie the 14th. Because that's all I'm not gonna lie. I'm not complaining because I'm a single man. I didn't have nothing.
What holiday do you appreciate more though? Valentine's
Day, because they ain't nothing but a bunch of girls, single women, butt naked on the timeline. And
Christmas, you get that.
You don't get no lingerie pictures on Christmas.
Shit, I don't know which Christmas. I seen them in the little Santa outfits.
No, not like the lingerie.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't know.
But this is what I'm saying. The crib. If you've seen a girl in a like, that's just some, like, that's probably like the super thirsty job. I feel like the lingerie on Valentine's Day is a little bit more of it's a little bit more. I ain't gonna say it's respectable, but it kind of is a little bit more respectable because it seems like it's a little bit more the norm the more time moves on. Because you kind of just even see it from just regular, like this a regular girl who don't normally post nothing, and then on Valentine's Day she got a lingerie photo shoot and she coming down the timeline half naked, and she kind of blend in with everybody else because everybody else doing it, so it don't stick out like a sore thumb. Like I feel like if you did, imagine if you had a lingerie photo shoot for Thanksgiving, like bro, you gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Everybody else trying to show their place and you trying to show your yeeks. Like, come on, dog. Like the Valentine's Day, it kind of was a little like after the first jump you see, then you kind of see him like, all right, it's cool. It's a little bit normal. It's regular. It just don't seem as like, oh my God, type of thing. But like I said, again, man, people try to disguise and hide behind it. Kind of even tying it back into an original conversation when we were talking about the difference between Jacquees and Dej Loaf project and the Drake and Party John. Like, yeah, people move on quickly because they still dating with no substance. And then there are people that's like never really healed. And then when you finally get them a chance to get it off their chest, it sounds like somebody who was never really healed from a previous relationship. And then that's why that Jacquees and Dej Jones hit so hard, because it's a lot of people. Yeah, you moved on, but your heart and your soul is still with this other person. And as soon as somebody open the door for you to explain how you feel, it just come out and it's like, damn, you just did this other person foul. Why you even move on with them and you were still in love with this other person? Because people do it all the time because you just fill an empty void.
So let me ask you this question, because me and Erica was talking about this the other day, and it's a cultural question, right? What's Tasha Campbell? What's her Tisha Campbell? From Martin.
Yeah, Tisha Campbell.
Is she more known for Gina or her role on My Wife and Kids?
Probably depending on who you're asking. Probably still Gina regardless, because I feel like anybody who watched My Wife and Kids 9 times out of 10 watch Martin.
But what do you think is her better role? Her better for her career? Was it Gina or My Wife and Kids? Because me, I say My Wife and Kids, because I feel like Gina, the role Gina, anybody else could have played that role, and it wouldn't have been she wouldn't have been missed. Because I feel like Martin, it was Pam and Martin, not Gina for real. My Wife and Kids, I don't think you can replace her on My Wife and Kids.
I think it's the reverse. I think you could have probably replaced her on My Wife and Kids with anybody. I don't necessarily know if you could have replaced her. I can't see somebody else playing Gina.
But look at all them other women that came on that show and fit in. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't stick out. Like I just feel like Mark, huh? What's her name? What was it? Nia Long. It was a couple of them. What's from Living Single? Regine, when she was on there, when she co-host on the radio, it was a couple of Tyra Banks that came in that felt in for as a woman. You know, so that's why I say I feel like she had more of an impact on My Wife and Kids. Like she fit that role perfect. I couldn't see nobody else playing that role. I could see somebody else. I think me personally, I could see somebody else playing Gina, because I feel like Pam was more important than Gina was on that show.
I think that's just one of them social media hot takes that people say now. I don't believe that when it was actually going on. I don't. Like, I get it. I get that Martin and Gina, I get Martin and Pam had the back and forth, but I don't honestly believe that. It's hard to say that. It's like,
because like even saying like if you saw Pam in Everybody Hates Chris, her role in that wasn't as like how it was in on Martin.
Yeah, because I think those two characters is different. Like even when you can see him saying like both of them played a mom on two different shows, right? But I feel like the Everybody Hates Chris, like the mom was there, but the mom wasn't the main character. The main character was the father and Chris. Like those was the main characters. Like those, that's how the show was kind of built around. But then you see him saying on what's this other joke, My Wife and Kids, it was more of the whole, everybody on the family had an important. But look, shit, they even swapped out the daughters. Nobody ain't care. Like those shows when it's that many, like, and it's that many characters in it, and like I think sometimes it just don't necessarily matter. I'm saying you can't do it. I ain't saying you can do it with everybody, but you can do it. Shit, it was done on the Fresh Prince.
No, who really liked the light skin Aunt Viv?
I mean, I don't think it made or break the show neither though.
Because that's why I was saying. That's why I was saying and I said that with her. I'm just like, I feel like if we would have lost, like I said, when that whole rumor started going about Martin and Gina, you know, like if she wasn't coming back on the show, I think you wouldn't have missed her.
I think it's easy to say that, but I don't necessarily, bro. Some of them characters be hard to replace. Like you,
some of them are hard, but I don't think it was that like she meant that much.
Okay, no, I hear you, but just perfect example. You can even tie it back into the shot. Look at that. It took them a minute. Like it took them the pandemic to kind of shake that Jason Mitchell shit off. Like a lot of people stopped watching that show, and that show took a huge hit after season 1 because he was gone, and they really ain't get their swag back until the pandemic.
Yeah.
Like think about it. For that season, what was it? That season 2, season 3? Like, bro, that shout, it was quiet for them. I don't even know how they made it through there. And they realistically probably got the extra seasons just off the strength because it was Lena Waithe. But that's my point. Like, it's easy to sit here and say, and you got to think about that's a show with a cast of damn near 20 people. Like they bouncing. It ain't no just one character is the main focus. But when they lost that one character, that show kind of like it took a hit. So it's easy to sit here and say now, yeah, hindsight 2020. You see and saying, oh, somebody could have replaced Gina. Yeah, maybe. I don't necessarily know if you could have though. I don't even know if you could have replaced Tommy and Cole.
No, I don't see you replacing them. I just feel like Gina's role wasn't.
Like that's just like you sitting here saying like you probably could have replaced Fancy on the Jamie Foxx show, but you couldn't have replaced Braxton or his aunt and uncle.
Right.
Like you could have easily swapped Fancy out for Tyra Banks.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody would have thought twice about it. Wasn't even a kid.
Yeah.
Damn, they almost look like the same person. That's what I'm saying. I hear you, but I think you just, and I'm not sitting here saying that she didn't do a great job at My Wife and Kids, because I do see
She
people
did a hell
make
of a
that
job on it. Yeah.
No, of course, but I think that show is more of, because you're talking about those are the two adults. So it's like, and then the other them is like based on kids. So it's kind of like most of the time that's how the show kind of honestly is supposed to really kind of like play out. Even if you think about Sister Sister, or you even think about, I can't say that with Moesha, but Sister and Sister, like Ray and whatever the mom is, they kind of carried it. Like the heavy lifting on the acting, it was kind of the mom, it was Ray and whatever the lady was. Like it's just, I mean, I don't know. I think it depends per show. I do think it's easy to say that. And I know, like I said, she did a great job at My Wife and Kids. My Wife and Kids is one of my favorite shows to kind of just let play on Netflix. And shout out to Different World. Different World is on Netflix now, and that's another joint. Like it's like you kind of just like they switched out characters, but there's certain characters they could never switch out though. Like Dwayne Wayne, like they needed him.
Shit, I think what's name could have played Gina from Different World. Light skin. What's light skin? Whitney.
No way in hell.
They like the same character?
No.
Why?
You don't think they're the same character? Her and Whitney, I feel like they both was the kind of Dipsy, or not.
I don't think y'all ain't giving Gina enough credit on that.
I think because people saw her as Whitley, so I think that will kind of mess it up, because you just look at her and think of Whitley. But I agree. I don't feel like Gina was like. I feel like her best acting was in
My Wife and Kids.
I mean, yeah, but I think Martin was just more just a goofier show, so I don't think it was necessarily just.
I feel like she tried too hard in Martin. It did make her who she is. Yes, it made her Gina, but I feel like she tried too hard. This one was more natural. The chemistry was better in My Wife and Kids.
Yeah, because I think that character it didn't have to be funny. Where it was more acting and it wasn't more just like comedy to it, if that makes sense. Like it's like Martin, I felt like every scene was like over the top, trying to make people laugh. Where My Wife and Kids was like almost like, all right, people on here acting and you trying to get life lessons out of every episode. So it's just, I feel like it's just a little bit different on that one. I guess it's switch. Hold on real quick before, let me see.
You popped your balloon. Why did you pop?
The initial attraction. She looked like she's fun though. She like she'll be a good friend, and a buffet hate to see me and you come.
Both of us. You hear me? We walking in together, they running.
A buffet hate to see the both of us come. So, I just think we'll be good eating friends, and that's it.
That's what I'm talking about. We can link up.
Yeah, food buddies.
Link up. Food buddies.
That's what we doing.
Okay.
All right.
So is he someone that's your type? Why not?
No, just because of the age. That's about it. He got the height and everything, just the age.
Okay. All right, let's go. Hey, you pop.
I just meant that. I ain't mean to really play. I don't have no real crazy deep dive on it, but it just, even when it comes to that show, Joe, I just be thinking, like, with some of these people, I'm like, bro, how can y'all even be picky? Like, this nigga was a big nigga, like, and I get it, he made a joke of himself, but it's just like, if you big, can you really not want to be with another big person?
Yeah.
People have preferences. Just because you big, what you not supposed to have?
Nah, dog.
You supposed to just be desperate and take whatever you can get.
Nah, dog. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I hate the two people I hate on social media that they try to make famous. That big dank girl and that fucking lady that
I was about that. We was gonna talk about. That was not a good look for. That was
not
not a good look for you to sit here saying you was trying to sue.
No, I'm not. I'm just talking about even them taking her. I don't even want to talk about just her going to the Breakfast Club, bro. Just pissed me off. I'm like, bro, and the reason why I can't never really get mad at the Breakfast Club because I watched the Breakfast Club, so I know like the very next day they got Tamika Mallory on it. So it's like as I'm mad and be like, bro, I can't believe y'all gave this girl a platform. Then you make it super serious and you come back with Tamika Mallory, something that's actually an important conversation that needed to be had. So it's kind of just like you got to kind of allow them to have their moment for social media. But it's just like, bro, come on, though. Her and that fucking Pakistan lady, like, bro, stop, though. Like that because you guys just think
they put the Pakistan lady up.
No, they ain't boy.
Oh,
No.
They still.
But I'm just talking about just how social media is like, bro, she's a meme. If it's dudes in my DM, I want $20,000 and acres of land. Like, bro, I hate women.
Black people make anybody famous.
All right, well, cool. Let's get. I've been saying this for the last fucking 15 minutes. Let's make the conversation serious. I do want to play this. Damn, should I play the father clip first or play which one of these Jones was it his or was the lady? I mean, the girl who had to allow her kids to freeze. I'm trying to figure out. I don't want to keep. I kind of always wanted to play it all together at one time. Hold on, I'm just going to TikTok and find it.
Freeze them.
Yeah, the kid, the little died in the I'll send it to you. Hold on. Oh yeah, they might have took it. Yeah, they deleted that one. Hold on. All right, well, I guess I gotta just play this. John heard it.
A grieving mother trying to cope with a heartbreaking family tragedy is speaking out tonight to 7 News Detroit. She had been living in a van parked at the Hollywood Casino parking garage with her 4 children when the unthinkable happened. 2 of them died from what appears to be hypothermia. 7 News Detroit reporter Brett Faiyaz telling us the mom says she tried to get help for her homeless family, but no one answered the call until it was too late.
I lost the one who made me a mother. I lost a 2-year-old. I'm dying inside. It hurt. I feel like my heart is breaking. And I have 2 more kids to live for.
It's been a long journey for Tatiana Williams with an even tougher battle ahead. She spent the last 3 months living in a van with her children.
And I regret having to sleep out there so bad. I tell him I'm sorry, but I tried. I tried to keep hotels. I tried to pay people to stay there. It wasn't working for me.
1 a.m. on Monday morning, they parked at the Hollywood Greektown Casino parking garage in below freezing temps. Overnight, the car ran out of gas, and the next day, her 9-year-old son was not breathing.
I tried to give him CPR, and I was just giving him CPR. I just kept saying, Petty, don't leave me. Don't leave me, please.
After a friend helped take him to the hospital, her 2-year-old daughter was also found unresponsive. Both were later pronounced dead from what appears to be hypothermia.
She didn't even get to live her life. She didn't get to do nothing. She lost her life because I had to sleep in the car.
In a press conference, the mayor and city leaders confirmed that Tatiana did call the city's homeless response team back in November, but nothing ever came of it.
At least as far as we've been able to determine so far, the family never called back again for service. And as far as we've been able to tell, our homeless staff never proactively reached out to say, what happened with your situation? Was it resolved?
Mayor Duggan is now calling for a review of the city's homeless services, while Tatiana is now in a shelter and her kids are with relatives.
It took my 2 kids to die for y'all to help me. It just don't work like that. It hurt losing 2 kids in one night. You know, I don't wish this on nobody. And if you can get help, please go get help. Because I don't want nobody else to go through what I'm feeling.
And the new McFall Brothers Funeral Home here in Detroit is providing funeral services for these children free of charge to the family. Now, if you are homeless or on the verge of homelessness, you can call 866-313-2520. We also have more resources listed on our website, WXYZ.com. in downtown.
I want to play. I'm trying to find a clip of the baby father. I don't necessarily. It looked like it. I can't. It looked like they may have took it down off of the. Because it was a joke. He did an interview. Hold on. I gotta find this real quick. Because that was the one I really wanted to play. Because he is a dog. Oh my God. His joke made me almost want to just jump through the screen and punch this nigga. I'm like, I can't believe the people who even just are you even having kids out here. Here you go.
L. Curry Sr. wiped away tears while talking with me about his children, Darnell Jr. and Amelia, and the distressing phone call he says he took from their mother, Tatiana Williams, on Monday.
I went to the gym. As soon as I got on the treadmill, she called saying, can I make it to the hospital right now? They was hoping it was a sick joke, but it wasn't.
According to Detroit police, 9-year-old Darnell Jr. and 2-year-old Amelia died while sleeping in a vehicle at the Hollywood Casino at Greektown parking garage. Investigators say the cause appears to be hypothermia, a tragedy stemming from homelessness.
I tried. I asked for help. I asked everybody, even people out of state. But I tried. I tried to keep hotels. I tried to pay people to stay there. It wasn't working for me. You know, people just didn't like too many kids at their house.
I spoke with the children's mother Tuesday evening. She told me she's been living in her vehicle for 3 months, along with her 4 kids, her mother, and 2 teenage siblings. She says she reached out to Curry, who's the father of 3 of her children.
I asked him, I said, can you get your kids for me? I said, I need help. You know I'm homeless. I done kept a room this long. I couldn't keep it no more.
They were homeless. Had Tatiana ever reached out asking to...
No, she did not. All she said was, can I get them? Can I get them just to get them? And can I get them because y'all homeless? That's 2 different things.
She said she had been homeless for 3 months.
Say, that's what I saw, about 3 months, but she ain't never said nothing to me. Nothing. So all them other sob stories, they can cut all that. No, she did not.
Curry, who lives in Novi, says Williams never specified why she wanted to drop their kids off to him.
She just asked, can I get them for a couple of days? But I told her I'm working and all that, and I'm out here. We're not close to each other, so I couldn't. But she knows all my family is right around the corner from her.
Did she reach out to any of your family?
No, she did not. And she knows she could have, like we always used to do.
He says the last time he held his children was a month or 2 ago, and that they typically FaceTime, moments he will miss. And there's a, police investigation into this. What is it you would like to see come of this? Obviously, nothing's going to bring back your 9-year-old and your 2-year-old.
Doesn't even matter to me. Can't get them back, so it's whatever.
Darren Cunningham, 7.
Bro, and just that's the part that I wanted to play, bro. He is just disgusting as a human being, and the sad thing is, I mean, of course, looking at the woman is just like she looked like she really going through it, but it's just like, bro, people like that's my point of just bringing kids into the world. People just be having kids, and it just be like he don't even have no compassion for her. Like, why do she have to sit here and tell you she homeless? If you was actually in your kid's life, you would have known she was homeless. Where you picking the kids up from when she meeting you? If you had to pick your kids up from a hotel room, dog, you should have took your kids. That's what she said. She said she been homeless for 3 months.
And you last seen
them
a month
ago. That means where did you pick the kids up from? When you FaceTiming the kids, where you FaceTiming them at? Where are they at? In a hotel room or in a car?
And so if you said she called you and said, can you get your kids? If you saying, well, I got to work, you should have just got your kids and took them to you. Like you said, you got family members. Why you didn't take it to the family members?
That's my point. Like, bro, that goes into the just people just be wanting to have kids just to have them. Like, that's just, to me, is trifling. Like, bro, there's no way you can sit here and call yourself a man and then just even an interview, your tone is just like, oh, I don't care. It is what it is. Like, whatever. Like, that's just like, bro, man, there's some nasty people in this world, dog. Like, it's just like, come on, dog. Like, you don't have no compassion at all to cut the sob stories, nigga. You are the sob story. You are the reason, dog. She got a 2-year-old. You was sleeping with this girl 2 years ago. You got 2 kids from her, and they spaced out.
3.
Oh, you're 3.
3, only 2 died, though.
You know how crazy that sounds? Like, why do I have to sit here and say it's a difference between come and get them and come and get them because I'm homeless? What's the difference?
If I say come and get your kids, come and get your damn kids. It's no reason. It's no questions asked.
Yeah, that's dang, dog. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, it be when you hear stories like that, I be understanding. Like,
he was working. Why she homeless? Why the kid? I'm quite for sure the kids look like something was going on with them.
Nigga, she looked like she was something going on with her. She look, because I'm thinking like to
No,
myself,
that's my only
like,
thing.
damn, as a woman, how you let it go that far? You could have been out here tricking. You could have sold some box, like
Who said she wasn't doing all that?
See,
I
that's
don't-
what.
I mean, I'm looking at that video, I wouldn't- ain't nobody buying that.
That's my only thing. Is it another story to it? Like, why your family members didn't help you out or look out for you? If you saying you, your mom, and other kids all in one car, what is like? Did you have a drug problem? Like, why you ended up? How'd you end up homeless?
But
Did
this
you
is what I'm
lose?
saying though. All of that don't even matter because as a man, that come get your kids. Come and get your. She
No,
could
no,
have
no,
been
no,
homeless
no,
by
no.
herself. But you, as a man, your kids should
No,
have
no,
been
no.
in that car with her.
I know. I get that. Come get you. But I'm talking about her family, her other. You know what I'm saying? Like, why nobody else came?
I don't care about that. Like that's not even my beef. My beef ain't whatever went wrong with her because obviously it's a whole like she's saying it's her sister and her mom. So it's cool. It may be a bigger story of that. Screw her. I'm not even judging her. I don't care because obviously even in that video she looked like she done seen hard times. So I'm not trying to judge her. I'm judging him as a man. You brought these kids into this world and you was basically just letting her try to figure it out on her own. And in that process you lost 2 of your kids. And you, excuse me, don't sound like you got no remorse for it, bro. That's trifling.
Yeah, you know they found him on social media and he was out Valentine's Day and out like, you know what I'm saying? Like spending money like it wasn't nothing.
You a lie. You for real?
Mm-hmm. I gotta find the post.
See, that shit crazy, though.
But then go back to that whole Anthony Edwards situation. Some people tell you they don't want to.
What don't want what though? You can't see him. You got 3 kids with him. When did
No,
you
I know he got 3 kids. I know he can't say that. I'm just saying. But when some people show you their true colors, you got to take it for what it is.
Hey, but even a woman who out on a date with him is just as trifling. Like, how can you be out on a date with somebody knowing that their kids just died? Or like, come on, dog. Like, bro, this is an evil world, dog. Like, I wish I had that future job. It's an evil world we live in. Like, come on, dog. What are we? Like, all right, bro. Y'all got it. That shit just pissed me off. Let me lighten the mood up. Damn, that shit just blew me.
Out of town, I'd be lying. I'll change my name, my profession, anything, right? I told this one John I met, I was pre-med. She said, oh, me too. I got nervous. I thought she was going to ask me some course questions or some shit from the syllabus. Luckily, she just asked me, where do I study? I said, University of Delaware. You feel me? I chose a small ass state, hoping she wouldn't know anybody. Who the fuck lives in Delaware? You have to think quick. You have to be quick on your feet. Her ass was talking about some, ooh, I've never been there. I know. Shit, me either. Enough medical talk, though. I asked her where she's staying tonight. She told me her and her friends are sharing a hotel room. I'm like, listen, I got a B&B. If you want to check it out after the bar, you should slide. Boom, I give her my number and I move on. I'm low-key not even thinking about her because it happened so early in the night, right? Later on, as I'm leaving, I get a text. It's like, hey, Doc, is it still cool if I slide to your B&B? I'm a little schmiz by this point. I'm like, hey, Doc, why she call me doctor? Then I remembered, damn, I told her I was damn near about to be a physician. I didn't feel like being stuck in that character all night. I should have chose like business major or some shit. But I saw it through. The next morning, I told her, I'm like, listen, with school, I don't get a lot of free time. Like the course load is so heavy. So this was rare for me. Like I really enjoyed myself. I had a good time. Please, I do this shit every other week. But yeah, I will never be a doctor again, okay? The risk reward ratio for that role, it's just not worth it for me. I go out of town, I be like,
hey, bro.
Just smoke that.
The world is crazy, bro. Hold on. I got a long story from this VA job. I gotta play this whole genre because that is one thing I can sit here and say I love about TikTok. I'm gonna play it right after this one because that's one thing I do love about TikTok, bro. If you can tell a good story, you gonna always eat on TikTok, dog.
I'm in Miami, but it's so funny to me how bitches don't never want to pay for shit, but y'all bitches was buying your own Valentine's Day gifts and posting them. Like, y'all bitches think I'm dumb. I used to do that shit when I was younger. I know what the fuck y'all doing. That's the thing. You can buy shit for yourself. And if you would have never begged all year round, maybe a nigga would have took his time out and said, yo, let me get this bitch something because she deserve it. A bitch that begged don't deserve shit, in my opinion. Because what the fuck is you begging for, bitch? Fuck is you standing in front of CVS, opening the door like spare change? That's what the fuck y'all need to do. These niggas is not y'all fathers. They not y'all uncles. They not y'all cousins. They not y'all grandfathers. Niggas got their own fucking bills. Niggas got their own motion. Niggas got shit going on. Niggas got to take care of their families too. Why would I take care of a bitch I just met and I don't even know how her pussy smell yet? I don't even know how her AirPod case look. Because y'all bitches AirPod cases look like they did a collab with Timberland because they be fucking white and brown. What the fuck is going on with y'all bitches? Dirty ass bitches. Let's really talk about it. And I only get like this because every time I try to fucking talk to niggas, they always trying to press me like I'm one of y'all bitches. I'm never like y'all bitches. Like y'all fucking dumb. I was never like y'all bitches. I'm in my...
Hey, dog. Oh, my God. Who I wanted? Where I'm trying to go now? What else was it? No, hold on real quick. I feel like I got this Javante clip. Oh yeah, shout out to Diddy. Shout out to Diddy. Diddy is sitting here. He is suing NBC for $100 million because of the documentary they put up. And I'm not gonna lie to you. And that is why Diddy is one of them conversations where it's like, bro, okay, I get it. When the first week, maybe even the first 2 weeks, when it was actually hot and it was just like a scorching hot story, like cool, let's talk about it. But I do feel like a lot of times, like, bro, people just milk stories. Like, and I feel like even, and the crazy thing is, like, I think hip hop, like community wise, like when we talk about like the Breakfast Club or Joe Budden or Hot 97, when any of the bigger hip hop black platforms, they kind of been stepped away from the Diddy John. Like, all right, cool. When the story was hot and it felt like it was new information, everybody was running to talk about it. We did it. Everybody has done it. But then after a while, where it kind of seemed like, all right, bro, this is a little bit a lot. And it seemed like these stories is just getting more egregious. And he still ain't been charged for nothing. He still ain't even got a court date yet. So it was kind of like, all right, people kind of linked off of it. But then I felt like all of white America, corporate America, they was kind of like, oh, the blacks love these stories. We know they love docs, which we do. And that's the sad thing. They went and everybody in them up ran and made a doc. Like everybody besides Netflix. I think every Hulu got one. Hulu got one, Tubi got one, because Tubi doing their joint with
TMZ.
NBC got one, and who else just put out, and who else got one? And HBO got one. So it's kind of just like, damn, like, bro, this man literally still ain't even seen. They ain't even picked a jury yet. You literally just piling on just he say, she say, random conversations. And while we talking about that,
I think that's more so the corporation is trying to step on it now. Try to taint it right now, taint his image before it even get to.
But listen to what I'm saying though. But that's why I'm not mad at him for suing, because it's just like, bro, let me go to you cannot sit here and say allegedly. This people say this on TikTok like them. Of course, we played them on here when that lady was reading the book, when that book that came out through Amazon, and they were sitting here say that he had something to do with Kim Porter's death. But you tell me that's a difference between somebody on TikTok, a regular person who 9 times out of 10 work a regular job on TikTok, just saying whatever, and you being NBC and you publishing an actual documentary, getting paid on your streaming platform and allowing people to come and watch this, and you sitting here saying that I took my kid's mother's life. Like, you can't, come on, dog. You too big of a company to sit here and just be like, I have not even been charged with none of this stuff. Like, never been charged for this. I never even been picked. I never was a suspect. This ain't never, like, you just literally real life just going off of some he say, she say. Like, bro, I ain't mad at Diddy for that one. Like I said, and that's sometimes when it gets that overwhelming, and then that's when you start hearing people start to, like, and it sounds like people caping for him. No, it's not people caping. This is kind of people like, damn, this is just like you paying attention and like, bro, this is a lot. And again, when we see his hand, it's a lot, and then some of these stories just get too crazy. The lawsuit of the 13-year-old to sit here and try to put Jay-Z into the situation, they dropped their lawsuit. They had the lawyer, Tony Busby. They have dropped their lawsuit against Jay-Z, and of course you did, because
I think he's suing him now.
Yeah, but that's my whole point of when we sit here talking about just people just ripping and running with stories that kind of just like, bro, like, God. And I'm sure at that time he thought it was going to be, okay, we could attach our name to, listen, we could do something with Jay-Z real quick, attach him to the Diddy thing. But that's, again, you talking about just people going off of he say, she say shit on fucking social media or Jaguar, right? And shout out to the Jay-Z and Beyonce. They put her, I have not seen or heard a clip from Jaguar, right, says Jay-Z and them made Paris Morgan apologize. And as you should, though, like, bro, come on. That's, again, like, dog, sometimes we get too crazy with some of these takes. We get too outrageous with some of these jumps. And why we talking about just like little old school hot topics? I want to say shout outs to Wendy Williams, because Wendy Williams has been calling into the Breakfast Club a lot lately. But then I guess was this on TMZ? It was some new documents that came out. I want to say it was from TMZ, where basically the reason why she's in her guardianship that she's in now is because her son was spending too much bread, and Wells Fargo put her account on hold. And I think a lot of people at the time when those stories were first coming out, people was like, damn, how can you do that? How can Wells Fargo do that? But then when you get to hear like the details of how much money her son was spending, like, I want to sit here and say he asked her, could he rent a boat for $1,500, and then the boat ended up being like $130,000. So it's like when you hear stories like that, be like, Wells Fargo wasn't out of pocket, bro. Like, who was renting a yacht for $130,000? So it was just like he was constantly spending that type of bread. So it was like, it kind of makes sense. Like, originally when you heard that story, it sounded like Wells Fargo was out of pocket and they was just doing anything and treating her crazy. But then when you really get the details of the story and figure out how all this played out, bro, her son was out of pocket. He was spending money like he was Big Meech. Like that was just kind of just like, it was just, he was super reckless with the bread because his mom probably was having her drinking issues. She getting old, she going whatever she going through. And it's kind of now she kind of stuck in this situation because her son was being reckless with the bread. So again, like I said, thoughts and prayers to Randy Williams. I mean, I be hearing, like, I felt like the last time she recently called into the Breakfast Club, it was a little bit more clear. Her conversation was a little bit better, but I still don't think that she's in like the greatest shape of at all. But I ain't, like I'm saying, thoughts and prayers to her. I don't think nobody want to be trapped in any form of, if you want to call that like a rich people's jail. All right, so let me get into the story. So it's the story of this dude from VA, and of course, like I said, it's on TikTok. It's one of those stories where it got some length to the story, but the way he kind of described this story, it was like, I would watch the whole joint. I believe it's like he broke it down into like 10 parts. It's worth it. It'll keep your attention span the whole entire time, but it's just basically a story of him getting backdoored. He had his girl over, and his gut was telling him to kind of, she was up to no good, and him like, I'm gonna play it, and it's definitely worth the listen.
All right, story time about how I got set up, shot, my homeboy died, and it was the night of my homeboy funeral. So boom, we leave the funeral. Now, I mean, we go back to my crib, and it was this young lady who I've dealt with multiple times, and she just kept blowing my phone up. So I'm like, it's weird because I ain't talked to her in a long time, but I'm like, I know what she want. You feel what I'm saying? So she come over there, right? Now, this is where it got weird. She don't drive, so I always either pick her up or I Uber her. So this one particular night, she drove. So she say, so boom, everything normal. She come in the house, my homeboy on the couch. So then she proceeds to say, I'm hungry. So, you know, if she hungry, of course I'm a feed her. So boom, we go to McDonald's. Well, before we even get to McDonald's, all right, story time about how I got set up, shot, my homeboy died, and we get in the car. So I felt strange. So I'm like, what car did you drive? Like, where did you park at? Because they tow around here. They don't tow, but still. So she pointed at the neighbor's car. So me, I'm never home for real. So like, I don't know who cars, who, this, that, and the third. So my thing is, I'm like, hey, I done seen this car a bunch of times, but I wasn't too sure because I ain't never home. So, all right, cool. She's in the car. I say, hold on, let me go upstairs. I got to grab some money. I didn't go grab money. I went and switched my gun to a bigger gun. Boom, red flag. When I knew I had to switch the gun, I should have been like, all right, shorty, you got to go. So, boom, I go upstairs, switch my gun, come back to the car. Part 2 coming. We get in the car. So I felt strange. So I'm like, what car did you drive? Like, all right, story time about how I got set up, shot, my homeboy died, and it was the same night as my other homeboy funeral. So boom, I switched the gun, we get in the car. She just texting. So I'm like, she texting a lot, but it's like, I noticed that like every time we go to like a stop sign, a light, she sent a text. So it's like, all right, it's the whole time what she doing is she letting us know you know what I mean? Let them know where we at, type shit. So boom. We get back to the crib. So where I was staying at, you gotta go upstairs, then you gotta go to the door. One of those complexes. So we get out the car. I'm looking around because I'm like, all right, something ain't right. Cool. So my mind like, man, shoot this bitch. But maybe I'm just paranoid. You know what I'm saying? So I get upstairs and walking up the steps. I heard, yeah, you know, all right, right? So boom. I'm thinking like it's my homeboy that's in the house. I'm thinking he joking. So cool. I heard, oh, you think I'm playing? So I said, oh, I turn around. Boom. It's 4 niggas. Gun up. Right? So I'm like, all right, cool. This shit real. So I say, damn, y'all got me. I look. Buddies ain't had no mask on, like a dumbass. So I'm like, all right, cool. I got a drink. That's a big gun. So it's 4 of them. So I'm like, all right, I can knock 2 of these niggas, but the other 2 gonna find me the fuck up. So boom. They like, hey, where the money at? So my homeboy in the house, I'm like, damn, I know this nigga in the house. So cool. This is the bad part. My homeboy was a heavy set nigga, so he had this, like, whatever you call it, narcolepsy, where you can just go to sleep at any time. He in the house sleeping his couch. So boom, I'm like, I ain't got nothing. I'm trying to yell, thinking like, all right, buddy gonna hear me. And I mean, come help me type shit. So boom. The moment I turn around and I'm like, damn, y'all got me. She says, oh, raises her hand. Them niggas split like the Red Sea. And she walked right on down and I ain't see her no more. So boom. They like, oh, don't tell me I didn't come here for nothing. I ain't coming for nothing. So I'm like, bro, ain't nothing here, bro. Ain't nothing here. And I'm just getting louder and louder and louder, thinking my homeboy gonna hear me. So boom. Next thing I know, I heard, bah, bah, bah. I'm standing up. I'm like, what the fuck? I dropped. Part 3. All right, story time about how I got set up, shot, my homeboy died, and this was all the night on my other homeboy funeral. All right, so I heard boom, 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 boom. I look around, I'm on the ground. So I couldn't feel none of my body. So all I heard is the door get kicked in and a bunch of shooting. So me knowing my homeboy really get active, like, so I'm not worried about it. I'm like, yeah, he probably done heard all this shit while I was outside. You know what I mean? Because it happened right in front of my door. So boom, I heard a bunch of shooting. It get quiet. I think I like kind of went to sleep because I ain't heard nobody leave out the house or none of that. So I take a little minute. I open my eyes. I get up. So boom. I guess all the shooting, they shot the lights out and shit like that. But I could like see my homeboy on the couch. So story time. I go sit right beside him, but it's pitch black. So I'm like, yo, we good, this and the third, da-da-da-da-da. Cool. So I'm like, you know what? I know I'm shot, but I don't really like get that I'm shot. Like, boy, you need help. So boom, I get up, I go walk in my room because I'm like, shit, you know, as you know, African American people, when you get hurt, your mama tell you, hey, go lay down. So that's what my mind like, oh, let me just go lay down real quick. So I'm walking into the room, I throw up. So it's like when on my throw up, it's just a bunch of blood and like the inside or whatever I ate, this and the third. So soon I throw up, I drop, right? So boom, my eyes closed, I'm sleeping. So I start talking to myself. I'm like, damn, oh shit, I'm shot. Like, I'm good though, I'm just tired. I lay down. So I started saying to myself, like, damn, this shit feels so good. Like, not telling anybody to get shot or anything, but I was so comfortable on the floor, it felt like I ain't been asleep in 10 years. And motherfucking somebody gave me a blanket, some water. Like, I felt amazing. Like, that's the best feeling I ever felt. So if y'all was wondering why when people be like getting shot and dying, they just like can't keep their eyes open, it feels so good that you don't want to open your eyes. So I'm laying down, then I'm like, damn, this shit feel good. I can do this forever. When I said that to myself, I said, yo, I'm fucking dying. So cool. I see myself like on some weird shit. Like, I could see myself on the ground. It was like I was on the ground. I was in this pitch black room and there was a light coming over me. Lay down. So, all right, story time about how I got set up, shot. My homeboy died with me, and this was all the night of my other homeboy funeral. So boom, I'm on the ground in the room. I can see myself. It's pitch black. It's me on the ground, and it's a light over me. So I'm like, damn. Like, so I'm on my mind like, yo, am I a good person? Like, you feel me? Like, it's just like so many questions going in your head. Like, am I a good person? Like, is my people's gonna be smooth? Like, they're gonna be straight without me? Like, am I a person to miss this, that, and the third? You know, just like last minute life shit. So I could see myself, and then I heard something say, "Get up." So me, most people, when you tired, like you heard "get up," you like, all right, give me a second. Boom. So I'm like, all right. Then I heard again, "Get up." So I'm like, all right, story time about how, man, all right, 5 more minutes. And then I just hear like, I'm talking about, it's like the loudest voice I ever heard in my fucking life. "Get up." Boom. Instantly I got up. I can't feel my body. So I'm like, all right, I'm walking. So I'm like, damn, I think my homeboy hurt. So goddamn, I'm gonna just let him chill. I'm like, I'm gonna go get us some help. So I go outside and I'm like, all right, I can't feel my body. Like, what the fuck? Like, I can't feel nothing. So I'm like, all right, let me knock on the neighbor door. So boom, I go to the neighbor door. And I swear in my mind, I was like this. But so I knock the door. Boop, 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 boop. I don't hear nothing. Boop, 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 boop. I don't hear nothing. It's an elderly person, so they always home. Because I had a dog and they would always come play with me. Man, I ate 5 dogs and shit, like weird shit. It's cool though. So I'm like, damn, ain't nobody coming to the door. I gotta lay down. So boom, I'm laying on the ground and I'm like, yo, I gotta keep knocking though, cause my homeboy hurt. I gotta keep knocking. Do. Then the more I knock, the weaker that motherfucking knock was getting. So it's like, boom, wait, boom, wait, boom. So I'm like, damn, I guess it's just how it go. Like, you feel me? Like, when you get money, like, you know what come with it. So it's like, damn, I'm like, damn, nah, I mean, this how it goes. So the only thing I'm thinking about, all right, like, it's cool, but it's like, damn, like, I'm really dying, and this ain't the way I'm trying to go. So I fix myself up, and I'm like, yo, you know what? I'm just lay down. It ain't nothing I can do. Like, and shit, like, weird shit. I completely gave up at that moment. Like, that's it. So I go lay down. I close my eyes. So boom, they just there. And then I could hear my heart, like, it was like this. Then that bitch just start going like this. Like, I can feel it slowing down. So now I'm like this. Because I can't breathe. Like, my body's shutting down. So I'm part 4 next. Completely gave up at that moment. Story time about how I got set up, shot, my homeboy died with me, and this was all the night of my other homeboy funeral. So boom, I'm laying on the ground. I can't breathe. My heart's on to slow down. Cool. So the day before this happened, my grandma come to my house. She like, doing what grandmas do, cleaning up, annoying and shit over. Like, just come and chill. Like, just sit on the couch. She got to clean up. So she stumbles in my closet. So, most people, if you know, you know. So it's like, she like, hey, this is a lot of money. You need to get a safe. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm riding around later on that day. And she like, did you get the safe yet? So I'm like, you know what? Let me go get it. So magically, I go get a safe. I put a little story time about money in there, probably about 60 grand, 50, 60 grand, some shit. And I go take it to my homegirl house. Cool. Back on topic. So I close my eyes, I get myself together, I'm laying down. And I'm like, yo, you know what? Like, this the end. Like, you feel me? Like, I'm just talking to myself like, damn, I can't go no more. But my homeboy in the house, I just hope somebody come get him. Somebody got to come get my homeboy. I got to make sure he good. I got to. So I close my eyes and I hear, wee, 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 the ambulance come. So they come, I'm laying on the ground. They like, what's your name? What's your name? So I'm like, Cumante. They asking my date of birth, this and the third. Do I know what the day is? All that money in there. I said, yeah. They're like, okay. So I'm like, hey, wait, my homeboy in the house. Get my homeboy, get my homeboy, get my homeboy. They like, yeah, no, we got him. He's good. So they bring the little stretcher thing to put you on. And I wouldn't get up there because I'm like, no, go get my homeboy. Like my homeboy in the house. As long as I can still talk to you, I'm smooth. Go get my homeboy. So I just won't going. Like, go get my homeboy out the house. Like, that man shot up probably. Like, go get him. So boom. They like, okay. And then they go to the ambulance, get the second stretcher thing out. So I'm like, hey, let him ride with me. So the moment I say that, they put the little thing over my face. So I'm like, I remember going like this, and then I went to sleep. So next thing I know is, I said, yeah. Story time about how I got set up, shot, my homeboy died, and it was the night of my other homeboy funeral. So boom, they put the thing over my face. I go to sleep. I did 2 surgeries, 3 surgeries, something. So I woke up, I had a tube down my throat. So I woke up instantly, like I'm freaking out, like, what the fuck, like where I'm at. So they pulled the tube out. They split my stomach open, a whole lot of other stuff. So I'm in there, it's like my 4th day. I'm like, hey, where my homeboy at? Where my homeboy at? So they kept saying, yeah, he downstairs. So all right, a couple more days go past. I'm like, hey, where my homeboy at? Where my homeboy? They're like, oh, he downstairs. He tried to come up here, but you was asleep. And that's what all the nurses and doctors and everybody telling me. So I get my phone, story time about, and I called my little homeboy, and I'm like, hey, what you doing? So he picked up. He was in a suit. So, I'm joking like, hey, when you start going to church, this, that, and the third. So he was like, huh? What you mean? So I'm like, nigga, ain't you at church? He's like, yeah, but why you say that? I'm like, what you mean? So he like, oh, nobody told you. I'm like, nobody told me what? He flipped the camera. It's my homeboy laying in the casket that they told me was downstairs the whole time. So basically, like, that's how I found out he had died. So if you go back to the second part, when I was telling y'all that I was talking to him on the couch, once I got myself together, I realized he was never talking back. He was already gone instantly. And that's what once I found out he was gone. And I had asked the nurses and all that, like, yo, what happened? And they was like, nah, he got shot 6 times in the chest and he died on impact. So more of the story, man, y'all gotta move smart. If you feel like the girl about to set you up or somebody about to set you up, knock them off right then and there. Ask him.
Yeah, like I said, of course, that was a long story, but it was one of them Jones. Like I was locked in when he probably got to like the second part of the Jones. I'm like, all right, I'm here. So I just had to play it for y'all because I heard it and it was one of them Jones. Like I literally listened to the whole Jones. And it was just like, damn, it's so crazy because it's like, it's kind of almost, even if he would have dropped the girl off when they went to McDonald's, when he seen her texting that moving funny, or even when he felt like he was going back in the house to go get a bigger gun, you still realistically, you kind of in a sticky situation off the rip because she still know where you at. She still already sent the address. So it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, you could have maybe felt like you would have been a little bit more prepared if you would have been already in the house, got your gun ready, woke your man up, and y'all was ready for somebody to hit the door. But it was still just like, it's almost like that situation is almost unavoidable. Besides, you just got to be a little bit more careful on the women you chasing. Like that it's just that little chasing is kind of just like, damn, is that again going to that saying that I always like to say from Juvenile, when you think with your dickhead, you come up short. And that kind of, the sad thing is he get to live, but his man gone, and his man was just there, probably just, man, I'm over my man house just chilling, sleep. Like he probably realistically, his man probably got killed in his sleep. And that's the sad part about it. From the way he told the story, it's not like his man ain't never even have a chance. So it was just kind of like, damn, that's a tough one. And then the crazy thing is about the times we live in, he had to do this most of these videos in the whole and basically like the whole entire video with no shirt on, just so people can kind of see that he had like his stomach is literally like like if you ever seen somebody who had their stomach cut open and zipped up, like that's literally what his stomach looked like. It literally looked like he was put on this shit bag before. So it was just like, damn, that's a tough joke. Just to kind of realistically, because I'm sure most of the time I know I do, or anytime I hear a crazy story like that via TikTok, I always be like, damn, I wonder, is this story really true? And it's messed up that we live in the times that you kind of got to question those type of things. But that's what realistically I understood why he was telling the whole video without his shirt on, so people kind of knew what the gist of the story he was telling had to be the truth, because it's like, bro, look at him. He literally, his stomach split wide open. So, again, matter of fact, who else I wanted to shout out? Shout out to Drewski, because Drewski, that jump, we talked about it the other day when we played the clip of the Could Have Been Love jump, and that show is turning in. It will be on YouTube. I ain't gonna lie, he was funny as hell on the Breakfast Club. I hope this clip ain't got no music on. I want to play this little stud thing.
Appreciate about you, Drewski, is how you show love to studs, man. We don't have enough appreciation for studs.
Straight up.
And never have. What made
Straight
you
up.
start showing studs the love you do?
Well, studs, people don't understand that studs have an appealing touch. Truthfully, like you can share clothes with them.
Okay.
You could vibe with them. Sometimes they could be a bro. Like when you hanging out with a girl and you be like, damn, I feel like I can't express my feelings to her because she gonna think I'm weak. Studs, they understand that. They got periods, bro. You know what I'm saying? So
it's like talking to your homeboy, but with like feelings.
It's like talking to a homie, but you can also hit on the side if she with it. You never know. Sometimes the studs, they be sneak dicking. The studs, they don't tell y'all that. That's what I'm saying. They don't tell y'all that. Studs be sneaking.
There's a whole group of people that are like,
Yeah, it's called sneak dicking. It's a whole thing. It's a term. They call it sneak dicking. Studs call it sneak
What's the
dicking. Yeah.
indicators? Like how you know when a stud is with the sneak dicking or not?
You never really know. That's the thing about them being a stud. It's like they got a mask on. So sometimes you just gotta poke at it and try to see, see.
You crazy.
Yeah, not
You crazy.
not actually. But I'm just saying, like, you just try to vibe with them and see how they feel. Some of them, they are stuck up and they don't go for none of that. So you got to respect those, put them to the side. That's a bro.
Do they fuck like women or do they like, let me get on top?
Yeah, they do it, but you still gonna hear the masculinity in the voice.
Got you.
Yeah, so it kind of fucks with you a little bit.
How many have you had?
Hey man, we're not here to talk about that.
Right.
Yeah, it's not that many.
A couple.
Yeah, a couple.
I think it's wild when
We got some on the show though. Could have been love.
Yeah, I think it's wild when studs pull out their scrap on and then they like have another girl sucking on it and then and the person with the scrap on be more
And try to act like it's something going on.
That's
Come
like
on, man.
wild to me.
Are you into that? You watch that type of stuff?
Do I watch it?
You just explained it. You did explain it.
Yeah,
Oh, for the comedy.
For the comedy of it.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like, if you get a tattoo, imagine getting a tattoo on a fake arm and acting like
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's how they do.
It's kind of it's a dumb thing. It's like, let's cut the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. No, I know.
And you got the record with Young M.A.
Yeah. We just but why do we have to go into that? Yeah, why is it that the transition, man?
Amazing segue. We're
Sucking one of those things and then going to Young.
Real quick, just a random thought. I'm just because I've talked about this before on here, that just debating ready to cut just my hair off and go completely bald, but it's just always that, even though I know I wear hats so nobody never gonna see me actually bald, but it's just kind of just that process of like, damn, I'm gonna look crazy in the mirror. Like it's like you don't want to. That's why I understand why people kind of hold on to the Beijing and do the spray, because you just it's like you really just don't want to let it go, but it's kind of just like, it's about that time. Like I feel like that every time I be in the gym, I like, this is something like, pause, no homo. I feel like if I gotta say pause on this, I be looking at people with bald heads now, because I kind of really just be paying attention to just like everybody, like, because you see so many people with different head structures, so it's kind of just be like, I feel like I don't know how you do it, but you just kind of gotta do it.
You gonna do it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna cut it off. I'm just been dragging my feet on it. I want to do it, but it's just like I don't want to do it.
But you're not gonna show it.
Hell no! Like walk around like fucking Michael Jordan.
Then what's the point of doing it?
What's the purpose of cutting it if you're not gonna show it?
Just because the hats fit better, like with a bald head. Like when I because I ain't had a haircut in a minute, I know the difference the way my hats fit when I got a haircut and when you just got hair.
What about the summertime?
That's what I'm saying. What you mean? That's the point. I wear hats during the summertime.
They wear hats all the time. But that's what I'm saying. I'm like, what's the point of cutting it then if you're gonna wear a hat all the time?
What's the point of having hair if you're gonna wear a hat all the time?
I mean, that's on you though.
That's my point.
I mean, I don't.
Both of them. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I feel like it. To me, it's always just gonna be how I look at myself, and I only look at myself like that when I'm using the bathroom in the morning. But it's just still kind of just one of those things where it's like, you know, for a fact, 90% of the time, with hair or without hair, like somebody looking at this video right now, you don't know if I got hair or not unless I show you the back. So realistically, you could think I got a bald head right now or got a receiving hairline. You wouldn't know because I got a hat on. So that's just my whole thing when I'm thinking about like, what's the purpose of not just going to go get a haircut? I mean, just going completely bald because you still never going to know because I got a hat on. I feel like I'm just going to know, and I just feel like mentally, I don't necessarily know if I'm ready to be able to just like. I feel like when you go,
But do you
bald,
think that's more
like
maintenance? Like you have to keep getting the shave, or you know?
I probably still the same amount I got to shave now, like once a week.
Your beard too? You taking your beard
Oh,
off?
hell no. No, now you being crazy. Hell fucking no. Hell no. Fuck no. Now I look like a goddamn fucking pervert. This motherfucking show be called How to Catch a Pedophile. I guess to change gears, we talk about bald-headed people anyway. In 2015, Khloe Kardashian said that Lamar Odom dad was ready to take him off of life support so he can cash in on the insurance. On the life insurance. I'm not gonna lie to you. When I read that, I was like, one, she don't have no reason to lie because she got bread. So it's like, what do she doesn't benefit or gain anything from telling this story besides just to tell the story. But it kind of made me think like, damn, should you really like, I know because we talked about it on here before, like I guess parents having those conversations with their kids about like life insurance or what to do after they pass or nothing. But it was kind of like, damn, I never thought about it like that way.
They was married?
I think I don't know. They might have been. I don't know. I can't remember. I ain't about to make it like I'm some keeping up with the Kardashian person. But it just made me think of like, damn, how do people really be thinking about like if you leave people up the option of who gonna pull the plug? Are they thinking about at that time, like as soon as they get the option, they ready to pull it because they thinking about your getting paid off your health insurance, your life insurance?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure his life insurance is probably more than what he got right now.
Damn, dog, that's crazy though.
And you got that, and they probably the beneficiary of it.
I'm sure they was. So they might have been married because I mean that's I'm sure that's the only way she stopped his dad from doing it.
That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, I think they were married. But she had a baby with Tristan. Yeah, I think they was married.
Damn, that's rough, dog.
Yeah, you got some people, you got family members that's fucked up like that.
Damn. Just think about that, bro. That's crazy. Like that's your dad. And he ready to clip your wings so he can get paid. And you gotta think about your dad. Oh, so that means he was ready to trick that bread off. That's because what else he was gonna do with it? He wasn't gonna do nothing. He was ready to pull the plug on you so he could go buy the best quality box he could get out here. Ain't nothing. You gotta really think about it. Lamar Odom is old, so his dad is older. So what else really? His dad ain't about to like, I'm about to go buy some real estate, and he ain't saving none of this money. He gonna ball till he fall with that bread. He was ready to clip your wings so he could go out here and buy him some good box. Like that's crazy, dog. Like you was almost died going into the box, and your dad was ready to clip your wings so he could go trick that money off because that's all he was gonna do. Ain't nothing. You can't tell me somebody when your parent ready to clip you for the insurance. I know for a fact all he was ready to do is spend your bread. Like damn, that's messed up.
Plane crash is under investigation in our area. Police say they responded to.
Real quick before I play this clip, because another plane did crash. Has that came across y'all thought pattern yet? Have anybody even asked y'all? Because a homegirl of mine texted me. She was like, "Dan, have you thought?" I mean, y'all know I don't travel anyway, so it was kind of an easier question for me to think of. But I do want to ask y'all the question before I play this extra clip. This happened in Atlanta, I believe, a smaller plane. Dude, does that make y'all caution a little bit on wanting to fly? Because I mean, it's just like I want to say it was something with American Airlines early in the week, and this happened literally like yesterday. So it was like, does that scare y'all a little bit? Like how often these planes like this? Like I think like it's like almost damn near like once a week now.
No.
Yes.
No, it wouldn't scare me.
But you think about it, Erica?
I do. Yeah, I'm afraid to fly anyway. But even with the planes just dropping out of the sky, that makes it more uncomfortable.
And I kind of wonder, like, I'm almost like I try to think of like, is it a bigger play? I'm like, damn, like why are they highlighting this so much? Because I feel like for something like
but
this,
they've been talking about them planes and they're not worth the money like before, like them Boeing jets.
Yeah, I get it, but it just seems like now it's just like I feel like since 2025, I feel like it's been literally we talking about a plane falling out the sky, like literally, or a plane crash at least once a week. Like you don't know, you know how like
ain't been that many.
Shit,
it seemed like it.
No, it ain't been that many. It's only three. It's only been three. Yeah,
3.
3.
One today, the one in DC. It's been at least
And the
4.
one in
And then-
Philly.
and no, and
the one in Philly.
the one in Philly,
One in
and then
Atlanta.
the one. So look, the one in Atlanta. This is the clip I'm about to play now. The American Airlines, I don't think the plane took off, but it something happened where it came like to it dropped back down. I forgot what it was.
Yeah,
the American Airlines.
the wing or whatever it was.
Yeah, so that was this week. That was earlier this week. I believe it was it. It was earlier this week, or it had to be earlier this week because we didn't talk about, or unless it was at the end of last week. I can't remember. It was one of them. So then you talking about net? What we talking about? The Atlanta Jones, the American Airlines, the Jones in Philly, and then the big one in DC. And I want to say I'm
It
missing
was another one that the plane, I don't know if it was in Canada or something like that, and it disappeared, went off the thing, and they found it was crashed. Everybody died.
Yeah, so that's 5. Nigga, we only what 6 months? 6 months into the year?
Yeah, but before that,
I mean,
how
6
many
weeks into the
before
year?
that, how many did you hear before that?
That's why I said 2025. I said one every week, once a week this year. So you talking about 6? Like I said, we talking about 6 plane crashes in the last in a year. Nigga, we what the second week of February? We literally literally one John a week.
Yeah, we're not even 2 months into 2025.
So that to me, that's just something to think of. Like I get it, but if you geeking to fly somewhere, but I value my life a little bit more than I'm geeking to get on somebody's plane.
Covington Municipal Airport just before 11:30 last night. After getting a call about a single-engine plane that took off after 11, police say there was no communication with that plane after takeoff, and they found it in the woods just north of the runway. We know 2 people on board that plane died at the scene. The Federal Aviation Administration and the National Transportation Safety Board are now investigating. Deadly plane crash.
Yeah, it just like I said, that joint to me just get a little bit tricky. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm cool on just running around trying to get anywhere.
Pee for $1 million? Yes, I'll drink your pee for $1 million. No. Wait. He said, "Would you drink your own pee for $1 million?" I said, "I'll drink your pee for $1 million." Now you got no further questions.
Would you beat Harriet Tubman in a foot race in the woods for $5 million?
Would I?
Yes.
Yeah, I would. Nobody said she was fast.
What's this? The Walmart lady. Shout out to the Walmart scammer. I ain't gonna lie to you. This probably was like I'd be jealous when I be hearing some people get away with certain things because I mean, of course, they always eventually get caught. But I feel like because you just be dragging it too much. But like, bro, she was crushing these people.
Well, it's raining, it's cold, it's generally miserable. So is there anything that could make this day worse? Well, yes, there is. Imagine being banned from every Walmart in the USA. One Memphis woman has that dubious distinction. Ashley Cross, charged with criminal trespass and theft of merchandise, is, according to the police report, a well-known shoplifter at this Walmart on Elvis Presley Boulevard in Whitehaven. So well known to Walmart that Cross is on an authorization of agency list, meaning she's banned from any Walmart location in the United States. Good form. Good form. This man says he's okay with Walmart's ban on the woman.
It don't make no sense that a person would steal from a Walmart store.
The Elvis Presley Boulevard store is where Cross and another suspect were arrested February 10th. Cross was seen using a device to scan her items for $1 at a self-checkout machine. Walmart would not comment on Ashley Cross's ban, but issued this brief statement, quote, "We value our customers and associates and want them to have a pleasant shopping experience. Though rare, there are instances when someone is no longer welcome in our stores," end quote. The whole incident pretty shocking to this Walmart shopper.
She knows how to get by, so I think it'd be best with just a ban.
For your news leader, Mike Suriani, WREG News Channel.
What's the store you think you could be okay with getting banned from if you didn't get caught? Like, let's just see and say, all right, you can run a scam in a store, but you can't never go back there for the rest of your life. You can scam it for as much as you possibly can, but it's gonna be a lifetime ban on it. What store would you be okay with getting banned from?
Best Buy. Because if you saying if I can get whatever I get out of there,
yeah, what would you get then?
I mean, just electronics, TVs, all that games, movie. You know what I'm saying? If you tell me I can get all that off and not get caught, and then I can't go back in it. That's fine. Because I mean, everything else you can order off of Amazon, Best Buy.
And real quick, because you said the Best Buy, and you said video games. Shout outs to 2K. 2K was $20 this week. I'll hop smack on that. I ain't gonna lie to you. And that probably is one of the smarter things, I guess, when they do those little drop offs with the price. I mean, because I don't necessarily know why they do it, because I feel like you can kind of keep the price. But I mean, why though?
Because the season is over. Like with Madden is on.
It's on sale because I feel like damn. Like to me personally, I wouldn't put mine on sale until the next game come out. If that was me,
that's why they put it on.
I mean, it's smart because it's gonna make somebody like me who I wasn't even thinking about buying it, but now I see it $20. Like, oh, you can
because the roster not updating or none of that. So you just
but the roster updated.
No. I'm saying for like Madden. Now 2K, yes, you probably want to get people to because you're gonna catch it like, all right, it's on sale. It's All-Star. They're gonna have advertisement, so that's more people like, all right, I want somebody to see it. And
of course, because the crazy because I remember when you telling me before they don't be updating the WNBA rosters, but shit, they had all the new free agency jumps, all the trades. They had literally all them jumps. It was like literally whatever just happened. Up damn near literally up to that exact day. I think the only jump they might have didn't have was Lexi Brown going to Seattle. And I ain't gonna lie to you, yeah, that's why I sit here and say y'all gotta pay. Of course I know everybody not really into it, but if you pay attention to like the shade that women be having, because they still women, so their shade is like OD. And I kept saying, and I'm like, hold on, bro. Every time I hear Lexi Brown keep talking about the LA Sparks, she kept saying like we need bigs. And I'm like, bro, you got like 3 elite bigs. What you mean you need more bigs? So it kept throwing me off. And then of course they went of course traded and got Kelsey Plum. But when they was so like, and their bigs was geeking, but I kept paying attention to it. It's like I'm kind of lost. Like, what the fuck is going on? But then it made sense. Then she ended up getting traded to Seattle for some draft picks. So I was like, all right, cool. Maybe I thought I was the only person hearing this shade and I was just reading too much into it. But then when I seen the other day she got traded to Seattle, I was like, okay, cool. I know I wasn't hearing things. And then that to me, which made sense, because I'm like, bro, there's not every time I hear this girl do an interview, she keep talking about how they need more bigs and they got nothing but bigs on their team. So that kind of just made a little bit sense to me. Yeah, but like I said, 2K was $20. I hopped on. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was easy. That was an easy buy for me. What else was going on in the world?
What store you banned from? You want to be banned from?
I think to me, because I don't have kids, I feel like I could be kind of banned from any junk. To be honest, I can probably go Target. Like, because I think about it, when I hear people act like they struggle from like they can't, like it's killing them and they can't stay out of Walmart or something like that. And I kind of be like, I don't judge them because I feel like most of the time these people got kids. So I kind of wonder, does that make it a lot harder for you to kind of be like,
but you get everything out of Walmart.
But that's what I'm saying. So I'll be wondering, like, is that because people have kids? Because if I don't got kids, I don't have to, and I'm not like and I don't cook, so I don't have to really go into some of these stores. It's like mandatory. Like I can go to the grocery store and just grab me like most grocery stores already got the rotisserie chickens this already cooked. I can grab me a salad and keep it moving. But like for most people, like
deodorant and all that type of stuff, where you get your deodorant from
the dollar store.
Oh, okay.
Especially shit now, nigga, the way how they Target and Walmart goddamn deodorant be, and I'm one of the people. I honestly don't really try to wear deodorant for real. Only time I really, especially if I'm wearing colorful shirts, I don't put no deodorant on because like now the t-shirt's so tight. Like back in the day, you used to get away with it. Like, and that's the crazy thing is like how times changed because the smaller shirts our shirts got, you can't wear an undershirt under a tight shirt. So think about it. Back in the day when your t-shirts used to be big, yeah, you put a white tee or you put a wife beater on up under your shirts. You could, but nowadays, like you can't. So it's like, so realistically, I don't really try to do too much deodorant. I might put on deodorant like once a week. I don't be around people, so it's just be like cool. Like I think what the fuck? Like shit, nigga, I drink enough water, eat enough fruits and vegetables, you'll be all right. Like a lot of times, like people who really got, like I swear to God, the cleaner your diet is, the less time your body owe to be crazy. Like just think about big people, like even like that, like that big dank girl got an OnlyFans page. I sent it to y'all. It's like
you shouldn't have sent it to us.
I sent it to you because I seen it. So it's just like fuck it. My eyes had to see that shit. And real quick, just before we get out of here, I don't necessarily know if this DM is old or new, but Antonio Brown leaked a conversation between him and Keyshia Cole. I seen some people saying that it looked like it was old, but I couldn't tell because it wasn't no dates on it. But it looked like
be old. She just got that tattoo.
Oh, see, that's what I said. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Whenever they last was messing with each other, she just got that tattoo.
Yeah, but that could have been. She could have sent that then during that time.
Oh, you mean? But that's not that long ago. They was just dealing with each other not too long.
But that was like a year ago, though. At least like a year ago. It was a year and some change ago. And that's why. And people were saying he was trying to just be messy and kind of throw a monkey wrench in her situation that she got going on right now. I didn't see.
She still with him?
With Honcho, I guess. I don't know. I didn't see. She didn't comment on it. She didn't comment on it, and ain't nobody. And so I didn't necessarily know. Just Antonio Brown just posted this junk, like posted a conversation and posted her sending like a picture, like her back, like in something like the top part of her butt cheek out. I really couldn't tell. Like I honestly couldn't tell. And I was looking to see if Keyshia Cole was going to respond, because a lot of times she'll respond on some of this stuff, but it was like she didn't never write nothing back. So I didn't know if it was old or new. I still thought it was corny, but I mean Antonio Brown do corny stuff all the time, so it's kind of like. Whatever, dog. Oh, matter of fact, I got 2 more stories before I got here. One shout out for a Black History fact. Shout outs to Jalen Rose, because of course I think we talked about this before. Jalen Rose mom came up with his name from scratch, and now there are over 100 professional athletes in all the sports. That are named Jalen. Yeah, named Jalen, and then there's also people who, of course, got the name Caden, Hayden, and then some people spell Jaden with the Jyden, like Jaden Daniels, and Aiden. So that's tight. Like, shout out to Jalen Rose's mom. His mom is legendary for coming up with this name, and then kind of just wanting to double down on it doesn't matter who you are. You're always just you're always still Black in America. So I'm going to play this clip from a body cam footage of a police officer pulling over the 49ers wide receiver. How you this man pronounce his name? What is this, John? What is it? UK? I can't remember. The nigga who just got paid number 11 for the 49ers. I don't know how you say his name.
For driving an unregistered Dodge Charger, you were in California. So when we run you out of California, you have an index number out of California.
And it was both brand new. They was both brand new.
Right? Do you see how that looks on our end?
They was both brand new, though.
We're rolling around in brand new Dodges, which are commonly stolen.
But these aren't stolen, though. They're not registered as stolen. And I'm obviously somebody who doesn't need to steal cars.
I don't know that. I don't know you. I don't watch football.
You don't have to watch football.
Cited for driving an unregistered.
It's just they're not. Nothing says that they're stolen. Nothing says that I'm stealing cars.
I didn't say you are. I'm saying that's what it looks like. Right? So give us a couple minutes. We got to look a bunch of stuff up. Okay.
And again, like I said, okay, that's the crazy thing. He literally just got paid for the 49ers last year because he even held out before the season started because he wanted to get a payday. He just got paid. I guess he got a brand new, I'm sure probably like a Hellcat or something because it's a Dodge. And the police officer just like, bro, when you, if he got paper tags, it don't come in, so you got to run his ID. But it's like, I know that should have pissed me off. Like, bro, you up M's, like you are worth millions of dollars, and you get pulled over, and the police officer treat you literally just like a nigga. Like, hey, cool, you in a car that a lot of people steal, and you a nigga. And that's basically how they treated him. Like, I can't imagine how that actually, because it's different. Like, if you're a regular dude and you maybe in like in a bad neighborhood, it come with the territory. Like, you kind of get it. Like, when I had a Charger and I'm riding around in certain neighborhoods, you get pulled over. It kind of, to me, it come with the territory. But I'm 100% positive when you finally made it to the NFL and you couple of $1 million up and you kind of so far away from just any form of that type of lifestyle, it's like, damn, it's still kind of crazy where it's like you can still get pulled over any day and police still gonna make you feel like a nigga. And that's the only way I can describe it. I can't even describe it no other way. You kind of can't even sugarcoat it and try to use any polite words to even try to dress it up or even kind of try to explain it. That's literally all it was. Like, the police pulled you over and they literally still treated you like a nigga. Hold on. Oh yeah, you sent me this clip of this jump. I gotta put before we leave. Oh man, I love TikTok.
Yeah, I don't care. He needs to be in jail for neglect.
His children, Darnell Jr. and Amelia, and the district.
That's what it was. It was the same. It was the same joint. That's what it was when I said. You said, well, all right. So that's what that was. That was that clip. I feel like that's pretty much it. I think off the top of my head, everything. Let me look at my. I just want to look at my notes real quick. Make sure. Kanye West, Neo. Oh yeah, real quick, but I should have said this earlier, but I guess we was kind of over the football stuff anyway. So it was a little back and forth, and I do think, and this is why this is one of my reasons why I like the podcast, and I can have my own opinion. I hate the way that blogs try to paint Kelsey Nicole, and for people who don't know who Kelsey Nicole is, that is Travis what's this nigga name? Travis Kelce's old girlfriend. So she is, of course, for people who don't know, she works with Brandon Marshall on I Am Athletes. They do a daily sports show. She interviewed through the whole Super Bowl. She was interviewing people, and like I follow her because she fire. But if you follow her page or you even follow I Am Athlete, they post her. She was doing endless interviews the whole entire Super Bowl week. And the Eagles won. I don't necessarily know. She may talk to the dude CJ Gardner. I'm not 100% positive, but him and Travis Kelce had a moment during the Super Bowl when he was strapping Travis Kelce up, and he told Travis Kelce, you should have stuck with that thick shit. And then I guess Say Cheese picked that up. But anyway, she was after they won the Super Bowl, she was in the confetti. She was celebrating, and she never came back and said nothing. She ended up like toward, I want to say like maybe, was that Friday or yesterday? It might have been either Friday or Saturday. She posted like all the slides of her in the whole Super Bowl weekend and had like a long caption. I ain't read or looked on that caption, was like extremely too long to read. But I'm sure it probably had some shade to try to address people who was trying to say it. But people kept trying to say, we need to start saying women is lame and they corny. Why is she lame and corny for doing her job?
But that's the thing. People didn't know that's their job.
But that's my point that's the part when I'm sitting here saying that's why I hate blogs, because it's just like, bro, this is like, but the thing, and I can't even say they didn't know that, because when the I Am Athlete just signed a deal with Revolt, bro, all the blogs picked that page up, and she in the picture. The picture that they used to show that they signed a deal with Revolt is her, Brandon Marshall, I want to say Hi Davis, and like 2 other people, but she the only woman in the picture. So it's like, how do you sit here and try to I hate the way they do that. And
but that's what I'm saying. But I think, some people who don't, like I said, I didn't know that she was a journalist or anything like that. I didn't know who, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know her. So just to see it like, oh, well, yeah, Travis Kelce X, like they labeled it Travis Kelce X is throwing shade. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that she was
But even listen to what I'm saying though, let's be real. You know how many of these people got X's, and guess what their X can't do? Get on the field. So even just to me, just that whole painting the picture, trying to make it seem like, oh, she just a bitter ex, and she had the jump celebrating. She been at endless games before. How do you think she's on the field? She ain't in the stands like a fan. She's on the field. You got to have credentials to get on the field. Ain't letting any and everybody can't just run on that field. So that's what's my whole
if
point.
you're dealing with somebody, if you that's what I'm saying. If somebody's looking at it, if you did not know she was a reporter, you would think, okay, she's messing with another football player.
So cool. Then why even label it Travis Kelce X?
Because that's what she's known as.
Man, yeah, that shit corny. I'm just
that's what I'm saying. That's what she's known as. I mean, I can't, because we don't know her for nothing else.
That's corny to me. We don't know. You don't even know her for that, because even if you seen her and they didn't put that on her, you wouldn't know that was her.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's my point.
But that's what they labeled her. That's what I'm saying.
So you're proving my point. That's corny, because if you don't label her as nothing, you don't even got to post her, because if you don't know her for nothing else, then don't post her, because that's my whole point of it, is you labeling her as you're trying. The blogs, when they pick it up, they're trying to be messy and get more traction and try to paint her a certain way, because like you absolutely said, most people.
But that's the same one that was on Age Reese, the Age Reese podcast,
and that's where I know her from.
But that's what I'm saying. But when you did that podcast, the clone clip that we had, we heard about was the clip when they was talking about the dressing up in the costume and all that stuff.
It had nothing to do with Travis Kelce.
But that's what. But when they reported it, who did they say? They said, "Oh, don't bring what's name up," right? That's when she first went on. I mean, when she first said something about, "Oh, it's not that X."
She said it's not that X. But
everybody knew it. But that's what I'm saying. But we didn't know that she dealt with Amar Shepard or whatever. We thought she was talking about Taylor Swift.
Like I said, to me that shit corny. I'm not a fan of that. Just you trying to paint this like this some just wild corny black woman over this. Like, bro, this woman is fire. Like I even had to say something to J-Bo about it. Like he sent me a clip of that old junk, and he probably just seen it late. It was old. He sent the junk when Cam and May said something. I'm like, bro, I don't. Like, some of y'all niggas need to get that hate or that hatred or that hatred you got for black women that you feel like you can't get. Like, bro, get it. I'll just say it's not gonna happen. It's not meant for you. I think so many men be just delusional thinking that they deserve a baddie. Bro, it's not happening. It's not, your cars ain't built like that. You ain't him. You're not gonna get it. Like, you don't have to have so much hate and vitriol towards women that you just can't get. And that's why them clips, and that's why that shit goes so viral, because people just be so upset, like, look at this bitter hating ass bitch, because you can't get her. Somebody got her, dog. She got the credentials to get on that field. And it be so many niggas who be so upset and just be like, you be happy to slam dunk on women, like, oh, look at her, she's so, like, who, nigga, what are you talking about? If I could have got the credentials, nigga, I would have been in that confetti. Fuck Patrick Mahomes, fuck the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, what are you talking about? She don't have to be nobody's ex, and y'all making it seem like this girl can't get other niggas. She already proved that she can. All her exes are athletes. So you making it seem like she can't get another professional athlete, you're absolutely crazy. Y'all niggas is living Delulu land. And that just be my point. When you see something like that, I couldn't believe the blogs picked it up like that. But I kind of already know, like when men started to talk about it, I knew how niggas was going to address it because there be so many niggas who just can't be like, man, y'all niggas, I be feeling for y'all. Like, bro, y'all gotta let that hurt go, though. There's a lot of niggas who talk from a lot of a hurt space. But again, shout outs to CJ Gardner. He kind of did have his own little situation. And that's why I think him and her probably talked, because his baby mom's kind of shaded him crazy right after the Super Bowl. Like literally right after the Super Bowl. So again, I don't necessarily know what their matter of fact, what was this little joint that I need to play? This little YN dude. Where that joint at? Where is that? Wait a sec.
No goals. I was born to stay in the hood.
Are you gonna stay in the hood for the rest of your life?
I might.
How you gonna make money?
The government gonna take care of me. All I gotta do is have 8 kids and I'm Gucci. Do you know how much food stamps I could get with 8 kids? The hood is the land of opportunity. I could get a chopped cheese, Chinese food, and Don Julio on the same block.
Yo, now we're done.
I ain't got no goals. I was born.
And you know what's so crazy? Because remember, and this is how you know times change. Remember a couple weeks ago, y'all all wanted to give Casanat a pass when he was judging Lil Baby. And I told y'all, I don't necessarily know if y'all should be getting y'all music takes or opinions from Casanat. I do love the way how the times changes. When Casanat gave y'all opinion on his Kendrick Lamar take, y'all didn't like that one. Again, I told you that kid should sometimes just stay in the kid's place. I'm not here for the Casanat music reviews. But I'm glad that y'all finally made it to my page. When it was Lil Baby, nobody ain't want to hear what I was saying. Oh, why did the music got to be made for this and the third? Why you got to live a certain way? But as soon as he gave his opinion on Kendrick Lamar and y'all didn't like that opinion, y'all all agree with what I said a few weeks earlier. That's all I'm just saying. Sometimes, again, I tell y'all, you don't want to hear what I'm saying until the jump knock on your door, and then you got to
that's what I don't get. Like, if they didn't like, because what did he say about the Drake joint too? Didn't he do one on Drake too?
What with Drake? What recently?
Yeah, I think he just did one for the
hell. Yeah, nigga, he was in there dancing around like a goddamn fucking a Drake stand.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't. That's why I was kind of surprised.
Kendrick Lamar,
the Lil Baby. I ain't think
came out.
Go to him again.
Word to my mother. If anybody was there, y'all knew it was. Y'all knew it. Y'all felt it. Crowd was making no noise. This is me being honest. I was there. The loudest times that they made, the loudest time that the crowds did was, I think, him being shown for the first time, SZA, Samuel Jackson being shown for the first time, and then They Not Like Us. Now, I honestly feel like some of the songs he should have switched out for more. You feel me? For like another song or some shit. Like there's some song on there that I was like, damn, he could have switched that out for like this. This would have been fire here. This would have fire been there, right? But one thing I will say though, although the vibes was not good, crowd was not good. I don't even think like, bro, they were just not fucking with the performance. Like up.
So again, like I said, my thing is y'all like his opinion when y'all like his opinion. I just totally don't agree with it. And we're gonna come back to the ASAP Rocky thing. I don't necessarily know how that's gonna play out, but it looked like if I'm about right.
He got good money?
Who, ASAP Rocky?
Yeah.
Hell no.
I thought they trapped the dude up. I thought he was good.
Hell no, nigga. His lawyer ended up. Hold on, is this? Nigga, one, ASAP Rocky he denied going on stage to testify for himself, and then his attorney's last what is it? His closing statement, he basically slipped up and said that the gun did shoot some shells out.
Yeah, see, I thought they got him when Slim was up there lying.
Yeah, nah, but not when the attorney went up there and said whatever, and he kind of, I don't know, like I said, I don't know how it's gonna play out. I'm still kind of on the fence where I think ASAP Rocky should have still took that plea deal, but I may be wrong. I may come in here next week and ASAP Rocky may be a free man, or may come back in here next week and ASAP Rocky got to go to sentencing sometime soon. So I don't necessarily know how it's going to play out, but by the next time we get on these microphones, it definitely should be in the air. So again, like I said, we here each and every Tuesday. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell another friend. Real quick, Erica, have you finished Harlem? Have you watched Harlem season?
Yeah, I finished it.
For the last jump? What was your... Okay, before we wrote, can I sit here and say the couple I hate the most? I'm so happy that it didn't work out. Or I hate, what's the big girl name?
Angie.
And bro, I hated her and her fucking husband or her fiance, whatever he was, bro. They was pissing me off. Like, and I
made it her or him.
I just hated them together, to be honest. I hated them together, and I kind of like, I hated the way he kind of didn't believe in her career, but I understood where he was coming from, because when he first met her, she didn't have no career.
Right, but he knew she was an aspiring actress, though.
Yeah, but I'm sure he probably do her like most parents do their kids, where they be like, hey, I want to go to the NBA, and they be like, all right, cool, I pay for you to get a trainer, but they don't think you really gonna make it to the NBA.
That's messed up now. And then it seemed like he was kind of hating that she was doing good.
Yeah, because he only reason why he was hating because she wasn't showing up as a girlfriend no more. She was so focused and locked in on her career and on the fact that she had a career now. She kind of like, she really wasn't like, even that moment when they had like right before, what was that? I believe that was like episode 5 when he finally sold him a property, and then she kind of brushed it off like, I don't, you always sell property, so I didn't never really pay it no attention. And he was like, yeah, that's the point, because this is my first property I sold all month.
All right, but I feel like it was he just wasn't. He wasn't for her. He wasn't praising her. He wanted her to kind of sit back and just chill out. Like, you don't have to do nothing.
Because that's how he met her. And the sad thing is that most men who only know how to lead with their money, that's just how they come into the game. That's all he know. And that's what and when he first met her, that's what she needed. And the messed up thing about it is because when he met her, she didn't have nothing going on. But she was standing on shorty couch. She really ain't had she ain't had nothing going on for herself. She really couldn't figure it out. She was even sleeping with the little gay dude who be like she really had nothing going for herself. She was really just winging it. So when he met her, that was who he thought she was going to be. And then now she kind of hit she got hot, and then I kind of was like, okay, so do you, who you thought was wrong when it came to when that director came and offered her a role, but that was the time they was already agreed to getting married. Who you felt like was out of pocket?
You mean between like her or
because she wanted to do it, and he was kind of like, hold on. And you got to think about it. He spent $50,000 that he can't get back from the reason why he didn't even want to have a big wedding or get a big wedding space off the gate. So y'all already had an argument about picking out the wedding space. You already spent this man money without his permission, but now the first time somebody give you an option to do something else, doing all of this time and this argument and then build up to get married, you kind of like, you ready to just go.
Because you don't know if that could be your big, like, if I don't, so let's say I don't take this, right? And I'm not hot no more. Then what?
You good? He gave you a black card and told you ain't got.
But she don't want to she don't want to live off her man all the time. Like I understand it from both points, but it's like, okay, so let's just say I called the wedding off, right? And I don't get another opportunity like this.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I get it for her career, and I understand how people might not believe in you or even see no type of future in your career. I see both sides. I understand where in his mind, he probably think like, all right, cool, I'm a fake support my wife because I don't never see her career going anywhere. And that's basically what he did. He was like, yeah, I'm supportive. I'm the supportive nigga, this and the third. But if you don't get no jobs, I really don't care because I make enough money that you don't need a job. But then at the same time, he didn't know the real her deep down inside. She really wanted to be famous. She really wanted that opportunity for her voice to be heard. And if you probably asked her realistically, like, if she kind of hit the nigga shit on him, where it's like, hey, it's me or it's your career. And like most people, if you're really passionate about your career, you're going to take your career all the time. Mm-hmm. But me personally, I just hated them as like, I never kind of really been a fan of her character. And I felt like you could never really say it via social media because people would kill you because she the only like dark skinned thick girl on the jump. So it's like, oh, you just don't like dark skinned women. But it's no, bro. Her character just over the fucking top. This shit is just annoying. Like everybody else, like real mellow and chill and really like their adult vibes. And then she just the super loud ghetto. Like, bro, that shit, even from season 1, that shit used to give me a headache. I'm just like, bro,
because it's always one in every friend group. It's like it's the real friend group. That's what real girlfriend groups are like.
Yeah, I hate that friend. I'm cool. Like she just too over the top. Like, and I just knew that you can't never say it. Like I know, like sometimes like you be on social media enough to know it's like certain topics. Like just keep that shit to yourself. Like even if that take is burning a soul in your body, Nah, it's just certain you can't say. Like if you would have said you hated anybody else, I promise you can get on the timeline and say it. But if you say you hated her, they gonna kill you. It's like it's no way. Like that was one of them jokes. Like when Harlem first came out, like I had a homegirl that was watching it, and like she didn't like the character neither. So that was like cool. We could talk about it in the text message because you can't get on social media and tell people how much you hate this character because it was just like, oh, why you don't like her because she a thick black woman. Oh my god! Like, but if I would have sit here and got on there and said I hated the light skinned girl who was dating Kofi, and if I would have said I hated her character, everybody would have been cool with that.
Yeah.
Like niggas, nobody would give you no pushback. Everybody would support you not liking the light-skinned privileged girl. Like they would have been cool with you not liking her character. But you said you ain't like Angie. Oh, you're gonna be Rap City in the basement for you. But like, so it's like I said, but it ended good. I was happy that Megan's
it was
good.
Kind of rushed. I didn't know that was the series finale.
Yeah, that was
I think they could have did like what was it, 7, 8 episodes?
I thought it went up to like the first. I want to say I know season 1. I thought it went up to 10 episodes. I thought.
No, but this one right here, this last.
Oh yeah, this one went to 6. It just went to 6.
Yeah, I think they could have just gave it 10. Because it ended, but I feel like it was rushed. Like the baby wasn't like they put a whole toddler in a blanket and was like, "Oh, here's your baby."
I feel they did rush it, I think, but I feel like the only person storyline that probably could have really gave it some light would have been Ty and Shorty from Snowfall.
Yeah, because you want to see like okay how their relationship kind of.
Yeah, like that to me, that was my favorite relationship through this season. And I think realistically, even if they would have stretched it and gave you 2 more episodes, I think that their relationship was the only one that kind of had some room that I could see getting another a couple other episodes. Because I really kind of don't.
But then again, I don't know because Ty she kept messing up. Like, where's the accountability at?
I mean, she had accountability when she made up with the mom.
But you keep doing it though. But you kind of come back and be like, I'm sorry. And then you throw in the, oh, I love you. And it's like, oh, I can't be mad at you. Then you mess up again and come back and be like, oh, I want to, spend the rest of my life with you. Where's the account? Because you keep doing the same
I think the first time was when they had the argument. And then the second time was the joint when she literally pulled up and didn't know that the girl and the mom seen her get out the cab and get back into the cab. So I mean, I think those two things were just different because I do think realistically she probably just she wasn't used to it. Like even that girl critiquing her work, I don't think she realistically was used to anybody giving her that type of brutally honest opinion. Because even in their friend group, think about how they did with what's the girl Angie? Like even when remember that first whatever that place she was in the season in season 2, like they wasn't honest with her. So realistically, most of them kind of people in her intimate circle, they kind of tiptoe with each other's feelings and emotions. So for Shorty to come and really kind of lay it in thick on her, and especially in Ty mind felt like nigga, I made one website and it was super popular. How you trying to tell me how to like basically it was an ego blow. But the mother shit was kind of a little bit different because it was like you lying and don't know that she's actually both of them seen you with their own 2 eyes get back into that cab. Like that was crazy. Like, yeah, that probably, like I said, they probably to me had the best storyline. I like their relationship the most. I'm happy that Meg and Slim got back together. I think the only other way they could have kind of ended it is allowing them to actually get married, and that should have been kind of like the only seeing it. I guess stretch it out for another episode. Oh, a matter of fact, and try and give old girl when she met that girl at the solo moms thing.
The solo moms that
The last scene when she that politician girl again from last season.
Right. Okay. I personally think she was considering going with the throuple. I think the girl was just she did too much.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, because that shit is for anybody. Like I'm like listen to what I'm saying. Because you know what's the crazy thing would turn people off, and I say this before on here. When you're not having sex or you don't have a lot of sex, when people throw the testing shit in your face, it kind of to be a turn off because in your mind it'd be like, damn, how many people are you out here fucking that you got to walk around with your test results? So it's this is what I'm saying. If I'm active, it wouldn't make me feel no way. But when you know you're not having sex, it kind of feels so invasive when somebody just hey, here go my test results, and that kind of make me be like, damn, you got these shits on your phone. Like how often you got to show this shit?
Yeah, she did too much. I think other than that, she would have went with it. She would have been okay with it.
Yeah, because he offered everything besides the monogamous part.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't listen to him. I'm not a fan of Shan, but I'm kind of on the side. I probably would have had to think about figuring that one out. And especially the way, like, it was like I ain't gonna lie, he kind of laid that shit out too easy for her. I don't necessarily know if that girl would have just, I would have had to find a way just to keep our conversations literally to almost damn near none. And if I could have made them conversations to none, I'm cool. When you playing baseball, I ain't really like, I think she was overthinking it. Like, you wanted to be too nosy with it. So I feel like you could have because I felt like he could have kind of got away with it if he just didn't answer the phone and be so sloppy with it. So it was just like, I felt like one of them things where it's like, if she wanted to make it work, she could have definitely made it work. So if you haven't seen Harlem on Amazon Prime yet, check it out, because it's cool. It's a short season. It's only, I believe each episode only like 40 minutes, and it's only 6 episodes. So again, like I said, that's Harlem on Amazon Prime, and we here each and every Tuesday. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell another friend. And I hope y'all enjoyed y'all President's Day off yesterday.